On the night of my birthday, my wife checked into a hotel with her ex-boyfriend. On my birthday night, my wife checked into a hotel with her ex-boyfriend. To surprise my wife, I had planned her birthday party 6 months in advance. I, along with a dozen close friends and family, waited all night. But she was comforting her ex-boyfriend over a breakup instead. I felt like a fool. Tired of living like a cuckold, I filed for divorce. Not long after, my wife was kneeling at the door of my company, begging for my forgiveness. "Husband, you're the best. Minxuan, my ex-boyfriend Yuan Dao just broke up, so I'm going to hang out with him tonight. I won't be coming home, so don't wait for me." When Yi Minxuan received Tang Yuyu's message, he immediately called her back, but her phone was turned off. Meanwhile, in the living room, a group of friends and family were waiting to cut the birthday cake. Today was Tang Yuyu's 24th birthday. To surprise Yuyu, Yi Minxuan had been planning everything for 6 months and even rehearsed his well-wishing words countless times. Unfortunately, it was nearly midnight, and the birthday girl hadn't shown up. Some people in the living room began to wonder if Tang Yuyu had gone to meet Yuan Dao again. Some even started debating who Tang Yuyu was truly married to. Actually, they only found out about Yuan Dao's existence a month ago. That day, just like tonight, Tang Yuyu had sent a message and turned off her phone. Unable to find her, Yi Minxuan frantically organized all their friends and family to search. They turned the city of Shan'an upside down, but the next morning, Tang Yuyu returned to Yi Minxuan's marital home with Yuan Dao's support. That was the first time Yi Minxuan saw Yuan Dao in person before. He had only heard about him through Tang Yuyu's emotional descriptions and dreams. Indeed, Yuan Dao was more refined in appearance and fit the current, soft masculinity trend, unlike Yi Minxuan, who was rather dark and plain. Nobody knew how Yi Minxuan restrained himself from confronting Yuan Dao that day. Perhaps it was because of the presence of friends or maybe due to Tang Yuyu's scolding. But from that moment on, rumors about Tang Yuyu's infidelity spread. Yet, Yi Minxuan didn't care because he trusted Tang Yuyu's words. "We've long since broken up with Yuan Dao. If there was any chance, it wouldn't have been with you, Yi Minxuan." So when his best friend wanted to teach Yuan Dao a lesson, Yi Minxuan stopped him. Not for any other reason, but because Yi Minxuan knew that if Yuan Dao were hurt, Tang Yuyu would be heartbroken. But in the end, Yuan Dao was the one who hurt Tang Yuyu the most. Yuan Dao had once had one foot in two boats, and when Tang Yuyu found out, he still refused to apologize. In the end, Tang Yuyu had threatened him with a breakup, but Yuan Dao chose another girl. It was only through a twist of fate that Yi Minxuan, who had always been pursuing Tang Yuyu, finally won her heart. Ultimately, Yuan Dao was Tang Yuyu's white moonlight, and Tang Yuyu was Yi Minxuan's. In this love triangle, Yi Minxuan had always been at the bottom. After getting together with Tang Yuyu, Yi Minxuan had done his best to make sure she lived a princess-like life, fearing he couldn't provide her with everything she deserved. So when Tang Yuyu agreed to celebrate her birthday with him, he meticulously planned everything. Yi Minxuan returned to the living room, and friends, sensing something was wrong, began to make excuses and leave. Soon, the large living room was left empty, with only Yi Minxuan alone, accompanied only by the wedding photo on the wall and the candles on the cake. Unable to bear it, Yi Minxuan got Yuan Dao's phone number through a friend and called him. He was met with laughter and chatter. When Tang Yuyu found out Yi Minxuan was looking for her, she got angry. Yuan Dao, however, was even more arrogant than Yi Minxuan. "Oh, it's you? I know Yuyu is your wife, but I'm in a bad mood tonight, so just consider it me borrowing your wife for a while." Furious, Yi Minxuan cursed Yuan Dao's entire family, but Yuan Dao only smiled faintly. "Hey, it's okay. The weak are easily angered. Think of it as compensation for you. Oh, by the way, I don't like the bedsheets in your marital bed. It doesn't feel right. You better buy new ones tomorrow, or Yuyu will get mad at you again." Yi Minxuan's vision blurred. He couldn't even bear to imagine what had happened in that bed. As he was about to demand their location, he realized Yuan Dao had already blocked him. In despair, Yi Minxuan collapsed on the floor. Useless was the label Tang Yuyu had always put on him, and it seemed she had been complaining about him to Yuan Dao all night. Since being with Tang Yuyu, Yi Minxuan had felt like the happiest man in the world. He had quit his CEO position at a listed company to stay at home and cook for her. This was all because Tang Yuyu had once had an abortion for Yuan Dao, leading to a psychological breakdown and anorexia. She lost 20 pounds in 6 months, which broke Yi Minxuan's heart. Thankfully, thanks to his efforts, Tang Youyou's physical and mental health had improved significantly. But to Tang Youyou, all of this was just proof of Yi Minxuan's uselessness. After all, Tang Youyou was the daughter of the Tang group, and there were countless people who wanted to take care of her. Yi Minxuan's actions didn't even register with her. In fact, even though they had been married for 2 years, Tang Youyou had never taken Yi Minxuan to her family's house. What Tang Youyou didn't know was that Yi Minxuan was the sole heir to Yi Hua Group, a Fortune 500 company. To pursue her, he had broken off his engagement to the daughter of the president of the European Illuminati, causing the group's business in Europe to suffer greatly. As a result, his father had severed ties with him. While Yi Minxuan repeatedly called Tang Youyou and Yuan Dao sent him a video. In the hotel room, there were women's underwear scattered across the floor, which Yi Minxuan recognized as Tang Youyou's. The camera turned to the bathroom, and through the frosted glass, a slender woman was bathing. After seeing the latter part of the video, Yi Minxuan felt a wave of dizziness. When he called again, Yuan Dao had blocked him once more. Yi Minxuan sat still for a long time, trying to calm himself. The festive atmosphere in the living room starkly contrasted with the loneliness in his heart. Am I destined to be the sucker? Yi Minxuan, who never smoked, lit one cigarette after another. Why am I so pathetic? I don't remember being like this before. What happened to me? Was I manipulated? No. I need to change, I need to live for myself. A flash of light appeared in Yi Minxuan's eyes. After a while, he picked up his phone and dialed a familiar number. Mom. It was a simple call. Have you been wronged? His mother could tell from his tone what had happened. I'm sorry, Mom, I shouldn't have angered Dad back then. 2 minutes later, after Yi Minxuan expressed his regret and self-blame, his mother didn't offer much comfort. Adult mistakes can't be fixed with words. If you really have the ability, prove it through action. Tang Group's largest partner in Shannan City Yixin Corporation was set up by your father specifically for you. In these 2 years, it was Yixin Corporation's help that allowed Tang Group to enter the top 10 companies in Shannan. If you really have the ability, destroy Tang Group and all the Tang family. I want Tang Youyou to kneel before you and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, this call will be the last one between us. I'll arrange for the person in charge of Yixin to take you to be the president tomorrow. Remember, you only have this one chance. Yi Minxuan nodded. Got it, Mom. After hanging up, Yi Minxuan sat on the sofa, and before he knew it, it was already dawn. Ding ding ding. With the sound of the password lock opening, Tang Youyou was once again supported into their house by Yuan Dao. Upon seeing Yi Minxuan, Yuan Dao didn't hold back and directly picked Tang Youyou up. Youyou, we're home. Yuan Dao grinned, placing Tang Youyou beside Yi Minxuan. Since I've delivered her, I'll be leaving now. Yuan Dao seemed to be provoking him as he turned to leave, but the groggy Tang Youyou grabbed his arm. You're tired too. Rest in my room for a bit before leaving. Then, Tang Youyou looked at Yi Minxuan with disdain. Go buy new bedsheets. Don't waste our time. Tang Youyou's shout sounded like an order to a dog that only knew how to guard the door. Yi Minxuan raised his eyes and smiled. Smack. Yi Minxuan turned around and slapped Tang Youyou across the face. The force sent both Tang Youyou and Yuan Dao, who were already drunk, tumbling to the ground. Chapter 2, The Contrast. It was probably too unexpected, or maybe too shocking. Tang Youyou froze on the floor, unable to react for a long time. It was Yuan Dao, on the other hand, who was flustered and quickly scrambled to his feet. Yi Minxian. Are you crazy? Yuan Dao gritted his teeth, but when his delicate and soft skin met Yi Minxuan's fiery gaze, he immediately deflated. He could only silently help Tang Youyou up. Do you dare hit me? Tang Youyou covered her face, tears hanging from her cheeks. 5 years of pursuit, 2 years of marriage, 7 years in total. Yi Minxian, who had never dared to raise his hand or even speak loudly, actually slapped her. Breaking your vows, mingling with a man outside, getting slapped by me is already light punishment. Yi Minxuan's gaze was as cold as an iceberg. You are filthy. Get out. Tang Youyou pointed at Yi Minxian, hysterical. This property belonged to Tang Youyou, and theoretically, she had the right to kick Yi Minxian, who lived off her, out of the house. I'm leaving, of course, but... Yi Minxian took a step forward, and Tang Yuyu, overwhelmed by his imposing aura, instinctively took a step back. Who knows what outrageous things a quiet man might do once he rips off his mask. Don't do anything crazy. I'm telling you, domestic violence is illegal. Yuan Dao mustered the courage to stand in front of Tang Yuyu. Although he didn't want to get involved, he couldn't let the positive image he had painstakingly built in Tang Yuyu's heart go to waste. After all, who wouldn't want to take advantage of a woman who was both obsessed with love and wealthy? A burst of unexplainable anger surged within Yi Mingxian as he grabbed Yuan Dao's arm. With a little force, the pale arm was left with a red mark. It hurts, it hurts. Next time you dare to flirt with someone else's wife, it won't be as simple as today. During his 2 years as a stay-at-home husband, Yi Mingxian had taken up fitness, and his muscles were as strong as the pine trees on a mountain peak. Not only could he leave red marks, but if Yi Mingxian wanted, Yuan Dao would definitely be lying here today. After shoving Yuan Dao aside, Yi Mingxian, under Tang Yuyu's terrified gaze, took off the ring from her fourth finger. Tang Yuyu, our marriage ends today. I slapped you to remind you not to be fooled by a pretty boy who's after your money and body. This ring was my engagement gift to you. I have the right to take it back. Yi Mingxian walked into the bathroom, took off his own ring, and flushed both his and Tang Yuyu's rings down the toilet. With the sound of the flushing water, it felt like Tang Yuyu was finally fully awake. What did you just say? Tang Yuyu blocked Yi Mingxian's way. You want to divorce me? Why not? I don't agree. Tang Yuyu put her hands on her hips. Although she had always kept Yuan Dao in her heart, she knew Yuan Dao was just a decoration. A man like Yi Mingxian, handsome, masculine, and considerate, was hard to find. But people always realize the value of others only when they lose them. I don't need your consent. Tang Yuyu still wanted to argue, but after Yi Mingxian ruthlessly pushed her aside, she was completely shaken. Although she had never treated Yi Mingxian as a person for the past 2 years, their long-term relationship had allowed her to understand his character. The look he gave her earlier was devoid of warmth. As she watched Yi Mingxian grab his already packed suitcase and prepare to leave, Tang Yuyu immediately blocked the door. Yi Mingxian. I know you're angry. You don't have to apologize for slapping me earlier. But I swear to you, nothing happened between me and Yuan Dao. You need to think carefully. Once you step out of this house, it will be hard to come back. She originally wanted to beg Yi Mingxian not to leave, but her long-standing role advantage made her subconsciously threaten him. After all, she knew where she stood in Yi Mingxian's heart. I don't need you to apologize. Aren't you going to kneel and beg me? Get out of the way. Yi Mingxian's brows were like swords, and his eyes seemed to spew fire. Right now, all he wanted was revenge to make Tang Yuyu, who had always looked down on him, live out her days in regret. He would make the love and devotion he once gave her become a sharp sword, piercing through the entire Tang family. Tang Yuyu had never seen such a terrifying gaze before and unconsciously stepped aside. As she watched Yi Mingxian about to disappear from her sight, Yuan Dao finally dared to step forward. Yuyu, don't be scared. This kind of good-for-nothing, without you, would have trouble even eating. After saying that, Yuan Dao put his arm around Tang Yuyu's slender waist. You only had a little drink, and he dares to hit you and wants a divorce. If you let him off this time, he'll only get more arrogant in the future. Now that the only obstacle, Yi Mingxian, was gone, maybe something could happen between Tang Yuyu and him. Don't bother me, I'm very confused right now. Tang Yuyu irritably pushed Yuan Dao away and walked to where Yi Mingxian had been sitting. Is Yi Mingxian really going to divorce me? He probably doesn't have the guts, right? Maybe Yuan Dao is right, I shouldn't forgive him so easily. Ooh. Tang Yuyu rubbed her hair, sinking into distress. Yi Mingxian, with his suitcase in hand, walked to the entrance of the community, enjoying the warmth of the sun on his face. A sense of indescribable relief surged within him. From now on, I'll live for myself. Yi Mingxian murmured, preparing to leave. Mr. Yi. At that moment, a sharp-looking woman in business attire walked up to him. Yi Mingxian looked at the woman's face, which was far more attractive than Tang Yuyu's, and almost lost his composure. You calling me? Yes, Mr. Yi. Liu Siki extended her hand. Nice to meet you. I almost didn't recognize you. Mr. Yi, you look much more handsome than in the photos. Ahem. Yi Mingxian's mind quickly raced. This should be the person in charge of Yishan Corporation in Shan'an City. The position and photo must have been sent to her by his mother. Out of politeness, Yi Mingxian extended his hand to shake hers. To his surprise, the handshake made Liu Siki's porcelain white face turn a shade of peach pink. "Oh. Mr. Yi, I meant to say, let me carry your luggage." "Oh. Yi Mingxian awkwardly let go of her hand. "It's fine, it's not heavy. I'll carry it myself." Seeing Yi Mingxian, who seemed even more awkward than herself, Liu Siki became more intrigued by the handsome, wealthy second-generation heir. "Mr. Yi, this way." Liu Siki led the way, bringing Yi Mingxian to a Cadillac. To his surprise, this seemingly sweet, quiet girl turned out to have such a wild side. The nearly 6-meter-long full-size SUV was her ride. The contrast. It was such a contrast. "Mr. Yi, let me briefly introduce myself. I'm Liu Siki, 26 years old, and I'm the head of Yishen Corporation in Shannan City. From today, I will be your secretary." During the drive, Liu Siki introduced herself and her role to make things easier going forward. "I guess I don't need to introduce myself, right?" Her mother was always thorough, so she probably already had all of Yi Mingxian's details. "Of course. I've already memoized Mr. Yi's detailed information." "Detailed? How detailed?" Yi Mingxian casually asked, wondering how much had changed since he hadn't been in touch with his mother for 2 years. He. Liu Siki smiled faintly. "Detailed enough that I know exactly how often Mr. Yi and his ex-wife had relations every month." Chapter 3, Self-Delusion. Cough. Yi Mingxian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. For such a quiet and gentle girl to suddenly say something like that really caught him off guard. "Mr. Yi, are you okay?" No, it's nothing." Yi Mingxian could only feel his face burning, subconsciously scratching the back of his head, silently groaning in his heart. What in the world is going on? Could my mother really know everything? Does she know everything that happens? Even if she does, she shouldn't just blurt it out like that. This is so embarrassing. Luckily, Yi Mingxian's bronze-colored skin hid the blush on his face. Well, that's really detailed. This wasn't a compliment. Yi Mingxian genuinely admired it. Liu Siki looked at Yi Mingxian's awkward and embarrassed expression, and couldn't help but chuckle to herself. "Mr. Yi, actually, Yeshuan Corporation was set up specifically for you. All your information, including personal details, was collected by Yeshuan Corporation to better serve you. Don't worry, we have a strict confidentiality agreement. I'm straightforward, just been busy with work, so we haven't had much contact. But you'll get to know me soon enough." At this point, Liu Siki switched back to her harmless persona, leaving Yi Mingxian curious about her true character. Yi Mingxian awkwardly smiled. "Oh, by the way, how is the business situation at Yeshuan Corporation?" "Mr. Yi, all of Yeshuan's projects are profitable, except for..." Liu Siki paused, a subtle light flashing in her eyes. "Except for the project with the Tang family. That's because your parents wanted to help them, to prevent you from being bullied." Hearing this, Yi Mingxian felt a warm current flow through his chest, but also a sense of helplessness. His parents' help had not brought him any benefits, and instead, it had become the Tang family's excuse to bully him. Is the Tang family project a significant loss? Actually, the loss isn't that serious. Your parents' original intention was to provide some help to the Tang family without affecting Yeshuan's overall operations. So, we have a dedicated team to ensure that the project's loss remains within a certain limit. However, Yi Mingxian turned his head. "But what?" "But the Tang family has become dependent on us, turning into a giant baby we have to support." "But, this could help Mr. Yi with your revenge." Looking at the woman with delicate brows, large eyes, and ruby lips, Yi Mingxian found himself a little unsure of her intentions. He had thought this mild-mannered secretary was just a pretty face, but now it seemed she knew everything about him, even his future moves. It felt unexpectedly good to be so thoroughly understood. "Secretary Liu, it seems my mother's choice was truly exceptional," Yi Mingxian said softly, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Liu Siki smiled even more brightly upon hearing this. "Mr. Yi, you flatter me. I'm just doing my job." Yeshuan Tower. Liu Siki led Yi Mingxian into the Yeshuan Tower. Along their way, all the employees who saw Liu Siki greeted her respectfully. Liu Siki responded to every greeting with a warm smile, radiating both warmth and authority. At that moment, two male employees whispered in a corner. "Who is the man beside President Liu? He looks quite distinguished." "I don't know. I've never seen him before. Could he be an important business partner?" Soon, Liu Siki and Yi Mingxian arrived at the Grand CEO's office. As soon as they stepped in, the grand and luxurious atmosphere hit them. The office was lavishly decorated with all the latest office facilities. The large floor-to-ceiling windows provided a stunning view of the river, with the sunlight shimmering on the water, creating a breathtaking scene. Liu Siki spoke softly, "Mr. Yi, this is your office." Yi Mingxian looked around and nodded slightly. "Siki, could you do me a favor and draft a contract?" Liu Siki's quick thinking immediately led her to guess. "Mr. Yi, is it a divorce agreement?" Yi Mingxian did not deny it. A faint trace of weariness appeared on his face. Liu Siki smiled and responded, "It's an honor to do this for you, Mr. Yi. What specific requirements do you have?" Yi Mingxian's gaze became firm as he decisively said, "I just want to sever all ties with Tang Yuyu, nothing else." Liu Siki nodded and immediately got to work. Yi Mingxian sat in the CEO's chair. Having been awake all night, he soon dozed off without realizing it. When he woke up, he found Liu Siki's figure was no longer present. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, and a coat had been gently draped over him. Looking at the chair, he noticed it had been thoughtfully reclined without him noticing. Yi Mingxian couldn't help but feel more admiration for Liu Siki. His gaze moved to the desk, where 3 prepared divorce agreements were neatly laid out, each slightly different for him to choose from. He picked up the agreements and carefully read through them. Liu Siki's work was meticulous and thorough, ensuring that all the agreements emphasized a complete severing of ties. Yi Mingxian chose the most decisive and final one. Knock knock knock. The door opened, and Liu Siki entered carrying a steaming bowl of American ginseng and black-bone chicken soup. "Mr. Yi, you're awake. I know you must be tired, so I specially made this soup for you at home. It's good for your health." Yi Mingxian was momentarily taken aback. Not to mention how she knew he had just woken up, the black-bone chicken soup was clearly made with care. "Thank you for your trouble." He was about to taste the warm soup when his phone rang unexpectedly. He frowned slightly when he saw the caller ID. It was Tang Yuyu, and an overwhelming feeling of annoyance surged within him. Realizing he needed to set a time to discuss the divorce, he answered the phone. "Yi Mingxian, apologize to me immediately. I have a big heart and can forgive you." Tang Yuyu's harsh tone came through, as though everything was still under her control. Yi Mingxian gripped the phone tightly, forcing himself to suppress his anger. "Tang Yuyu, don't get ahead of yourself. When are we getting divorced?" Tang Yuyu on the other end of the phone was clearly taken aback, and it took her a moment to recover. "Yi Mingxian, don't be ungrateful. If you leave me, you'll become a penniless beggar and won't even have food to eat." Yi Mingxian looked at the steaming bowl of chicken soup and shook his head. For the sake of so-called love, Tang Yuyu was so confident in herself. "I'm hanging up now." Tang Yuyu seemed to realize the situation was turning unfavorable and softened her tone immediately. "Mingxian, don't be like this. When are you coming home? Let us talk this through. I don't have a home in Shan'an City. Tang Yuyu, get ready. Let us finalize the divorce procedures as soon as possible." After saying that, Yi Mingxian hung up the phone. The sudden interruption ruined his appetite. It was getting late, and there was another matter that needed to be dealt with urgently. Chapter 4, This Woman. "Siki, you've worked hard today. Mr. Yi, this is what I should do." Liu Siki smiled, her dimples captivating. Yi Mingxian gently nodded. "Once you're done, you can head home." Yi Mingxian took a sip of the chicken soup, thinking about the house hunting he still had to do later. Liu Siki smiled slightly, as if she understood all of Yi Mingxian's thoughts. "No need to worry, Mr. Yi. I've already arranged a place for you. Once you're done with your soup, I'll take you there." Yi Mingxian froze for a moment. "Then, I'll have to trouble you." After spending the day together, Yi Mingxian had gotten used to Liu Siki's thoroughness and, fortunately, didn't reject her offer. Soon, the two of them left the company together. The car drove along the road and stopped in front of a luxurious villa by the river. The villa was grand and magnificent, exuding a mysterious and noble aura. Walking inside, the classical furniture filled the air with a vintage fragrance, while the smart devices added convenience and comfort. Liu Siki skillfully turned on the lights. Mr. Yi, this place is not far from the city center, but surrounded by lush greenery. It's quiet and mysterious, a perfect residence. Yi Mingxian stepped into the villa, and an unprecedented sense of tranquility washed over him. However, he could faintly smell a girl's fragrance, and noticed cartoon stickers on some of the furniture, as if the house had been lived in for a while. At this moment, both of their stomachs growled at the same time. Mr. Yi, how about we go out to eat? Yi Mingxian smiled. No need to go out. I'll cook. After all, I've been a house husband for 2 years. I'm good at all kinds of cuisines. The afternoon's black chicken soup was tasty, but it could not compare to Yi Mingxian's cooking skills. Liu Siki playfully blinked. First day at work, and the boss is cooking for me. I must be the happiest employee. Yi Mingxian chuckled at her words and headed to the kitchen to get busy. Not long later, 3 dishes and a soup were placed on the dining table. Liu Siki couldn't wait to taste the food. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she exclaimed, Mr. Yi, your cooking skills are amazing. As she said this, Liu Siki took out her phone. I'm going to take a picture of the food. She then looked at Yi Mingxian. Mr. Yi, how about we take a photo together? Yi Mingxian frowned slightly, as he didn't like taking photos. Oh, come on, Mr. Yi, I still need to report to the chairman later. Liu Siki pouted, and Yi Mingxian's heart softened instantly. All right. Liu Siki happily moved closer to him, flashing a peace sign, her smile as bright as a flower. Looking at her joyful expression, Yi Mingxian felt a warm sensation in his heart. It seemed, without realizing it, he had started to go along with this girl's whims. Yi Mingxian shook his head inwardly. Am I really falling into a romantic mindset, or am I just an M? Why do I always let the girl take the lead? He nodded firmly to himself. Women are like tigers, they're more beautiful, the fiercer. Yi Mingxian instinctively pulled away from Liu Siki, but fortunately, she was busy eating and didn't notice his thoughts. After dinner, Liu Siki offered to wash the dishes, but Yi Mingxian preferred to finish things he started. Liu Siki, being familiar with the house, didn't argue, so Yi Mingxian went to wash the dishes. In the rush, Yi Mingxian had left his phone on the dinner table. When he wasn't paying attention, Liu Siki quietly took it. Her lively eyes twinkled, and the corners of her mouth curved up. She then sent the photos she had taken earlier. Next, she posted a status on Yi Mingxian's WeChat Moments, with the caption, if there is shadow in front, there must be sunshine behind. After posting the update, Liu Siki happily went upstairs, and soon returned wearing a set of pajamas. Yi Mingxian had just finished, and when he looked up to see Liu Siki, he couldn't help but be surprised. Her pajamas were pink with cartoon patterns, making her appear even more adorable and playful, like a fairy straight out of a fairy tale. Liu Siki noticed Yi Mingxian's expression and smiled, explaining, Mr. Yi, this villa is actually my house. Yi Mingxian was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. This is not appropriate. A man and a woman alone in the same room, it's not right. It will attract gossip. I'll leave in a bit. Liu Siki's face showed an expression of grievance upon hearing this. Mr. Yi, I don't mind these things. Please stay. Yi Mingxian stood firm, turning to leave. Liu Siki quickly stepped in front of him, her voice tinged with a slight sob. Mr. Yi, if you leave just like this, the chairman will blame me for not arranging things properly. Also, I live here alone, and I'm really afraid of the dark. Can you really leave me all alone? Yi Mingxian paused and looked at Liu Siki's pitiful expression. A feeling of sympathy stirred within him. Her need for protection, that innocent desire, made Yi Mingxian hesitate. Liu Siki continued to cling to him, tugging at his sleeve. Mr. Yi, please, if we set boundaries, what could possibly happen? Yi Mingxian sighed helplessly. Eventually, he softened and agreed. Liu Siki immediately broke into a bright smile, almost like a child, and cheered with joy. After a long day, Tang Yuyu dragged her tired body home. The warm atmosphere that used to fill their house was now completely gone, leaving it cold and empty. Normally, at this time, a steaming meal would be waiting on the table, with Yi Mingxian bustling around the kitchen. But now, everything had vanished. A wave of loss surged in her heart, as if the entire world had become hollow. Tang Yuyu casually ordered takeout and, after tasting it, spat it out. This is awful. Ooh. Yi Mingxian's cooking was so much better. Her thoughts drifted to Yi Mingxian. She wondered what he was doing at that moment. She took out her phone, her fingers flying over the screen as she typed out a long message to ask Yi Mingxian what he was up to. However, remembering how he had ruthlessly hung up on her earlier, her anger flared up again. She deleted the message and, without thinking, opened her moments. Her gaze was immediately drawn to a post by Yi Mingxian. The dishes in the photo were all his signature dishes, the ones that had once warmed her heart and stomach countless times. But what made her even angrier was that in the photo, there was a woman who looked even better than she did. Looking at the intimate photo of the two of them, Tang Yuyu felt a surge of anger rise in her chest. Good for you, Yi Mingxian. We've been married for 2 years and you've never posted a single photo with me. Tang Yuyu threw her takeout, spilling the soup everywhere. Suddenly, it seemed like something clicked in her mind. She quickly picked up her phone again and stared at the photo. Her expression darkened even further. This woman, isn't she Liu Siki, the CEO of Yeshuan Company? Chapter 5, Why Are You So Cheap? The Tang Group has been able to stand firm in the bustling business world of Shannan City primarily because of its support from Yishan Holdings. In fact, 70% of Tang Group's business comes from cooperation with Yishan Holdings. Tang Yuyu sat in the spacious and well-lit living room, her delicate face furrowed in thought. She had long been in charge of liaising with Yishan Group, but due to the small proportion of Tang Group's business with Yishan, her chances to meet Liu Siki, a key figure in Yishan, were few and far between. Liu Siki, the well-known business Rose in Shannan City's commercial circle, was not only stunningly beautiful but also a legend in the business world. In just 2 years, she had turned Yishan Holdings into the hidden boss of Shannan City. While Yishan Holdings might not appear in the annual top 10 business rankings, Tang Yuyu knew that the total value of the top 10 companies combined wouldn't even match Yishan's worth. As she looked at the intimate photo of Yi Mingxian and Liu Siki on her social media feed, Tang Yuyu's mind was filled with speculation. What exactly is their relationship? Partners. But Yi Mingxian has been at home all the time, so there is no way he is involved in any business activities. Or could it be that there is something deeper, some kind of emotional entanglement? The more she thought about it, the more irritated she became, her anger building like a volcano about to erupt. Unable to bear the torment of these questions any longer, she grabbed her phone and sent Yi Mingxian a message. Tomorrow morning we'll discuss the divorce. If you don't come, it's over. The next morning, Yi Mingxian arrived early at Tang Group, holding the divorce agreement in his hand. His face was grim as he pushed open the door to the president's office. The scene before him almost set him off in anger. Tang Yuyu was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window with Yuan Dao. The atmosphere was highly suggestive, their actions intimate. It wasn't that Yi Mingxian still cared about Tang Yuyu, but she had specifically asked him to come and then invited Yuan Dao. It was hard to understand. Tang Yuyu noticed Yi Mingxian's arrival. She froze for a moment but quickly straightened up, trying to restore her usual dignified appearance. Yuan Dao, however, provocatively leaned closer to Tang Yuyu, smiling arrogantly, his eyes filled with disdain. He deliberately looked at Yi Mingxian and said, Yi Mingxian, you sure know how to pick your timing. Although Yi Mingxian was a little angry, he knew that not reacting immediately would be more effective. Looks like I've interrupted something. Since Tang, you're busy, I'll leave now. Tang Yuyu's face flashed a brief look of panic, but she quickly regained her composure, standing up straight. Yi Mingxian, since you're here, let us get things straight. Yi Mingxian turned to leave, but Tang Yuyu blocked the door again. Yi Mingxian, what exactly are you thinking? Are you even a man? All you know how to do is hide. We're not even divorced yet, and you're already flirting with others. Who's the one with no shame? Yi Mingxian was utterly baffled by Tang Yuyu's barrage of accusations. Tang Yuyu, are you stupid? Do you even know what you're saying? The tension in the room reached its peak, as though a storm was about to break. Tang Yuyu's almond eyes widened, and her brows were raised in anger as she pointed at Yi Mingxian. Yi Mingxian, are you trying to hook up with a rich woman? At the side, Yuan Dao plastered a fake smile on his face and mockingly said, You really are lucky, huh? You've got Tang Yuyu in front and a rich woman behind. I really envy you. Yi Mingxian shot him a furious glare, his eyes burning with anger. Yuan Dao, I've put up with you long enough. I don't mind giving you a little scratch. Yuan Dao remembered how he had been subdued by Yi Mingxian that morning. His once arrogant demeanor immediately vanished, and he became completely silent, not daring to make a sound. Tang Yuyu snorted, crossing her arms as she interrogated him. Yi Mingxian, stop pretending to be confused. You really think I don't know? She quickly took out her phone, swiped the screen rapidly, and found Yi Mingxian's social media post. She held the phone up in front of him, pointing at the photo of him and Liu Siki, and shouted angrily, "What is this? Don't tell me you didn't know about this." Yi Mingxian furrowed his brow, cursing Liu Siki for putting him in such an awkward position. But he forced a calm expression on his face. This wasn't posted by me. I don't know what happened. Tang Yuyu refused to believe him, pressing on with her questioning. It was you. Then how could someone else post something like this on your phone? Yi Mingxian, you have to explain this to me today. Yi Mingxian's expression grew darker, and he impatiently replied, I'm here to discuss the divorce. I don't want to talk about anything else. Tang Yuyu wouldn't let up, grabbing his arm with a firm grip. No, you have to clear up your relationship with Liu Siki first, or else we won't get a divorce. Yi Mingxian was furious. He forcefully shook off Tang Yuyu's hand and slammed the divorce agreement onto the table in front of her. Tang Yuyu, we're getting divorced now. Whatever is going on with me and Liu Siki, it's none of your business. If you can have an ambiguous relationship with Yuan Dao, then why can't I be with someone else? Tang Yuyu was stunned, as if struck by lightning. She thought this was a veiled admission of his ambiguous relationship with Liu Siki. Yi Mingxian coldly looked at her, saying, sign the divorce agreement today. That way, you and Yuan Dao can be together. Tang Yuyu's eyes turned red, and tears streamed down her face like a broken dam. Yi Mingxian, Yuan Dao is just an employee I hired. Nothing happened between us. Why don't you believe me? Yi Mingxian didn't care at all. Not my problem. Indeed, ever since that day's unusual behavior, Yi Mingxian had mentally drawn a clear line between himself and Tang Yuyu. Tang Yuyu, disregarding her image, rushed up to pull on Yi Mingxian's sleeve and pouted, her hands gripping him tightly, her body slightly leaning forward, her voice tinged with tears. Mingxian, don't be like this. Don't be so heartless, okay? In the past, when she had upset Yi Mingxian, all it took was a little bit of whining to make him soften. She thought it would work this time too. But this time, Yi Mingxian was filled with disgust. He suddenly pushed her away with force. Tang Yuyu, tearfully blinking, quickly grabbed Yuan Dao's arm, like pulling along a dog. Yuan Dao, apologize to Yi Mingxian and explain everything clearly. Yuan Dao, secretly calculating that Tang Yuyu had promised him a position as market supervisor with a 500,000 annual salary, thought it wouldn't her to apologize. He stepped forward, his expression feigned sincerity. Mingxian, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. However, his demeanor still carried a hint of contempt, his mouth curling up slightly, and his eyes full of disdain. Yi Mingxian's furious glare seemed to pierce through Yuan Dao. Instantly, Yuan Dao shrank back, all traces of arrogance disappearing, replaced by fear. His legs trembled slightly, and his voice became shaky. Sorry, really sorry. I was out of my mind. I sincerely apologize. Why are you so cheap? Looking at Yuan Dao, Yi Mingxian couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 6 Spewing Shit. Don't worry about him first. Tang Yuyu turned to Yi Mingxian as if she had lost a piece of trash. Mingxian, please don't divorce me, I know I was wrong. I will be devoted to you in the future and will never make the same mistake again. Her eyes were full of humility and pleading, tears slid down her cheeks and dripped on Yi Mingxian's trouser legs. Yi Mingxian sneered in his heart and thought to himself, if I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? When I was flirting with Yuan Dao, why didn't I think this would happen? He looked stern and said firmly, divorce, must divorce, no discussion. Tang Yuyu was so shocked when she heard this that she took 2 steps back. My heart was full of confusion and anger. I have humbled myself so much to beg, why is Yi Mingxian still so heartless? Her face turned pale instantly, biting her lips and trembling, she said, okay. Yi Mingxian. Don't regret it. She just relied on Yi Mingxian's care, and she could live better without him. Yi Mingxian was unmoved and said coldly, then signed the divorce agreement quickly. Tang Yuyu slowly got up, took the divorce agreement, and stared at every word on it. She secretly calculated in her heart, Yi Mingxian, if you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. I will make you leave the house with nothing, and don't even think about getting a penny. Just then, Yuan Dao came over again. With that disgusting and sarcastic smile on his face, he said sarcastically, "Oh, it seems that Yi Mingxian really hooked up with a rich woman. Is he going to dump our President Tang? However, people can't get tired of the old and love the new, this is too heartless." As he said that, he deliberately shrugged his shoulders, holding his hands in front of his chest, looking like he deserved a beating. To be honest, I have seen thick-skinned people, but I have never seen such a thick one. This is indeed a typical example of forgetting the pain after the wound has healed. Yuan Dao, you have no right to speak here. Yuan Dao deliberately shrank his neck and muttered stubbornly, "HMPH, I am also speaking up for President Tang." Yi Mingxuan's eyes were wide open, and his patience was at its limit. "Do you want to be taught a lesson?" Yuan Dao still had that disgusting smirk on his face, and he leaned forward and said provocatively, "HMPH, now that you and Tang Yuyu are divorced, I am not considered to be seducing someone else's wife. If you dare to do it, I will call the police. Let's see what you can do to me." Yuan Dao's mouth was crooked, and his eyes were cunning and complacent, as if he was sure that Yi Mingxian would not dare to do anything to him. Yi Mingxian didn't waste words, and stretched out his hand to grab Yuan Dao's collar. "Even if I beat you to death, I can afford the compensation. Do you think I'm afraid?" Yuan Dao had never expected Yi Mingxian to do this. The original arrogance disappeared in an instant, replaced by a face full of fear and timidity. His face turned pale and his body trembled involuntarily. Mingxian, you, don't be impulsive." Seeing this, Tang Yuyu walked up quickly and said loudly, "Yi Mingxian, you are not qualified to teach my employees in my company." Yi Mingxian sneered, loosened his hand that was grabbing Yuan Dao's collar, and pushed him away fiercely. "I'm also afraid of dirtying my hands." Tang Yuyu took a deep breath and said, "Yi Mingxian, although we are getting divorced, I still have to explain to you what happened with Yuan Dao that night. We were just drinking together that day. Because we drank too much and it rained, we went to a hotel to take a shower and change clothes. Nothing really happened." Yi Mingxian looked indifferent. "I don't care, stop talking nonsense, sign the divorce agreement quickly." Tang Yuyu looked at Yi Mingxuan's resolute expression, and her heart ached. Tears rolled in her eyes, but she tried hard not to let them fall, and said, "Yi Mingxian, how can you be so heartless?" Yi Mingxian was unmoved, and pushed the divorce agreement in front of Tang Yuyu again, and said coldly, "Don't delay, sign it." Tang Yuyu frowned, her beautiful eyes were full of anger, looking directly at Yi Mingxian, and questioned, "Yi Mingxian, you must explain to me your relationship with Liu Siki." Her voice trembled slightly with anger, and her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Yi Mingxian understood. It turned out that she took the initiative to explain the matter with Yuan Dao in order to let herself explain. "I don't care whether you and Yuan Dao are innocent. I can only tell you that Liu Siki and I are just friends." Tang Yuyu became more and more angry after hearing this. She raised her voice and shouted, "Friends? Then why did you cook the dishes I like for Liu Siki? You have no right to ask." Tang Yuyu was so angry that she trembled all over, and her heart was full of resentment. She thought secretly in her heart, "Yi Mingxian, you are so heartless and don't care about my feelings. Since you don't say it, I won't force you. Anyway, I have a private relationship with Liu Siki, and I will say bad things about you in front of Liu Siki. Let her see your true face and abandon you, and see how long you can be proud." Thinking of this, Tang Yuyu's emotions calmed down a little. She nodded slightly and said, "Okay, Yi Mingxian, since you don't want to say it, forget it. But remember, don't think that this will allow you to live a better life. Let's wait and see." Yi Mingxian looked at Tang Yuyu and sneered in his heart. "This stupid woman doesn't know my true identity yet. When I swallow up the Tang group, she will cry." Tang Yuyu bit her lip and signed the divorce agreement. "According to the agreement, you should get a little compensation." Yi Mingxian suddenly interrupted and said firmly, "I will leave the house with nothing." Tang Yuyu was surprised when she heard this, and looked at Yi Mingxian in disbelief. Yi Mingxian took the divorce agreement and turned around to leave. At the moment he stepped out of the door, he looked back at Tang Yuyu. With a hint of complex emotions in his eyes, he reminded, "Tang Yuyu, take care of yourself, don't let Yuan Dao cheat you of money and sex." When Yuan Dao heard this, he jumped up, pointed at Yi Mingxian, and shouted angrily, "You bastard, you are full of shit. What nonsense are you talking about? Yuyu, don't listen to his nonsense, he is just jealous that I am more careful and considerate." Yuan Dao turned to Tang Yuyu, fearing that he didn't make his words clear. "You can't keep a woman, and you are still slandering others here, you are really a piece of shit. Tang Yuyu was upset at the moment, and followed Yuan Dao's words. I don't need you, Yi Mingxian, to take care of my business. Yi Mingxian said no more and left without looking back. When Yuan Dao saw Yi Mingxian leaving, he quickly moved to Tang Yuyu and comforted her hypocritically. Yuyu, don't be sad. The old doesn't go and the new doesn't come. That kind of man is not worth your sadness. Recalling every confrontation between Yi Mingxian and Yuan Dao in the past 2 days, Yi Mingxian was dominant, while Yuan Dao only added insult to injury and talked nonsense. Tang Yuyu couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Did she think too highly of Yuan Dao? Chapter 7. You are so young, what do you know? Yi Mingxian walked down the building of Tang Group. Although he got rid of the past, his mood was as depressed as the gloomy sky. Liu Siki was waiting for the Cadillac Escalade parked downstairs. It was just that many passers-by cast envious eyes. One was because the majestic and domineering body of the Cadillac Escalade attracted attention. The other was to marvel at the amazing beauty of Liu Siki in the driver's seat. Liu Siki saw Yi Mingxian coming, smiled and opened the car door, and welcomed him in. As soon as Yi Mingxian sat down, Liu Siki handed him a bouquet of beautiful flowers. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. Break away from the past completely. Yi Mingxian, who was originally in a heavy mood, suddenly felt a lot less depressed when he received the bouquet, and his mouth corners slightly lifted. The car started, and the two talked and laughed along their way. Liu Siki asked casually, Mr. Yi, what type of girls do you like? I like gentle, kind, and smart girls, right? Yi Mingxian didn't know what he liked. If we follow this standard, Tang Yuyu has nothing to do with gentleness, kindness, and smartness. Then what did he like about her before? Liu Siki listened and silently compared her conditions in her heart. She found that they were almost the same as hers, and she couldn't help but feel happy. Yi Mingxian saw that Liu Siki's face was filled with an irrepressible smile, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Siki, what's the matter that makes you so happy? Liu Siki rolled her eyes at him coquettishly and said, don't try to guess what a girl is thinking. She will be happy from time to time. Liu Siki blinked and asked, then, President Yi, why don't you ask me about my ideal type? Yi Mingxian took a sip of water. Secretary Liu is so naturally beautiful that she is overwhelmed by the choices she makes. Why does she need an ideal type? Liu Siki said unexpectedly, not really. I like people who can satisfy my stomach, such as President Yi. Puff. Yi Mingxian almost spurted out the water he had just drunk. He looked at Liu Siki in surprise and stammered, Siki, you are such a joker. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Then why don't you just say you like chefs? There are so many big restaurants, just pick one. The two looked at each other and smiled slightly. CEO's office. Liu Siki gently handed a thick stack of materials to Yi Mingxian and said softly, Mr. Yi, these are all cooperation projects with Tangs. Yi Mingxian took the materials and read them carefully, frowning more and more. His eyes stayed on the data, his face became more and more gloomy, and he said, these businesses of Tangs, such as traditional steel manufacturing, old-fashioned textile processing, and backward machinery manufacturing, are all sunset industries. And judging from the data, they are basically in a loss-making state. He raised his head and looked at Liu Siki in confusion. Why is Tang's industrial structure so old? Liu Siki explained, Tang's is in the process of transformation, which is why they support Tang Yuyu, a young man, as vice president. They hope to open up the situation of change with the thinking of young people. Yi Mingxian snorted coldly, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and said, Tang's business also does loss-making business. Isn't this a dead end? Liu Siki sighed softly. Because we have Yeshuan's support. Except for 1 or 2 new energy businesses that are slightly profitable, the rest of Tang's are losing money. But they rely on Yeshuan's shares to survive. Our cooperation with Tang is purely losing money. Yi Mingxian slammed the materials on the table, stood up, and said resolutely, we can't go on like this. This bottomless investment must be stopped. There is no need to continue the loss-making business. We must immediately cancel all business with Tang. Liu Siki was slightly startled and said hesitantly, wouldn't it be too radical to do this? After all, Tang is also our long-term partner. Yi Mingxian folded his hands in front of his chest, his eyes firm. We can't hesitate because of the past relationship. If Tang can't reform itself, we don't have to keep paying for their mistakes. It's better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. We must act decisively. Immediately stopping all cooperation will also make some of the funds invested by Yishuan go down the drain. Liu Siki looked at Yimingxuan's resolute expression and nodded. Okay, Mr. Yi. Then we'll do as you say. Tang Group. What? Just now, the assistant rushed into the office, looking flustered and panting, reporting, Mr. Tang, it's bad, Yishuan shares have cancelled all cooperation with Tang. When Tang Yuyu heard this, she was struck by lightning and froze in place. Her face was full of shock, her eyes were wide open, and her cherry mouth opened into an O shape. After a while, Tang Yuyu's body began to tremble slightly, and the fear surged into her heart like a tide. She asked in a trembling voice, when did this happen? The assistant wiped the sweat from her forehead. Today. Tang Yuyu recalled that she had just signed a divorce agreement with Yi Mingxian today, and couldn't help thinking, could it be that Yi Mingxian was in charge? But then she shook her head and denied herself, impossible, Yi Mingxian doesn't have this ability. Tang Yuyu took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Start public relations immediately and strive for the understanding of Yishuan shares. I plan to go to Yishuan shares to talk in person. Just as Tang Yuyu was about to go out, several shareholders came to her door aggressively. The leading shareholder glared at Tang Yuyu and pointed at Tang Yuyu and asked loudly, why did Yishuan suddenly cancel the cooperation? What did you do? Another shareholder was also furious and said bluntly, you are so young, what do you know? How did you handle such a big thing? Before Tang Yuyu could speak, the third shareholder was even more sarcastic. Humph, you shouldn't have let an inexperienced girl like you be their vice president. You can't handle the relationship with a big company at all. Tang Yuyu suppressed the anger in her heart and tried to keep her voice calm. Dear shareholders, don't get excited first. I will find a way to solve this matter. But the shareholders didn't buy it at all and still refused to give in. The leading shareholder said again, think of a solution? What solution can you provide? Can you afford the loss this time? Another shareholder also echoed, that's right, you are too comfortable in your position as vice president, and you have messed up the company like this. Tang Yuyu was surrounded by them, with beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. Hands clenched into fists, but she was helpless and fell into an extreme dilemma. Chapter 8 Personal Relationship. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this group of shareholders rushed up as soon as Yishuan stopped cooperating with Tang Group. It means that they have been waiting for Tang Yuyu to make a mistake. The purpose is to force the emperor to abdicate. It makes sense. Tang Group was supported by Tang Hu, the master of the Tang family, and several brothers. Now, an inexperienced girl is riding on the heads of these business foxes. Who will accept this? Seeing that Tang Yuyu had nothing to say, the middle-aged man in the lead raised his chin slightly. Tang Yuyu, if you can't handle the business of Yishuan shares well, we will join other shareholders to remove you from the position of vice president. The words were like a sharp sword, piercing Tang Yuyu's heart. Another shareholder also quickly echoed. That's right, Vice President Tang, you have to think about it carefully. The interests of the company cannot be lost. If you are not competent. Humph, we can only look for someone else. The shareholders' words were full of dissatisfaction with Tang Yuyu, and then they left. Tang Yuyu was the only one left in the office. She slumped on the sofa weakly, her eyes empty, her thoughts like a mess. Her fingers unconsciously entangled her hair, trembling slightly. Anxiety and uneasiness surged like a tide, almost unable to breathe. What should I do? Tang Yuyu shouted desperately in her heart. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. Yi Mingxian. Maybe he can help her talk to Liu Siki. But as soon as this idea appeared, she was quickly rejected. No, I can't go to him. I have already humbled myself, not to mention that we have divorced. He hates me so much, how can he be willing to help me? Just then, Yuan Dao came over. Yuyu, don't worry too much. I know Liu Siki, I should be able to talk to her. Tang Yuyu raised her head, a hint of surprise and hope flashed in her eyes. You know. Tang Yuyu was curious and confused. After all, a top figure like Liu Siki didn't even have much chance. After all, how could Yuan Dao, who was blank, have a personal relationship with her? I had dinner with Liu Siki before. I believe she should still remember me. Yuan Dao had pursued a rich girl before, and this rich girl's family had business connections with Yishuan Group. So Yuan Dao and Liu Siki met because of the rich girl. The reason why he was sure that Liu Siki still had an impression of him was because Yuan Dao had planned to pursue Liu Siki before. It was a pity that Liu Siki was too high level. Playing with him was like playing with a clown, and it ended in nothing. At this time, let alone extending an olive branch, even if it was just a straw, Tang Yuyu would be doubly grateful. Really? Really? That's great. Tang Yuyu seemed to have grasped hope. Then let's go find her. Yuan Dao looked at Tang Yuyu with a worried look on his face. Yuyu, don't worry, let's go buy some gifts for Liu Siki first. With gifts, things will be easier. Tang Yuyu thought about it and felt that what Yuan Dao said made sense, with a hint of helplessness in her voice. It can only be like this. The two came to the most expensive shopping mall in the city, where the lights were bright and the atmosphere of luxury was overwhelming. Yuan Dao took Tang Yuyu straight to an internationally renowned cosmetics counter. The teller greeted them enthusiastically. Yuan Dao was a frequent visitor here, often bringing different rich girls to buy things in order to get some kickbacks. So the teller desperately introduced various high-end products. Tang Yuyu looked at those expensive cosmetics and her heart tightened slightly. But when she thought about getting Liu Siki, keeping the company's business and her position, she gritted her teeth and felt that it was worth it. Finally, the two of them chose a set of the most exquisite cosmetics, which cost more than 100,000 yuan. After buying cosmetics, Tang Yuyu was about to leave, but Yuan Dao stopped her. Yuyu, I have to dress up and change clothes. It will be more face-saving to meet Liu Siki this way. Although Tang Yuyu was a little reluctant, she could only obey him at this time. Yuan Dao picked out a few sets of expensive clothes that he usually couldn't afford to buy. After putting them on, he looked brand new. Tang Yuyu looked at Yuan Dao and secretly sighed at the power of money. Looking at Yuan Dao with a delicate face, he even blamed himself for his doubts just now. Yuan Dao bought clothes for his business, so it was reasonable for him to spend money on it. I'm still reluctant, Tang Yuyu, you are really not a human being. After everything was ready, the two came to Yeshuan Company, Limited. The luxurious building exuded a majestic atmosphere, and Tang Yuyu felt uneasy. Walking to the front desk, the receptionist said politely and indifferently, "Sorry, I can't see Mr. Liu without an appointment." Tang Yuyu's heart sank instantly, and she looked at Yuan Dao anxiously. Yuan Dao pretended to be calm. "Yuyu, don't panic, I'll make a call." Yuan Dao took out his mobile phone and stood there and made one call after another. However, after several calls, they were still standing at the door. Tang Yuyu's anxiety became more and more intense. Looking at Yuan Dao's embarrassing state, she doubted whether Yuan Dao had the ability to do it. Just then, Yi Mingxian walked into the company. Tang Yuyu's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. She left Yuan Dao without hesitation and ran quickly towards Yi Mingxian. "Mingxian." Tang Yuyu's voice was full of eagerness and expectation. Yi Mingxian was slightly stunned, looking at Tang Yuyu's anxious look. A feeling of annoyance surged in his heart. Tang Yuyu tightly grasped Yi Mingxian's arm. Like a drowning man grabbing the last floating wood. "Mingxian, help me, I really don't know what to do now." Tears flashed in Tang Yuyu's eyes. "Miss Tang, this is a public place." Yi Mingxian pulled his arm away. "You should find the police uncle if you encounter difficulties." After that, Yi Mingxian was ready to leave. Tang Yuyu stopped in front. "Mingxian, I know you have a very good relationship with Mr. Liu. Now Yeshuan Shares has cancelled all cooperation with us, which is too fatal for me. For the sake of the past, can you help introduce me to Mr. Liu?" Tang Yuyu cast a pleading look. Yi Mingxian looked at Tang Yuyu, and then looked at Yuan Dao who was on the phone not far away. Yuan Dao and Mr. Liu have met before and have some personal relationship. Tang Yuyu was extremely sensitive at this time, and he noticed that Yi Mingxian looked at Yuan Dao. "But we didn't make an appointment with General Manager Liu before we came, so we can't go in now." "If you don't have an appointment, can't you just make another appointment? General Manager Liu is usually very busy. If you make an appointment now, you can't see her until 3 days later. Then come back in 3 days." Yi Mingxian left after saying that. "Yi Mingxian, do you have to be so heartless?" Tang Yuyu roared regardless of her image. Yi Mingxian turned around slightly. "Yes, I am so heartless. Besides, I have no obligation to help you." Chapter 9. The mall is like a battlefield. Yi Mingxian walked into the president's office and saw Liu Siki waiting there. The two looked at each other and greeted each other briefly. Liu Siki stood up gracefully and handed Yi Mingxian a business report of Yeshuan shares. Mr. Yi, this is the latest business report of Yeshuan shares. We are currently involved in a wide range of business areas, and the new energy vehicle battery research and development cooperation we are promoting has unlimited prospects. Yi Mingxian took the report, flipped through a few pages at random, and frowned slightly. I have already arranged it here. Mr. Yi will meet with Mr. Zhang of Nord Times tomorrow. Let me meet with the largest battery supplier in China tomorrow. Yi Mingxian shook his head. I am really not familiar with these businesses, and I am afraid I can't talk about anything. You should go and talk. I want to go to the grassroots department to exercise. Liu Siki widened her eyes and quickly refused. Boss Yi, this won't do. It's not appropriate for the president to go to the grassroots level, it will cause unnecessary trouble. Yi Mingxian folded his hands in front of his chest and looked at Liu Siki firmly. How can you really understand the business without going to the grassroots level? I can't always sit on this high building and be a leader who talks on paper, right? But. There is no but, only when I understand the laws of the market myself can I talk to others. When Yi Mingxian talked about business, he exuded a kind of brilliance. Like confidence from the inside out. It's like a gentle but firm lighthouse on the sea. Siki, you have to understand that only by deeply understanding the operation of the grassroots can I make more wise decisions. Besides, I also want to experience the working status of ordinary employees and feel their hard work and dedication. Liu Siki smiled and nodded. Okay, Boss Yi, since you insist so much, I can't stop you. But you must pay attention to safety and contact me at any time if you have any questions. Due to Yi Mingxuan's special identity, other people don't know Yi Mingxuan's true identity. After a while, Yi Mingxian came to the marketing department to join the company. As soon as he entered the office, his colleagues came to greet him. After everyone introduced themselves briefly, they went about their business. After Yi Mingxian cleaned up his workstation, Huang Kai came over after finishing his work. Yi Mingxian, you are so handsome. You can be a gigolo with your looks. Why do you have to work so hard? The colleagues who were working near the workstations all smiled indifferently. Huang Kai has been in the marketing department for 4 years. Although his business is not outstanding, he is indeed an old hand. He is a very friendly person and has a good relationship with all his colleagues. Other colleagues are used to Huang Kai's teasing. Yi Mingxian also smiled indifferently. I also want to be a gigolo, but my skin is too dark. Everyone laughed. Yi Mingxuan's appearance is masculine, and he is not a gigolo by literal meaning. Just as everyone was laughing and talking, Li Yang, the marketing manager, clapped his hands and signaled everyone to start the meeting. Everyone put away their frivolous smiles and walked into the meeting room. In the spacious and bright meeting room, the atmosphere was solemn and depressing. Li Yang stood in front of the big screen with a serious look, and gently tapped the laser pen in his hand to open a carefully prepared PPT. Dear colleagues, please look. In the past 2 months, the company's business indicators have declined significantly. Li Yang's voice was steady and powerful, and he pointed at a set of numbers on the screen with a laser pen. Last month's total business volume dropped by 15% compared with the month before last, and the profit dropped by 20%. This number is a crisis we cannot ignore. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the numbers on the screen, and a sense of uneasiness surged in their hearts. Li Yang continued, look at your personal business volume again. Huang Kai, Wang Yu, Zhang Chen, your business volume is seriously below standard. If you fail to meet the standard again this month, it will directly affect everyone's bonus. Huang Kai and others who were named showed bitterness on their faces. Huang Kai lowered his head slightly, and his heart was full of anxiety. Wang Yu bit her lips gently, her eyes revealing worry. Zhang Chen sighed helplessly. This year's market environment is not good, the competition is too fierce, and the colleagues are not lazy. The colleagues are too aggressive, and they start a price war right away. Who can stand it? But the leader doesn't care about these, only the final result. Li Yang opened another PPT, which showed a long list of customers. We must take action. Everyone, claim this list of customers. We must get it this month. Everyone immediately became nervous and stared at the list of customers on the screen. Some people began to whisper, while others were ready to grab good customers. Li Yang gave an order, start claiming. The conference room became lively in an instant, and everyone was busy scrambling for customers. I want this customer, this has always been my follow-up target. Give me that customer, I am confident that I can get it. Fearing that good customers would be snatched away by others, everyone tried their best. After a while, most of the customers were claimed, and only Ponzi Energy was left unclaimed. Yi Mingxian was about to ask Ponzi Energy to give it to him, but Huang Kai pulled his sleeve and whispered, "Don't be impulsive. Ponzi Energy is the most difficult customer to deal with. Their requirements are extremely high. We have tried many times before but failed." Yi Mingxian was slightly stunned. Looking at the name of Ponzi Energy on the screen, a desire for challenge surged in his heart. He gently patted Huang Kai's hand, signaling him to rest assured. Then, Yi Mingxian raised his head. "This Ponzi Energy, let me try." Everyone looked at him in unison. There was surprise, doubt, and a hint of admiration. More eyes were mixed with ridicule, as if everyone had seen Yi Mingxian's results. "If I remember correctly, the Human Resources Department took you to the Sales Department." Li Yang put his hands on his waist. He always felt that the young man in front of him had an indescribable spirit. But feelings are feelings, and reality still needs to be considered. As a newcomer, you can learn from your old colleagues first. This Ponzi Energy. Li Yang sneered. "You can't handle it." After that, Li Yang turned the laser pen and prepared to continue explaining to everyone. "Mr. Li." Yi Mingxuan's words echoed in the conference room. "Although I am a newcomer, sales are more about skills. I don't think my new identity will hinder my work. On the contrary, I think some new ideas of newcomers may be a breakthrough for some difficult customers." As soon as Yi Mingxian finished speaking, two colleagues covered their mouths and laughed. "This new colleague is really looking for shit in the pit die. Mr. Li has given him a way out, but he still faces the challenge." Li Yang turned slowly. "The mall is like a battlefield." Chapter 10. The young man is quite knowledgeable. "No jokes in the army." Yi Mingxian said the second half of the sentence. Huang Kai next to him secretly gave him a thumbs up. "Awesome." In the meeting room, Li Yang nodded slightly, his eyes fell on Yi Mingxian. "Okay, then let Yi Mingxian be responsible for dealing with Mr. Pang of Ponzi Energy." As soon as this was said, several colleagues showed a mocking expression on their faces, with disdain in their eyes, as if saying that this new guy would definitely not be able to handle it. Some people shook their heads slightly, and some people raised their mouths slightly, with a hint of gloating. After the meeting, colleagues entered Li Yang's office one by one according to the list to collect resources. Outside the office, everyone whispered to each other, discussing their respective customers and possible resources. Yi Mingxian stood quietly aside, with both anticipation for the challenge of Ponzi Energy and a hint of nervousness in his heart. Finally, it was Yi Mingxuan's turn to go in. Li Yang sat behind his desk, looking at Yi Mingxian, and said slowly, "Yi Mingxian, if you regret it now, you can stop following this client. After all, Ponzi Energy is really hard to deal with." While speaking, Li Yang's eyes were fixed on Yi Mingxian, observing his reaction. Yi Mingxian straightened his back with a firm look. "No, Mr. Li, I won't regret it. I am determined to take down Ponzi Energy as a client." Li Yang was slightly stunned, and then smiled. He picked up a piece of paper from the table and handed it to Yi Mingxian. "This is the resource the company gave you." Yi Mingxian reached out to take the note, and when he saw that there was only a mobile phone number on it, he couldn't help but feel surprised, and his eyes showed disappointment. He originally thought there would be a lot of information, connections, or other powerful resources. Who knew there was only a simple mobile phone number? Yi Mingxuan's fingers gently stroked the note, but soon, he adjusted his state and looked up at Li Yang. "Thank you, Mr. Li. I will try my best." After saying that, he turned and left the office. Li Yang looked at Yi Mingxuan's back as he left, and he developed a good impression of the young man in front of him. Perhaps, Yi Mingxian might really be able to bring everyone a surprise. Yi Mingxian returned to his seat in the marketing department, and before he had time to sit down, Huang Kai hurried over. "Are you stupid? Why do you have to pick the hardest bone to chew when you can pick any customer? Ponzi Energy is notoriously difficult to deal with. 3 colleagues have already suffered from them. Aren't you asking for trouble?" Yi Mingxian looked at Huang Kai's worried look and smiled slightly. There is progress only when there are challenges. If you always choose easy customers, how can you improve your ability? Huang Kai listened to Yi Mingxuan's words, shook his head helplessly, and sighed, "You are too young and energetic. Ponzi Group is not as simple as you think. Although their business scale is not large, they are all in the high-tech field and have extremely high requirements for partners. The difficulty of sales breakthrough is not ordinary. Yi Mingxian listened to Wang Kai's words, and his heart attached more importance to Ponzi Energy as a customer. It seems that this challenge is indeed not small. Because Liu Siki had given materials before, Yi Mingxian had a general understanding of the company's business. He turned on the computer and began to search for relevant materials of Ponzi Energy. As the search deepened, Yi Mingxian felt that Ponzi Group was not simple. They have strong technical strength and their products have unique competitiveness in the market. However, it is precisely because of this that they are extremely strict in selecting partners, which greatly increases the difficulty of sales breakthrough. Yi Mingxian searched for a long time, but did not find any particularly useful materials. A trace of disappointment surged in his heart, and a little confusion was revealed in his eyes. Yi Mingxian leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes slightly, and thought about what to do next. Just then, Yi Mingxian suddenly remembered the resource given by Mr. Li, the mobile phone number. He sat up straight, picked up his mobile phone, and searched for the WeChat account first. When he saw the capable middle-aged man fishing by the lake on the WeChat avatar, Yi Mingxian's eyes lit up instantly. As if he saw a glimmer of hope, the confidence in his heart was rekindled. Yi Mingxian carefully looked at the avatar and began to think about the direction of public relations in his mind. Imagine the personality, preferences, and needs of the middle-aged man. Fishing, this is a key clue. Perhaps this Mr. Pang likes tranquility and nature, so he can start from this aspect, find common topics with him, and narrow the distance between each other. The sales job position determines that the group here does not need to sit in the office, and the time is relatively free. Although Yi Mingxian does not fish, his father likes fishing very much, so he has a little understanding of it. Yi Mingxian first visited several forums that the fishermen often visited and locked onto several stores. Then, following the help given by the fisherman, he came to a store with the highest rating. Stepping into the store, he saw a bold boss wiping a fishing rod leisurely. Yi Mingxian walked up and said with a smile, "Boss, I want to buy a fishing rod." The boss looked up at Yi Mingxian and thought to himself, "This kid doesn't know the goods, so it's a good opportunity to cheat him." So, the boss put on a warm smile on his face and picked up a fishing rod. "Hey, young man, this fishing rod is a top-notch product. Look at the material and workmanship." Yi Mingxian took the fishing rod, looked at it carefully, and laughed in his heart. Although the surface of this fishing rod was painted with several layers of paint, it didn't feel textured when held in the hand. "Boss, this fishing rod is not as good as you say. I have done my homework." "Young man, you have done your homework before you come to me. It doesn't matter whether the fishing rod is good or not, what matters is whether you have the skills." Hearing someone refute him, the boss instantly became energetic. "I don't need skills, I bought it as a gift." "Give it as a gift. Then you have come to the right place." The boss stood up and pointed to the shelf behind him. "I'm not bragging, my family has the most complete fishing rods in the whole Shannan city. Even if you want to give it to the President of the United States, I can find the fishing rod you want." Yi Mingxian couldn't help but sneer, walked to the shelf next to him, and picked a fishing rod according to his father's preferences before. The boss's face changed slightly, and he smiled awkwardly. "Oh, young man, you are quite knowledgeable. But the price of this one is high." Yi Mingxian raised his eyebrows. "Boss, the price is negotiable, but you can't be too outrageous. 100,000, no bargaining. 10,000. Yi Mingxian came up with a broken bone. "Impossible, my purchase price is 30,000. Maybe it's been a long time since I saw such a bargaining customer." The boss was so excited that he exposed the price. Chapter 11: A New Look. After speaking, the boss covered his mouth in embarrassment. Yi Mingxian smiled. "How about this, I'll give you 50,000. If the person I give it to likes it, I'll get a fishing rod from you every month." The boss slapped his thigh regretfully. But he had already revealed the bottom price, and the price others offered was not low, so he had to nod. After Yi Mingxian got the fishing rod, his target was Ponzi Energy. Yi Mingxian carried the brand new fishing equipment, took a confident step, and swaggered towards Ponzi Energy Company. It looked as if he was not here to discuss business, but to go to a grand fishing event. As soon as he arrived at the company gate, 2 security guards immediately stepped forward to stop him. The security guards looked at the fishing equipment Yi Mingxian was carrying, their faces full of confusion. One of the security guards frowned and said, What are you doing? Why are you fishing during working hours in broad daylight? Even if you are fishing, you have come to the wrong place. Another security guard also echoed, That's right, this is not a place for fishing. Do you have an appointment? Yi Mingxian then realized that he was thinking about using fishing to get close to Mr. Pang, but he forgot about the appointment. He smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. I'm sorry, two big brothers. I'm just too anxious. The security guard shook his head helplessly. You can't enter without an appointment. If you want to enter, make an appointment today, and you can enter tomorrow. Yi Mingxian sighed in his heart, and couldn't help but think of Tang Yoyo's situation, and he couldn't help but sympathize with her in his heart. It seems that negotiating business is really not an easy thing. He had to go to the front desk to make an appointment. The administrative lady at the front desk saw Yi Mingxian and her eyes lit up. This young man was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. She smiled and asked, Sir, how can I help you? After Yi Mingxian explained his purpose, the administrative lady quickly handled the appointment procedures for him. During the period, she also secretly wrote down Yi Mingxian's mobile phone number, thinking that such a handsome man should not be missed. After completing the appointment, Yi Mingxian left Ponzi Energy and stood on the roadside to take a taxi. At this time, a man wearing sunglasses and casual clothes also came out carrying fishing equipment. The two of them looked at each other's equipment at the same time. Yi Mingxian looked at the other party curiously, and saw that the man's fishing equipment looked very professional, with all kinds of accessories. The man also looked at Yi Mingxian, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The two looked at each other for a moment, and suddenly laughed at the same time. The man took the lead in breaking the silence, patted Yi Mingxian on the shoulder, and said in a friendly way, Hey, brother, where do you want to go fishing? Look at your equipment, it's quite professional. Yi Mingxian smiled and pointed to his fishing rod. I don't know either. This fishing rod is bought for. I can tell you're new to the industry. The middle-aged man interrupted Yi Mingxian and fiddled with Yi Mingxian's equipment. Why do you need to buy such a complete set of equipment? If you have the skills, you will definitely not return empty-handed. Then the man pushed his sunglasses and smiled mysteriously. Young man, I know a good place. I guarantee you will return with a full load. Yi Mingxian wanted to say that he bought it as a gift. But when he looked closely, he realized that this guy was Pang Tianliang, the president of Ponzi Energy. Yi Mingxian deliberately frowned, revealing a trace of distress. It's a pity that I like fishing, but I always can't catch it well. Pang Tianliang heard this, and a trace of interest flashed in his eyes. Fishing is a science. If you want to fish in the wild, you must first choose a good fishing spot. Find a place with relatively gentle water flow, deep water and obstacles, so that fish can hide easily. Yi Mingxian nodded quickly, pretending to listen carefully. Oh? What else? Pang Tianliang continued, bait is also very important. You should choose the right bait according to the target fish species. You can't generalize. And the amount of bait should also be controlled. Too much or too little is not good. Yi Mingxian was thoughtful. So that's it. It seems that I was too careless before. As he was talking, a luxury car drove up and the driver got out and opened the door respectfully. Pang Tianliang looked at Yi Mingxian. Let's go fishing together. Practice makes perfect. Yi Mingxian was happy in his heart, but he was a little hesitant on the surface. Is this too much of a bother? Pang Tianliang waved his hand. Don't bother me, let's go. When he came to the fishing place, Yi Mingxian was nervous and excited. He imitated Pang Tianliang and fiddled with the fishing gear carefully. Pang Tianliang gave him some pointers from time to time. Yi Mingxian accepted them humbly and adjusted them seriously. An afternoon passed quietly, and Yi Mingxian actually gained a lot. Pang Tianliang smiled and praised, Not bad, you have a good foundation. It seems that you have a talent for fishing. Yi Mingxian smiled embarrassedly. You taught me well. When they parted, the two exchanged phone numbers. Yi Mingxian looked at Pang Tianliang's back as he left, his heart full of joy. After returning to the company, he immediately began to organize the information, planning to formally visit Pang Tianliang tomorrow to deepen their impressions of each other. He knew that this was a rare opportunity. By accident, he actually became Pang Tianliang's friend. Pang Tianliang likes fishing and motorcycles. If you can't buy a motorcycle now, then buy some equipment. Helmet and glasses, he will definitely like it. Yi Mingxian was thinking in his mind, imagining the scene when he saw Pang Qianliang again. Yi Mingxian sat in front of the computer with full concentration, his fingers dancing on the keyboard like flying, his eyes fixed on the screen, searching for fishing techniques and various cool motorcycle-related equipment. Time passed quietly in his business, colleagues left work one after another, and the office gradually became quiet. At this time, Liu Siki walked into the office lightly. She saw Yi Mingxian, who was still busy, at a glance, and curiously approached him. Her eyes fell on his computer screen. Seeing the search records, Liu Siki raised her eyebrows. "What are you studying?" "Fishing and motorcycles." Yi Mingxian stopped his movements, leaned back in his chair, and showed an excited smile on his face. "Siki, you don't know, I'm lucky recently. I met Pang Qianliang from the Ponzi group." As he spoke, he gestured with his hands to the scene at that time. Liu Siki shook her head, revealing a trace of wisdom in her eyes. "This is not good luck, it's because you are prepared." Yi Mingxian was stunned. "Maybe." He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the bustling city scenery outside the window. Liu Siki walked to his side, holding her hands on her chest. "Opportunities always come to those who are prepared. But I am more curious, why did you buy fishing gear to find Pang Qianliang?" "Because his WeChat profile picture is fishing." Then Yi Mingxian showed Liu Siki Pang Qianliang's WeChat profile picture. Liu Siki saw it, but she looked at Yi Mingxian in a new light. Chapter 12. Enough. Liu Siki gently pulled Yi Mingxian's sleeve. "My Mr. Yi, hurry up and get off work. You've been busy here for a long time." After a few days of getting along, Liu Siki became a little bolder. But the main reason is that Yi Mingxian is too easy to talk to. Since he doesn't consider himself a boss, then I won't consider myself a secretary. We are cohabiting, life partners. When Liu Siki thought of this, her porcelain white cheeks flushed. Yi Mingxian shook his head. "No, I still have to collect some information. This Yi Mingxian is really a straight man." Liu Siki frowned, put her hands on her waist, pretended to be a leader, and said seriously, "It's time to get off work now." "I ask you to get off work as a leader." Yi Mingxian sighed helplessly, put down the mouse in his hand, and leaned back in his chair. "Okay, listen to you." As he said, he began to organize the documents on the table. Liu Siki looked at Yi Mingxian's actions and planned to give him some guidance. Distance creates beauty. Don't visit Pang Qianliang tomorrow. If you visit too hastily, it will create a very deliberate feeling. Pang Qianliang is cautious in doing things. You have already made a good start. If you visit too hastily, he will lose his favor. Yi Mingxian stopped what he was doing and pondered for a moment. "You are right. I am indeed a little impatient." He stood up and picked up his coat. "Let's get off work." The two walked out of the company together and merged into the bustling crowd. On the other side, Tang Yuyu dragged her tired body back to the company. Her face was pale, and her eyes revealed deep fatigue. Like a small boat drifting in a storm, it could be swallowed by the surging waves at any time. When she walked to the door of her office, she found several suppliers blocking it. The assistant hurriedly stepped forward to explain that these suppliers broke in. When the suppliers saw Tang Yuyu, they immediately surrounded her. A supplier asked loudly, "Mr. Tang, when can we get paid for our materials? We have been waiting for a long time." Another supplier followed up and said, "Mr. Tang, when will your company start production? Our goods are all piled up in the warehouse." Another supplier urged, "Mr. Tang, please order quickly, our production line can't be stopped all the time." The suppliers talked a lot, and Tang Yuyu felt annoyed, but she still tried to stay calm. "Everyone, I understand your feelings. But the company is indeed facing some difficulties and is a little tight on funds. But please rest assured, I will solve these problems as soon as possible and fulfill our contract." The suppliers did not buy it, and said one after another, "Mr. Tang, you can't keep dragging it on like this. We also have to survive. If you can't fulfill the contract, we will sue you." Tang Yoyo's face became paler. She knew that if the suppliers really sued her, the company would face a greater crisis. She gritted her teeth and said, "I will find a way to solve it as soon as possible. Please give me some more time." After Tang Yuyu had worked hard to deal with those aggressive suppliers, she fell exhausted on the huge chair. Her thoughts were intertwined like a tangled mess. Thinking back to what happened in the past few days, she always felt something was wrong. First, she went out to drink with Yuan Dao, and then Yi Mingxian wanted to divorce her like crazy. Then, as if the gears of fate began to get out of control, the largest partner Yeshuan shares actually cancelled the cooperation with her. Then, suppliers came like a tide, and their voices of urging for payment and the words of urging for the deadline kept echoing in her ears. Tang Yuyu suddenly sat up. She felt that the things that happened later seemed to be inevitably related to the divorce. Tang Yuyu looked up and planned to find Yuan Dao to analyze it, but found that Yuan Dao had disappeared. Tang Yuyu felt a sense of resentment in her heart, but she was really powerless to find him, so she could only sigh helplessly. Let him go. At this moment, the door of the office slowly opened, and Tang Hu walked in with his secretary. Tang Yuyu saw her father and immediately stood up to greet him. She showed a hint of surprise on her face. After all, her father had been living abroad, and his appearance at this moment surprised her a little. Tang Hu's face was gloomy, and he didn't look good to Tang Yuyu. He stood there, with his hands behind his back, his eyes full of reproach. Dad, why are you returning home now? Tang Hu snorted coldly. If I don't return home, the company will be gone. I went abroad to live in order to reform and transform the company and not hinder you from doing your best. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen. He stared at Tang Yuyu, as if he wanted to see the answer from her face. Tang Yuyu lowered her head, not daring to look directly into her father's eyes. Tang Hu paced back and forth, his footsteps were heavy, and every step seemed to be stepping on Tang Yuyu's heart. Tell me, what's going on? Why did Yeshuan Shares cancel its cooperation with us? Tang Hu's voice was stern and anxious. Tang Yuyu bit her lip. Dad, I don't know why this happened. Everything happened so suddenly. Tang Hu stopped and looked at Tang Yuyu. What can I say about you? Such a big company, why can't you run it well? Tang Yuyu listened to her father's reproach silently, her heart full of self-blame. But after thinking about it, she didn't know what she had done wrong. Before the reproach just now dissipated, Tang Hu suddenly changed the subject. Yuyu, I will never allow you to contact Yuan Dao again. Tang Yuyu was surprised, her beautiful eyes widened. Dad, why? Tang Hu frowned, his eyes revealing his dissatisfaction with Yuan Dao. Yuan Dao is just a playboy, only good at sweet talk. When you were dating him, I saw that he was useless. Tang Yuyu lowered her head slightly, twisting the corners of her clothes with her hands. Dad, Yuan Dao is not useless. Maybe he just hasn't found his direction yet. Enough. Tang Hu waved his hand violently. HMPH. You are still speaking for him. What can he bring you? Only trouble. Tang Hu's chest was heaving violently, and he was obviously very angry. Tang Yuyu looked at his angry father, and his heart was in a panic. Yuyu, those who want to achieve great things must not be delayed by love, not to mention that you are still a girl. Tang Yuyu heard it and took 2 steps back in surprise. Just because she is a girl, the company is still dissatisfied with her promotion. If you ask me, you might as well live a good life with Yi Mingxian. Dad, I don't love Yi Mingxian, and he has already. No matter you love him or not. Anyway. If you have any contact with Yuan Dao again, I will revoke your position as vice president. Chapter 13. You followed me. Tang Hu put his hands behind his back and looked at Tang Yuyu with a serious expression. I will take charge of the company's affairs in the next 2 days. You only need to deal with the relationship with Yeshuan Group. Tang Yuyu was surprised when she heard this. She opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. Yuyu, I am under great pressure now about Yeshuan Shares. I only have you as my daughter, but the seemingly calm business world is actually undercurrent. You have to admit that being a daughter has disadvantages. Although Tang Hu is the chairman of Tang Group, he can't always suppress other shareholders. Otherwise, Tang Group will fall apart at any time. The best way at present is to deal with Tang Yuyu coldly first and let her deal with the matter of Yeshuan Shares, so as to shut up those shareholders. Tang Yuyu nodded calmly. She knew that her father had made up his mind at this moment, and it would be useless for her to say more. But there was a hint of loss in her eyes, as if she was helpless and unwilling after being deprived of power. Tang Hu glanced at Tang Yuyu, sighed, and turned away with his secretary. The office suddenly became empty, and Tang Yuyu stood there alone, feeling confused. She didn't know what to do next. The company's predicament, her father's decision, everything made her feel heavy pressure. Tang Yuyu suddenly looked up, and the figure of Yi Mingxian appeared in her mind. For some reason, she always felt that Yi Mingxian and Liu Siki were not in a simple relationship. Once this idea appeared, it grew wildly in her heart like weeds. She began to wonder if she was cuckolded. Maybe Yuan Dao was just a victim. And Yi Mingxian had long wanted to take advantage of this to divorce her. Tang Yoyo's anger gradually burned in her heart, and she decided to find Yi Mingxian to ask clearly. Out of the company, Tang Yoyo drove straight to Yeshuan Shares. Coincidentally, Tang Yoyo just arrived at Yeshuan Shares, and her eyes were instantly attracted by two people. Yi Mingxian and Liu Siki walked out talking and laughing, behaving intimately, like a couple in love. Tang Yoyo stared at them intently, and the anger in her heart instantly burned to the extreme. Her hands tightly grasped the steering wheel, her nails deeply dug into her palms, but she didn't feel any pain at all. Okay, Yi Mingxian. You are having an affair outside. Tang Yoyo loosened her seat belt and prepared to catch the adulterer. However, just as she was about to step out of the car, she suddenly stopped. If you impulsively go up to question them, you may not get the answer you want. Why not follow them to find out? After the two left, Tang Yoyo started the car and followed carefully behind. Finally, Tang Yoyo saw the two enter a villa by the river. Are you living together? Tang Yoyo looked at the villa by the river, and the anger in her heart was burning. She got out of the car angrily and wanted to rush in to find Yi Mingxian and Liu Siki to ask them clearly. However, when she approached the villa, she found that the surrounding security was extremely strict and she couldn't get close at all. She tried several times unwillingly, but was stopped by the security personnel. Finally, Tang Yoyo had to kick the wheel angrily. The pain from her feet made her feel extremely embarrassed instantly. The next morning, the sun shone through the window on Yi Mingxian's workstation. Yi Mingxian drank the coffee prepared by Liu Siki, and looked at the materials of Ponzi Energy attentively at his workstation. At this time, the front desk called. Mr. Yi, there is a Ms. Tang waiting for you downstairs. Yi Mingxian frowned when he heard it, and a sense of disgust surged in his heart. Don't see you. The voice of the front desk was a little embarrassed. If you don't see you, this Ms. Tang said she has been waiting, and she claims to be your wife. What a dog skin plaster. Yi Mingxian rubbed his eyebrows, full of annoyance. Soon, Yi Mingxian came downstairs. Tang Yoyo was standing at the front desk. Seeing Yi Mingxian, Tang Yoyo had a smile on her face. Yi Mingxian, you look good these 2 days. Yi Mingxian responded coldly, what do you want to talk to me about? Tang Yoyo's mouth corners slightly raised. Private and official, which one do you want to hear first? Yi Mingxian was impatient. Speak quickly if you have something to say. Tang Yoyo raised her voice. Private is that I want to remarry you. Her voice was loud, attracting the attention of colleagues around her. Yi Mingxian glanced at the colleagues around him, took Tang Yoyo's arm, and took her to a coffee shop not far away. As soon as he entered the coffee shop, Yi Mingxian let go of Tang Yoyo's arm. Yi Mingxian, let's remarry. I know I did a lot of wrong things before, but now I know I'm wrong, we can start over. Yi Mingxian sneered, as if he was looking at a fool. Do you think marriage is a joke? You can divorce and get back together as you wish. Okay. Yi Mingxian, I will put aside the fact that you cheated on me for now. Yi Mingxian was furious when he heard this. Before he could speak, Tang Yoyo continued, then let's talk about business first. Yi Mingxian, I ask you to help me meet Liu Siki. Her tone was tough and could not be refused. Yi Mingxian frowned and refused decisively. Impossible, I won't help you. Tang Yoyo's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sneer. Yi Mingxian, I'm not here to beg you, but to inform you. Crazy. Yi Mingxian felt that Tang Yoyo was unreasonable, and stood up angrily, ready to leave. Tang Yoyo said calmly, if Yi Mingxian you don't want to, I will tell you about your cohabitation with Liu Siki. Her words were like a bombshell, which stopped Yi Mingxian's figure who had already left instantly. He looked back at Tang Yoyo in surprise, his eyes full of shock. Yi Mingxian asked angrily. You followed me. Tang Yoyo's eyes flashed with a trace of panic, but soon regained her composure. I just bumped into you by accident. Then Tang Yoyo thought of the frustration last night and became excited. Yi Mingxian, when did you hook up with Liu Siki? You hypocrite, you have a woman outside, and you put the blame on me. Yi Mingxian's face was gloomy. I have divorced you, and it has nothing to do with you which woman I live with. Tang Yoyo was even more angry after hearing this. Yi Mingxian, don't think you can do whatever you want after the divorce. If you don't help me, I will announce this matter in Yeshuan Shares. This is no longer a negotiation, but a threat. Yi Mingxian glared at Tang Yuyu, his fists clenched tightly. Tang Yuyu, don't go too far. Tang Yuyu was not afraid at all. She straightened her chest and looked at Yi Mingxian. You are the one who went too far, Yi Mingxian. You betrayed our marriage and now you are not willing to help me. Chapter 14 3 billion. You? Yi Mingxian was about to scold Tang Yuyu. But he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. Although he had been a househusband for the past 2 years, he still had some understanding of the assets of the Tang Group. Although the old sunset industries of the Tang Group are on the verge of elimination, the area of the industrial park is indeed huge. If it can be utilized, it will definitely create huge value. Thinking of this, Yi Mingxian decided to seize this opportunity and slowly embezzle Tang Yuyu's assets. You can ask me to help you, but... Yi Mingxian looked conflicted. But what? Seeing Yi Mingxian let go, Tang Yuyu anxiously grabbed his arm. But it has to be mortgaged with Tang Group's assets. When Tang Yuyu heard this, her expression suddenly changed. Yi Mingxian, you are asking for too much. I just wanted to help you, but you want to use your assets as collateral. Yi Mingxian was not moved at all, and said calmly, this is not a small favor. I just arrived at Yeshuan shares and have no say. If there is nothing substantial, I have no way to make an appointment with Liu Siki. You have to know that Liu Siki is a key figure who can decide the fate of the Tang Group. Tang Yuyu bit her lip and fell into deep thought. Without Liu Siki's help, the Tang Group might fall into a greater crisis. But using assets as collateral is too risky. Yi Mingxian saw Tang Yuyu's hesitation and decided to add fuel to the fire. Time is running out, make a decision as soon as possible. If you miss this opportunity, don't come to me again. After saying that, Yi Mingxian pretended to leave. Tang Yuyu looked at Yi Mingxian's back, her heart tightened, she gritted her teeth and said, okay, I promise you. But I need time to sort out the relevant information. Yi Mingxian turned around and smiled with satisfaction. Okay, I'll give you some time, but I hope you don't make me wait too long. After saying that, he turned around and left gracefully. Tang Yuyu looked at Yi Mingxian's departing back, and had already greeted Yi Mingxian's entire family in her heart. But for the Tang Group, she had no choice. After returning to the company, Tang Yuyu began to organize the materials. Fortunately, Tang Group's industries are relatively single. The steel mills and textile industries, which were originally prosperous, suffered huge losses every year. These businesses were originally dependent on Yeshuan shares. Now that they are mortgaged to Yeshuan, they can be exchanged for continued cooperation and obtain a sum of money, which is not bad. After a busy period of intense work, the materials were finally sorted out. Tang Yuyu looked at the documents in his hand, feeling uneasy. Tang Yuyu fell on the president's chair, her eyebrows slightly frowned. Her fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a rhythmic sound, as if she was having a silent conversation with her inner entanglement. Although Tang Yuyu is love-brained, she is not stupid. The business of Tang Group slowly unfolded in her mind like a complex picture. Those old industries, like old men in their twilight years, are no longer glorious, but they still occupy large tracts of land resources. If we are not careful, these land resources will be lost to others. However, only by mortgaging these properties to Yeshuan shares can the group perhaps gain a glimmer of hope. However, when she thought that the person in charge of the company was her father Tang Hu, she felt endless anxiety in her heart. After all, this is a major decision, and it is still unknown whether her father is willing to give up his power and let her mortgage these properties. Will my father agree? If you don't agree, what should I do? But if there is no mortgage, how can the group get out of the predicament? Tang Yuyu's heart was like a tangled mess, she was tangled up in confusion. She sighed softly, her face full of worry. At this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open and a figure walked in swaggeringly. Tang Yuyu looked up and saw Yuan Dao with a playful smile on his face. That cynical look suddenly made her feel angry. Tang Yuyu frowned, with a hint of annoyance in her eyes. She looked at Yuan Dao without saying anything, just glanced at him coldly. Yuan Dao didn't care at all. He walked straight to the sofa, sat down, and poured himself a glass of water. Yuyu, have you seen Liu Siki? There was a faint smile on Yuan Dao's face and his tone was relaxed and casual. When Tang Yuyu heard this question, she became even more annoyed. She glared at Yuan Dao fiercely. I didn't see him. You disappeared for 2 days, and when you came back all you did was ask about Liu Siki. However, despite being angry, Yuan Dao was still her white moonlight after all. She bit her lip and suppressed her dissatisfaction. Yuan Dao didn't seem to notice Tang Yuyu's emotions and continued to drink water leisurely. Tang Yuyu looked at him, the anger in her heart rising. At this moment, Yuan Dao suddenly said, "I'm out on business. I already have a plan." When Tang Yuyu heard this, she was so shocked that she stood up instantly. "What method? Tell me now." Yuan Dao leaned on the sofa, crossed his legs, and drank a sip of water slowly. He deliberately paused for a moment, looking at Tang Yuyu's anxious expression, feeling secretly proud in his heart. Enjoying the pleasure of keeping the secret. Tang Yuyu stood there, anxiously waiting for Yuan Dao's next words, but Yuan Dao was reluctant to speak. She couldn't help but frowning, biting her lower lip lightly, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. "Yuan Dao, please tell me quickly." There was a hint of anger in Tang Yuyu's tone. Yuan Dao then slowly put down his cup and cleared his throat. "I met an angel investor abroad before. After I didn't see Liu Siki that day, I immediately went to discuss with that investor." When Tang Yuyu heard this, there was not much excitement on her face. Most investors only invest in emerging industries, while the industries in your hands are mostly old sunset industries, which may hardly catch the eyes of investors. Thinking of this, she shook her head slightly. "I'm afraid that's unlikely. Most of our industries are sunset industries. How can investors be interested in them?" Yuan Dao saw Tang Yuyu's doubts. "I went to negotiate as a representative of the Tang Group, and they have already agreed to invest. And this investment is 3 billion. When Tang Yuyu heard this, her eyes lit up instantly. The 3 billion cash investment is undoubtedly a timely help for the Tang Group. "Really? 3 billion? Tang Yuyu's voice was trembling a little. However, after the excitement, Tang Yuyu became more cautious. After all, Yuan Dao has always been unreliable in his work before. Tang Yuyu walked to the desk, placed his hands on the table, and leaned forward slightly. "Yuan Dao, don't mess it up again this time. This matter is very serious and there can be no mistakes." Yuan Dao stood up, walked to Tang Yuyu, patted her shoulder gently, enjoying the warmth from his fingertips, and comforted her. "Don't worry, this time it's absolutely reliable. I'll let you negotiate on your own. You can book a table at Genting Restaurant tonight to meet with the investor." Chapter 15, Alert. Although Tang Yuyu still had doubts in her heart, she had no choice but to give it a try. He didn't notice at all that Yuan Dao had taken advantage of him. Yi Mingxian returned to his workstation, still thinking about his next plan. At this time, Huang Kai came over with a sly look on his face, with an exaggerated expression on his face. "Hey, brother Xian, how's your visit going? If it doesn't work, let's just give up. You're a new employee, so it's reasonable that you can't handle those difficult customers." As he said this, he shrugged exaggeratedly. Ever since Yi Mingxian took over the client of Ponzi Energy, his colleagues have respectfully called him Brother Xian. After all, it's rare to find young people like him these days. Yi Mingxian shook his head, a faint smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. "It's going well. But how are you doing?" When Huang Kai heard this, he immediately became delighted. "Hey, I picked a great client. She's a super beautiful lady. If the business deal doesn't work out, it's not bad to have a girlfriend. Maybe we can even have a romantic office romance, har har." He folded his hands over his chest, his face full of longing and pride. It was as if I had already seen myself holding hands with the beautiful client. Yi Mingxian couldn't help laughing when he saw Huang Kai's funny appearance. "Then I wish you all the best." At this moment, Yi Mingxuan's cell phone suddenly rang. When he looked, he saw that it was Pang Qianliang calling. After pressing the answer button, Pang Qianliang's steady voice came from the other end of the phone. "Mingxian, are you okay now?" Yi Mingxian was stunned and replied, "Brother Pang, I'm fine." Because the two did not reveal their identities, Yi Mingxian still called Pang Qianliang Brother Pang. "That's great. How about I invite you to go fishing?" There was a hint of anticipation in Pang Qianliang's tone. Yi Mingxian thought about it for a moment, then agreed, "Okay, Brother Pang." After hanging up the phone, Yi Mingxian quickly packed up his fishing equipment and headed for Ponzi Energy. After a while, he arrived at Ponzi Energy, where Pang Qianliang had already been waiting. The two came to a quiet place together, which seemed like a paradise on earth. The lake water is crystal clear, like a huge mirror, reflecting the blue sky, white clouds and the lush trees around it. A breeze blew by, and ripples appeared on the surface of the lake, as smooth as silk. On the shore, colorful flowers are blooming, emitting bursts of charming fragrance. In the distance, the green mountains are rolling, contrasting with the blue sky and white clouds, forming a beautiful landscape painting. Yi Mingxian looked at the picturesque scenery and felt deeply moved. Pang Tianliang really knows how to enjoy life. Fishing in a place like this can make him feel relieved no matter how annoying the problem is. Pang Tianliang's eyes revealed his love for this beautiful scenery. Har har, life is like that, you should relax once in a while. This place is peaceful and beautiful, perfect for fishing. Yi Mingxian took out a brand new AGV motorcycle helmet from his backpack and handed it to Pang Tianliang. Pongo, this helmet is a gift for you, thank you for teaching me how to fish. Looking at the helmet, Yi Mingxian felt a pang of pain in his heart. This helmet cost him 20,000 yuan. Pang Tianliang took the helmet, looked at it carefully, and a look of fondness appeared in his eyes. But he immediately patted Yi Mingxian on the shoulder and said, "This gift is too expensive, I can't accept it." "Brother Pang, just accept it. I like motorcycles, too, and I want to ride motorcycles with you in the future." Oh. Upon hearing that Yi Mingxian actually had the same interests as him, Pang Tianliang thought for a while, and finally nodded and accepted the gift. "Okay, I'll take it. Let's ride motorcycles together when we have the chance next time." Pang Tianliang held the fishing rod in his hand, but his eyes seemed to be fixed on Yi Mingxian. He is an extremely cautious person. He has been in the business world for many years, met countless people of all kinds, and also encountered various approaches with ulterior motives. Memories flooded into my mind like a tide. There was once a businessman who spent all his time and money to get close to Pang Tianliang. That person carefully planned one seemingly accidental encounter after another, gave expensive gifts, and said all kinds of flattering words. However, Pang Tianliang saw through his purpose at a glance and decisively rejected all his advances. In Pang Tianliang's opinion, this approach with a strong purpose must have some ulterior motives behind it. Pang Tianliang tilted his head slightly and looked at Yi Mingxian with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. "Mingxian, do you have a job now? I see that you are smart and can get things done." His words seemed normal, revealing his intention to bring Yi Mingxian into his company. But in fact, he was also testing Yi Mingxian, wanting to see if Yi Mingxian had other purposes in approaching him. Yi Mingxian replied casually, "Brother Pang, I have now joined Yeshuan Shares and am currently in charge of marketing work." Pang Tianliang nodded, with a barely perceptible hint of caution on his face. "Oh, Yeshuan Shares, I also have business dealings with them." He paused, then continued, "Is there anything you need my help with at work? It seems like you are asking a question, but in fact you are asking for the answer with the question." Pang Tianliang knew in his heart that as long as Yi Mingxian dared to speak, their friendship would most likely end there. When Pang Tianliang said this, his eyes were fixed on Yi Mingxian, and he was observing his every subtle movement in his mind. Yi Mingxian was just about to ask Pang Tianliang for help when he suddenly remembered what Liu Siki told him, "Distance creates beauty," and Pang Tianliang's extremely cautious words. He also noticed from the corner of his eye that Pang Tianliang was observing him vaguely, and his heart suddenly started. On the one hand, he really wanted to use Pang Tianliang's help to solve his own problems at work. On the other hand, he knew Pang Tianliang's character very well. If he spoke at this moment, all his efforts would probably be wasted. "Brother Pang, I don't know what you do. But thank you for your concern, brother. Everything is going well for me at Yeshuan Shares, and I don't need your help for now. Even if there is a need, I will do it through my own efforts." As Yi Mingxian spoke, he cast down the fishing line. Pang Tianliang narrowed his eyes and observed Yi Mingxian's expression carefully, as if judging whether his words were sincere. After a moment, he nodded, and the cautious look on his face eased a little. "Okay, let me know whenever I need help." "No, no, no." Yi Mingxian shook his head like a rattle. "Brother Pang, we are close friends regardless of age." Yi Mingxian put his hand on Pang Tianliang's shoulder. "Don't mix anything else in." Har har har. Pang Tianliang laughed with his head back, and completely let down his guard against Yi Mingxian. On the contrary, through this test, my impression of Yi Mingxian deepened a lot. Chapter 16 Light. But people in high positions like to teach others. Pang Tianliang, who had let down his guard, repeatedly asked Yi Mingxian to come to him if he encountered any trouble at work. Yi Mingxian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It is said that distance creates beauty. Now the customer is begging him to speak for him. If this happened to Wang Kai, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. As the sun sets, the sky is dyed a brilliant orange-red, like a beautiful painting. The lake water shimmered in the afterglow, flashing golden light. The breeze blows gently, bringing a hint of coolness, making people feel very comfortable. After Yi Mingxian and Pang Qianliang had been fishing for a while, their stomachs began to growl. Yi Mingxian suggested, "Brother Pang, why don't we build a fire and grill some fish?" Pang Qianliang looked at the two people's buckets and said with a smile, "You are just daydreaming. You only caught 2 small fish in the afternoon. What's wrong? Are you thinking about the big fish in Brother Pang's bucket?" The two looked at each other and smiled. After a while, a warm bonfire was lit by the lake. The two sat around the fire, grilling fish and admiring the beautiful environment. The scenery in the evening is breathtaking, with colorful clouds in the sky, as if it is a masterpiece painted by nature with the most gorgeous colors. The mountains in the distance are looming in the twilight, as if covered by a mysterious veil. The lake is quiet and deep, reflecting the beautiful scenery in the sky, making people feel as if they are in a dream. Pang Qianliang looked at the picturesque scenery and felt a lot of emotions in his heart. "Mingxian, you know what? When I first started, it was really difficult." Yi Mingxian asked curiously, "Brother Pang, although I don't know what you do, but you always have a kind of steadiness that makes me want to learn." Pang Qianliang fell into memories, with a hint of bitterness on his face. "At that time, I wanted to start a business, but I couldn't get a loan. I had no choice but to borrow from a loan shark. But the interest of the loan sharks was too high, and I couldn't pay it back at all. So, I did manual labor at night, and continued to start my business during the day, leading my friends forward." After hearing this, Yi Mingxian was filled with admiration. "Pango, what happened next?" Pang Qianliang smiled. "Later, we gritted our teeth and persevered. Although we suffered a lot, we also gained a lot of experience. Now think about it, those difficulties are precious wealth in life." Yi Mingxian sighed inwardly. No wonder Pang Qianliang was so cautious, it turned out he had suffered so much before. Pang Qianliang waved his hand and continued, "It's all in the past." "But..." Pang Qianliang turned his head and looked at Yi Mingxian with interest. "I haven't talked to anyone about these things in a long time." When Yi Mingxian heard this, his pupils dilated. He knew the meaning of this sentence, which meant that Pang Qianliang had already regarded him as his own. Yi Mingxian felt warm in his heart, and quickly said, "Brother Pang, it is my honor to be your friend." Then Yi Mingxian joked, "Brother Pang, I gained a lot today. Not only did I improve my fishing skills, but I also got to eat Brother Pang's grilled fish. Most importantly, I also learned Brother Pang's perseverance." The two of them burst into laughter. After laughing, Pang Tianliang said, "Yeshuan shares have been in good momentum in the past 2 years, but the rapid expansion has led to being too utilitarian and lacking the responsibility to contribute to society." After hearing this, Yi Mingxian fell into deep thought. Pang Tianliang is a responsible and accountable entrepreneur, and what he said does make sense. The bonfire gradually went out and night enveloped the earth. Since Yi Mingxian didn't have a car, Pang Tianliang offered to drive Yi Mingxian back to Yeshuan shares. "Mingxian, are you married?" Pang Tianliang suddenly asked. When Yi Mingxian heard this question, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face and he scratched his head unconsciously. Complex emotions surged in his heart. Thinking back to his miserable marriage with Tang Yuyu, his heart was filled with helplessness and bitterness. Yi Mingxian sighed slightly and said, "Brother Pang, I just got divorced." Pang Tianliang was startled, then asked, "What happened? Why did you get divorced?" A trace of pain flashed in Yi Mingxian's eyes. "There are a lot of problems between us. Of course, my own problems may be even bigger. But she often stays out all night and goes out drinking with other men. Such days are really unbearable." After hearing this, Pang Tianliang said indignantly, "You can't have a wife like this. Marriage is a man's rebirth. You can't lose confidence just because of a failed marriage." Then he asked, "What do you want from your future spouse?" Yi Mingxian thought for a moment and said, "As long as you are considerate, filial, and polite, that's enough." Pang Tianliang joked, "There are a lot of women like this. If I have a good opportunity in the future, I will definitely introduce them to you." Yi Mingxian was also amused by Pang Tianliang's words, and jokingly said, "Then I'll thank the celebrity first." The two were joking with each other in the car, and the atmosphere was relaxed and happy. After a while, the car stopped in front of the company. Yi Mingxian got out of the car, said goodbye to Pang Qianliang, and walked towards the company. When he returned to the company, Yi Mingxian was surprised to find that Liu Siki was already waiting for him. When Liu Siki saw Yi Mingxian, a coquettish smile immediately appeared on her face. "My dear young master, where have you been to play?" As she spoke, she considerately took off Yi Mingxian's equipment. Since all the colleagues in the office have already left work, their whole space seems particularly quiet. Yi Mingxian sat in a chair, relaxing from the day's fatigue. Who knew that at this moment, Liu Siki suddenly squatted down and gave Yi Mingxian a leg massage. "Siki, no need, get up quickly." Yi Mingxian brushed his teeth and his face turned red to his ears. Liu Siki looked at the shy Yi Mingxian and forcibly pried his legs apart. "I'm relaxing for the chef. Only when you are in a good mood can you make delicious meals." Yi Mingxian smiled helplessly and no longer refused. His eyes inadvertently fell on Liu Siki, and he saw that she had a graceful figure, as slender and soft as a willow. Every time she bent down to massage Yi Mingxian's legs, Yi Mingxian could see a hint of spring on her chest from this angle. The looming curve was like a mysterious temptation, which made Yi Mingxian's heart beat fast. Liu Siki is a living example of a girl with a baby face and big breasts. Yi Mingxian had already seen her turbulent breasts when she was wearing pajamas in the villa. At this moment, as Liu Siki moved, even sticking to his thighs from time to time, it was hard for Yi Mingxian not to feel that softness. "Before I knew it, my body was reacting strangely." Ahem. Yi Mingxian quickly pretended to cough to suppress the evil thoughts in his heart. Liu Siki heard the cough, raised her head, and looked at Yi Mingxian's panicked expression, then she looked down. "Oh my goodness, it's gone." Chapter 17, getting straight to the point. Liu Siki hurriedly stood up, turned her back to Yi Mingxian, and adjusted her shirt. However, when she turned around and saw Yi Mingxian, who was even more shy than her, she couldn't help but laugh. "Hey Tilder, why is my young master so shy?" Liu Siki had an evil thought in her mind and wanted to play a good trick on Yi Mingxian. Ahem. Yi Mingxian covered his mouth and coughed, his body unconsciously turning his back to Liu Siki. It's like hiding something invisible. It was not until he took several deep breaths that Yi Mingxian got his thoughts back on track. Who knew that Liu Siki would pounce on him at this moment? R. Tilder. Liu Siki held her forehead in a pretentious manner. "Master, I was squatting when I was massaging your legs just now, so I feel a little dizzy. It should be low blood sugar." R. Yi Mingxian quickly stood up and supported Liu Siki. "Are you okay?" Yi Mingxian first reached out and touched Liu Siki's forehead, trying to help Liu Siki to the chair. But this move brought him and Liu Siki closer. Liu Siki raised the corner of her mouth and suddenly took a step forward. The distance between them was only 5 centimeters. Liu Siki smiled and deliberately blew a breath towards Yi Mingxian. Feeling the fragrance coming from Liu Siki, Yi Mingxian felt as if his entire body could penetrate into Liu Siki's pupils. "Are you teasing me again?" Yi Mingxian was so angry that he couldn't speak. "Flirting? Is there?" As Liu Siki spoke, she actually moved closer to Yi Mingxian. If Yi Mingxian hadn't dodged quickly, the two might have really kissed each other. "Call." Yi Mingxian took a deep breath and calmed Liu Siki down on the chair. "Master, what's wrong?" Liu Siki stared with her big harmless eyes at Yi Mingxian, whose neck was red because of her teasing. "Please don't tease me." After Yi Mingxian finished speaking, he picked up his coat. "Go away, you annoying bastard. There's really nothing we can do about Liu Siki. Boss Liu, what would you like to treat me tonight?" It was already very late and there was no time to go out to buy groceries, so I could only eat out. He. Liu Siki stood up and put her hands on her hips. "Since our young master is so innocent, I will treat you to dinner at Genting restaurant tonight." The moment she walked out of the office, Liu Siki seemed to be instantly covered with a layer of cold and elegant armor, her aura fully open, and she turned back into the eye-catching and cold and elegant president. There was an unquestionable majesty in his eyes, and every step he took was filled with confidence and determination. Yi Mingxian followed behind, watching Liu Siki's changes, and couldn't help muttering in his heart, "This woman is really changeable. Just now you were as gentle as water, but now you are as cold as ice. They say the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. It's absolutely true. Take some deep breaths, be more awake, and don't let her tease you again." The two came to the garage, and Yi Mingxian subconsciously walked towards the escalade. After walking a few steps, Liu Siki's cold voice came, "Master, where are you going?" Yi Mingxian paused and turned around in confusion. Liu Siki stood next to a Maserati president and signaled him to come over with her eyes. Yi Mingxian walked closer and his eyes were instantly attracted by the car. The Maserati Quattroporte has smooth and dynamic body lines, like a cheetah ready to pounce. The front face design is unique, and the huge air intake grille highlights its wildness. The car body color is a deep royal blue, which sparkles with a mysterious luster under the light. The wheels have an exquisite shape, as if they were born for speed. Inside the car, the luxurious leather seats exude a noble atmosphere, and the pointers on the dashboard seem to be telling a story of speed and passion. Yi Mingxian secretly admired in his heart that this car really displayed the sportiness and wildness to the fullest. "This is." Liu Siki smiled calmly. "This car is for you, young master, to get around. It would be inconvenient without a car." After saying that, Liu Siki sat in the passenger seat. Yi Mingxian was slightly stunned, but thinking back to the past 2 days when he bought a fishing rod and accompanied Pang Qianliang to go fishing, he had to take a taxi and transfer to the subway, which was indeed inconvenient. Then he sat in the main driver's seat. Yi Mingxian inserted the key and turned it gently. The engine instantly emitted a low and powerful roar, as if a beast was roaring. This sound made Yi Mingxian's blood boil instantly. He couldn't help but gently step on the accelerator, feeling the powerful power of the vehicle. Meanwhile, inside the Genting restaurant, Tang Yuyu was dressed up like a noble princess. She had been waiting in the living room for a long time, feeling both anticipation and a little uneasy, not knowing what today's meeting would bring. Just then, Yuan Dao walked in holding the hand of a middle-aged woman in her 40s. The moment Tang Yuyu saw it, his face darkened. Looking at Yuan Dao wearing the clothes I bought for him, I felt mixed emotions. I have paid so much for Yuan Dao and Yi Mingxuan's divorce, but now Yuan Dao appears in front of me with a strange woman. Yuan Dao also noticed Tang Yuyu and let go of her hand awkwardly. "Yuyu, sorry to have kept you waiting." Tang Yuyu nodded calmly. 43-year-old Wu Huaye knew the relationship between Tang Yuyu and Yuan Dao just by looking at them. "Yuan Dao, this is your dream goddess Tang Yuyu, right?" Tang Yuyu looked up in surprise. "Yes, Yuyu, let me introduce you." Yuan Dao pointed at Wu Huaye. "This is the angel investor Ms. Wu Yarwu. I have a deep personal relationship with her. She is like my sister." "Boss Wu, this is Boss Tang Yuyu, the vice president of Tang Corporation that I often mention to you." Although Tang Yuyu still had some reservations about the intimate behavior between the two of them just now. But when she heard that she was the goddess in Yuan Dao's heart, the dissatisfaction in her heart faded away. "Hello, Mr. Wu." "Hello, Ms. Tang. Ms. Tang is so beautiful and charming, I envy her." After the two of them exchanged pleasantries, Tang Yuyu led Yuan Dao and Wu Huaye into the Genting restaurant. Genting restaurant is an open-air restaurant with no private rooms. There are scattered tables near the door, and the minimum consumption is 50,000 yuan. The middle area is the music area, where there will be special musicians to entertain, and the minimum consumption is 100,000. Outside the restaurant, there is an outdoor area of nearly 300 square meters along the cliff, which is divided into 5 dining areas. Since the outer dining area is built against the cliff, the whole place looks like it is suspended in the clouds, so it is named Genting Restaurant. Of course, the minimum consumption for the 5 dining areas outside is 200,000. Although Tang Group is facing a crisis, it is still a state-owned enterprise in Shannan City. However, a simple meeting did not require the outer dining area, so Tang Yuyu booked a table in the music area. After ordering the food, Yuan Dao added a bottle of red wine for 40,000 renminbi, bringing the total bill to 180,000 renminbi. After a few people exchanged greetings for a while, Yuan Dao leaned close to Tang Yuyu's ear. "Yuyu, that's enough, let's get straight to the point." Chapter 18. Who is that person? "Mr. Wu, I'm sure Yuan Dao has already told you that he wants to meet you this time to ask you something." Tang Yuyu bowed slightly with a humble smile on her face. "I know. Please continue, Mr. Tang." Wu Huaye opened her red lips slightly and spoke in a gentle voice. "Mr. Wu, our Tang Group is in trouble now. Please tell me that you plan to invest in us. I would like to ask you in what ways you would like to invest." Wu Huaye sat on the luxurious leather sofa, elegantly crossing her slender white legs, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, keeping the secret. She gently picked up a cup of coffee, took a sip, and said slowly, "If you want to save Tang Group, it's easy. Just inject cash." Tang Yuyu complained secretly after hearing this. Still going around in circles. Of course I know I need to use cash, but what I lack now is cash. But she still had a smile on her face, but it seemed a little forced. "Mr. Wu, what Tang's group lacks most right now is cash. Do you plan to invest directly in cash?" Fortunately, Tang Yuyu asked directly. Wu Waiye shook her head calmly, put down the coffee cup confidently, and leaned back on the sofa. This is an era where cash is king. Everyone is short of cash, but there is only one place that is not short of cash. Tang Yuyu forced out a smile, but cursed Wu Waiye in her heart for keeping her in suspense. "Boss Wu, please stop keeping me in suspense and tell me what you think." At this time, Yuan Dao on the side spoke. "Yuyu, Mr. Wu is analyzing for Tang Group, please be patient." Wu Waiye nodded slightly and said, "The stock market." When Tang Yuyu heard this, she immediately lost interest, her eyes dimmed, and she thought to herself, there is money everywhere in the stock market. In the end, you, Wu Waiye, want to use the money from the stock market to save the Tang Group? Let us not talk about making money out of nothing, let us just talk about how to get money out of the stock market. She frowned, a hint of impatience on her face. Wu Waiye saw Tang Yuyu's displeasure and said with a smile, "Boss Tang, don't worry. I have raised 5 stocks for 3 years. Now is the time to harvest. I will invest 50 million myself and the Tang Group will invest 50 million. We will raise 100 million to raise the stock price and then sell it. I will make at least 3 billion from these 5 stocks." Tang Yuyu fell into deep thought. Yuan Dao quickly agreed, "Yuyu, Mr. Wu's plan is very feasible. This is a rare opportunity. It would be a pity to miss it." Tang Yuyu remained silent, weighing the pros and cons in her mind. On the one hand, she did want to save the Tang Group. But on the other hand, she was full of doubts about the plan. Wu Waiye saw Tang Yuyu's hesitation. "Boss Tang, don't worry. I know the stock market very well. This plan will definitely succeed. Believe me." Tang Yuyu took a deep breath and said slowly, "Boss Wu, this plan is too risky. I need some time to think about it." Wu Waiye nodded slightly. "Okay, I'll give you some time to think about it, but time is tight, you have to make a decision as soon as possible." Just then, Yi Mingxian and Liu Siki walked in. Yi Mingxian walked in front with steady steps, and Liu Siki followed closely behind with a look of respect on her face. Her eyes were always on Yi Mingxuan's back, as if he was the center of her world. The two of them were like a perfect pair, attracting everyone's attention as soon as they entered the door. Tang Yuyu, who was sitting in the middle of the restaurant, saw the two men as soon as she looked up. After taking a closer look, Tang Yuyu suddenly felt curious. Why would Liu Siki, who was always arrogant, be so respectful to Yi Mingxian? Tang Yuyu secretly speculated in her heart that it shouldn't be the case just based on their romantic relationship. Unless Yi Mingxian has a powerful background that is unknown to the public? Her eyes followed the two figures closely, and she was struggling over whether to say hello to Liu Siki. At this moment, Yuan Dao stood up first, his face full of flattering smiles, his eyes narrowed into slits, like a pug trying to please his master. "Hello, Mr. Liu. I have heard of you for a long time. Now that I see you, I find you are indeed extraordinary." As Yuan Dao spoke, he stretched out his hands in a gesture of warm welcome. Liu Siki was slightly stunned, with a look of surprise on her face. "You are? I don't know you." When Tang Yuyu and the others heard this, they suddenly felt embarrassed. Yuan Dao was very thick-skinned and didn't care at all. He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. It's normal that Mr. Liu doesn't remember me. This is just an opportunity to deepen his impression." As he spoke, he picked up the red wine on the table and prepared to toast Liu Siki. At this moment, Yi Mingxian stepped forward and protected Liu Siki behind him. "She said she doesn't recognize you. What's your distance? I didn't expect to meet Yuan Dao and Tang Yuyu here. As for the person next to him, I had never seen him before." Yi Mingxuan's voice was low and powerful, full of warning. Yuan Dao was shocked by Yi Mingxuan's momentum, but soon, jealousy and disdain surged in his heart. "I didn't expect that, Yi Mingxian, you actually hooked up with Liu Siki." "Humph, I don't know what means he used. A grown man relying on a woman to get to the top, don't you feel ashamed?" Yuan Dao originally wanted to please Wu Waiye by humiliating Yi Mingxian, but who knew that Wu Waiye also stood up? A warm smile appeared on her face and she stretched out her hand to shake hands with Yi Mingxian. Yi Mingxian frowned slightly, with a hint of disgust in his eyes, and he didn't want to pay any attention to Wu Waiye at all. Seeing this, Tang Yuyu hurriedly stood up and said, Yi Mingxian, are you so disrespectful? Wu Waiye is my guest after all. Do I need to give you face? Yi Mingxuan's eyes swept across everyone coldly. Mingxian, since we all know each other, let's shake hands. Liu Siki persuaded from the side. She didn't want these people to affect her appetite. After hearing Liu Siki's words, Yi Mingxian reluctantly stretched out his hand and shook hands with Wu Waiye. But Wu Waiye took this opportunity to deliberately rub Yi Mingxuan's hand. It seemed as if he was taking advantage of Yi Mingxian. I didn't expect to see Mr. Yi here. Wu Waiye's words made Liu Siki and Yi Mingxian look up suddenly. You call him Mr. Yi? Tang Yuyu turned her head, her face full of confusion. Oh? Don't you know? This is. We have something else to do. Excuse me. Wu Waiye pointed at Yi Mingxian and was about to introduce him, but Yi Mingxian pulled Liu Siki and pushed Yuan Dao away and walked out the door. Looking at Yi Mingxian and Liu Siki's reactions, Wu Waiye smiled faintly and guessed in her heart why Yi Mingxian interrupted her. Mr. Wu, you just said that person is. After the two left, Tang Yuyu continued to ask. But Wu Waiye swallowed back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Maybe I just made a mistake. Wu Waiye said this and looked up at the outdoor dining area. He muttered silently in his heart, if I am not mistaken, he should be Yi Mingxian, the only son of the wealthy Yi family in Shanghai. Chapter 19. Why is there a woman's voice over there? Mr. Wu, he. Tang Yuyu was still planning to ask more questions. Wu Waiye waved her hand and changed the subject. Mr. Tang. Please think about it carefully and contact me when you have made up your mind. Yuan Dao quickly echoed, Yuyu, Mr. Wu has invested 50 million, what else do you have to be afraid of? Tang Yuyu's brows furrowed slightly, and there was still a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. Seeing that Tang Yuyu had not made up her mind yet, Wu Waiye stood up gracefully and gently adjusted the hem of her skirt. Boss Tang, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Excuse me. After saying that, she gave Yuan Dao a meaningful look. The subtle relationship between the two people can be understood with just a glance. Yuan Dao immediately understood, and suddenly became very excited, and said with a big smile on his face, Boss Wu, I'll see you off. Without waiting for Tang Yuyu to reply, the two of them hurriedly left the restaurant. Tang Yuyu looked at the table of exquisite dishes that had hardly been touched, and anger rose in her heart unconsciously. Her eyes involuntarily turned to the outdoor dining area, where she saw Yi Mingxian and Liu Siki happily dining, talking and laughing. Liu Siki also considerately wiped Yi Mingxuan's lips, and this scene deeply stimulated Tang Yuyu. A trace of jealousy and unwillingness flashed in her eyes. She bit her lip, then stood up suddenly and walked outside with firm steps. Tang Yuyu walked out of the restaurant and went straight to Yi Mingxian and Liu Siki's table, sitting down without hesitation. Her arrival instantly broke the originally happy dining atmosphere of Yi Mingxian and Liu Siki. Tang Yuyu tried hard to force out a smile and introduced herself to Liu Siki. Hello, I am Tang Yuyu, the vice president of Tang Group. Then he looked at Liu Siki cautiously, his eyes full of anticipation. Liu Siki put away the smile on her face and instantly turned into the look of a cold and elegant president. I remember you, Mr. Tang. Then, the subject changed. But I don't have any impression of Mr. Tang's boyfriend. This sentence was obviously intended to humiliate Tang Yuyu and was a hint at Yuan Dao. Tang Yuyu's face changed, but soon returned to normal. He is just my employee, not my boyfriend. Then Tang Yuyu glanced at Yi Mingxian next to her, as if explaining to him. But Yi Mingxuan's expression remained cold throughout. Tang Yuyu's eyes revealed a hint of anxiety, and she asked more humbly, Boss Liu, regarding the recent termination of the cooperation between Yeshuan Shares and Tang Group, do you think there is any room for recovery? Liu Siki narrowed her eyes and examined Tang Yuyu. She did not answer immediately, but remained silent for a moment. Yi Mingxian sat quietly aside, looking at Tang Yuyu with cold eyes, as if he was looking at an insignificant person. Liu Siki gently stirred the coffee in front of her and said, Mr. Tang, the termination of the cooperation is a well-considered decision. However, if Tang Group can show enough sincerity, there may be room for negotiation. When Tang Yuyu heard this, a glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in his eyes. Boss Liu, don't worry, Tang Group will definitely show the utmost sincerity. As long as you can give us a chance, we will definitely not let you down. There was a gentle breeze in the outdoor dining area of Genting restaurant, but it could not blow away the anxious worries in Tang Yuyu's heart. There was a hint of indifference in Liu Siki's eyes as she slightly opened her red lips. The business volume of Tang's group accounts for a very small proportion of our Yeshuan shares. This matter is not under my direct management. You can go to my secretary to discuss the specific matters tomorrow. A hint of joy flashed in Tang Yuyu's eyes, and she readily agreed, "Thank you, Mr. Liu, I will be there on time." But Liu Siki turned to Yi Mingxian opposite. "Mingxian once pleaded for the Tang Group, so Yeshuan Holdings is happy to discuss asset mortgage with you." Hearing this, Tang Yuyu subconsciously glanced at Yi Mingxian with a complex look of gratitude in her eyes. However, Yi Mingxian remained expressionless and did not give any response, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Tang Yuyu then began to murmur, the matter of asset mortgage was of great importance, and without the consent of her father Tang Hu, she had no say in the matter. Liu Siki looked at Tang Yuyu's hesitation with a cold look in her eyes. If Tang's group has other concerns, then there is no need to discuss continued cooperation for the time being. This sentence was obviously a deliberate question, which made Tang Yuyu feel the pressure doubled. Tang Yuyu said hurriedly, "Boss Liu, that's not what I meant. I have already prepared the relevant materials. It's just that my power has been taken away from me now, and I can't make decisions on many things. Please give me a day, Mr. Liu. I will definitely convince the shareholders of Tang Group. This opportunity is crucial to the Tang Group, and Tang Yuyu cannot give it up easily." It was supposed to be a wonderful date for the two of them, but Tang Yuyu interrupted their mood. Liu Siki and Yi Mingxuan looked at each other, and they stood up tacitly and left Genting restaurant. Watching their departing backs, Tang Yuyu felt a strong sense of loss in his heart. The huge restaurant was bustling with people coming and going. However, Tang Yuyu felt extremely lonely. No one knew where that damn Yuan Dao had gone after sending someone away. Tang Yuyu seemed to have been forgotten by the world, sitting there alone. After returning home, Tang Yuyu sent several WeChat messages to Yuan Dao, but no one responded. Tang Yuyu became furious when she thought of the intimate behavior between Yi Mingxian and Liu Siki when they left. He casually threw the doll on the windowsill to the ground. But then she suddenly remembered that this doll was a gift from Yi Mingxian to her on their first wedding anniversary. Tang Yuyu hurriedly picked up the doll and held it in her arms. I have never paid attention to these little things in life before. At this moment, she was surprised to find that her quality of life had dropped drastically since Yi Mingxian left. Even the spirit is extremely tired. Tang Yuyu was upset and took out her cell phone to call Yuan Dao. As soon as the call was connected, Tang Yuyu felt a little strange. "Yuyu, what are you calling for?" Tang Yuyu's face was full of surprise. "Yuan Dao, what are you doing?" "Running." "That's right. Tang Yuyu has known Yuan Dao for 10 years. She knows very well that Yuan Dao is very strict with her and runs almost every night." Bang! Just then, there was a noise on the other end of the phone. Chapter 20, Not Worth Much. I fell down. "Yuyu, don't talk about it for now." After Yuan Dao hung up the call, he threw the phone aside. But due to his thin arms and legs, he lacks endurance. "Don't do it yet." Wu Ye roared loudly. "Oh. I'm sorry, Sister Ye." Before Wu Ye finished speaking, Yuan Dao had already finished. Then Yuan Dao scratched his head in embarrassment. "Sister Ye. I didn't eat enough tonight, so I'm not feeling well. Get lost." Wu Ye kicked Yuan Dao off the bed. "You're a piece of crap. You can't even do this. Yuan Dao is shameless. Sister Ye, let's take it slow and steady." Yuan Dao nodded like a toad dog. "But you are nothing, kid." Wu Ye lit a cigarette and blew out a long smoke ring. "This Tang Yuyu trusted you so much, and you actually tricked her into losing her mind. That woman is a fool. I don't want anything that Yi Mingxian doesn't want." Yuan Dao's tone was full of disgust. "But I am very interested in her assets. Yi Mingxian is not someone you can afford to offend." Wu Ye lay on the bed and put out the cigarette. "Sister Ye, do you really know this Yi Mingxian? Don't worry about it. I'll only give you half an hour. If you can't serve me well, I'll make you pay." On the other side, after Tang Yuyu hung up the phone, she always felt that Yuan Dao's voice was a little strange. Tang Yuyu was about to call back when her father Tang Hu called. Tang Yuyu took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound calm. Yuyu, how is your relationship with Yeshuan shares going? Tang Hu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Tang Yuyu was startled, then replied guiltily, Dad, there has been great progress. Tang Hu on the other end of the phone approved. Very good. I have already appeased the shareholders and am just waiting to re-sign the contract with Yeshuan shares. Tang Yuyu's heart tightened when she heard this. She knew clearly that she had just had the opportunity to meet Liu Siki and it was still too early to sign the contract. Dad, I have thought of 2 ways to help the company solve its problems. Which 2? Tang Hu asked anxiously. Tang Yuyu calmed down. The first way is that I have a friend who can help Tang's group make a lot of money by manipulating the stock market. Oh? I've studied the stock market for 20 years. Can you tell me which stocks they are? Dad, I don't know yet. I'll introduce him to you when the time comes. Tang Hu was silent for a moment, then asked, what about the second way? Tang Yuyu said quickly, we can mortgage some sunset assets to Yeshuan shares, so that we can get cooperation in return and get investment from Yeshuan. After saying this, Tang Yuyu's heart was filled with worry. She knew that both of her methods actually seemed unreliable and was afraid that Tang Hu would get angry. However, Tang Hu was silent for a while and then said, come to the company tomorrow and we will discuss it. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yuyu felt more and more uneasy. The next morning, Tang Yuyu, dressed in a neat business suit, arrived at Yeshuan shares early. She stood tall at the door of Liu Siki's office, and her delicate makeup could not hide a hint of nervousness and anticipation in her eyes. Because Liu Siki had made an appointment in advance, Tang Yuyu was able to enter Yeshuan shares without making an appointment. She waited quietly, constantly thinking about how to negotiate with Liu Siki to save the Tang group from its predicament. After a while, Liu Siki came in wearing a high-end custom-made professional suit, with a strong aura, like a queen descending. Seeing Tang Yuyu, Liu Siki frowned slightly. Didn't I tell you last night to go straight to the secretary? Why are you still here? Tang Yuyu quickly bent down and respectfully presented the materials in her hands with both hands. Her voice was gentle but with a hint of urgency. Mr. Liu, I have prepared some materials and would like to hand them to you personally. Liu Siki took the materials and flipped through them casually. I'm busy today and can't take care of you. After you finish talking to the secretary, leave on your own and wait for notification. After saying that, Liu Siki walked into the office without looking back, leaving Tang Yuyu standing alone at the door. Tang Yuyu looked at Liu Siki's departing back, feeling helpless. She was well aware of her humble status in front of Liu Siki, but for the sake of Tang Group, she had to put aside her self-esteem. Then he took a deep breath and turned to the secretary's office. Tang Yuyu knocked on the door gently, and after getting a response, he pushed the door open and walked in. The secretary was sitting at his desk with a serious look on his face. Tang Yuyu smiled and said politely, Hello, I am Tang Yuyu from Tang Group. I came here today to discuss cooperation with you. The secretary nodded slightly, reached out to take the materials handed over by Tang Yuyu, and began to look through them carefully. Tang Yuyu looked at the secretary's expression nervously, feeling uneasy. After a while, the secretary slowly put down the materials, shook his head, and said, Boss Tang, the materials you gave me this time are all about Sunset Industries. There is no investment value. The implication is that Tang Yuyu should make concessions and exchange the industries brought by Tang Yuyu for the lowest mortgage cost and investment cost. Although Tang Yuyu is a love-brained person, she is very shrewd in business. She said calmly, although these industries are not emerging industries, their value is reflected in the land. The secretary narrowed his eyes and examined Tang Yuyu. These industrial parks are all on the outskirts of the city and are not very valuable. After saying that, the secretary leaned back in his chair, waiting for Tang Yuyu's response. Tang Yuyu knew in her heart that in this difficult struggle, she had to stick to the bottom line and strive for the greatest benefit for the Tang Group. She bit her lip lightly, her eyes determined. Suburban land also has its potential value. With the development of the city, these places may have great room for appreciation in the future. Although these industries of our Tang Group are Sunset Industries, they still have a certain market share and customer base. If Yeshuan shares can provide appropriate support, we will definitely be able to create greater value together. Chapter 21 Proposal. The secretary shook his head slightly with a faint smile on his face. Boss Tang, investment must pay off as quickly as possible. Although we also know that Tang Group's industries have a certain customer base, it's a pity. There is really no way for these sunset industries to quickly return value. Tang Yuyu frowned, and after a moment, she raised her head. The secretary nodded and said, "Okay, I'll give Mr. Tang 3 days to consider." "But Mr. Tang, remember, you only have 3 days. The implication is that if the time limit is exceeded, the secretary will close the communication channel." Tang Yuyu bit her lip, full of helplessness and worry. These 3 days will determine the future of the Tang Group. She must reach an agreement with shareholders as soon as possible, otherwise the company will be in an even more difficult situation. Tang Yuyu stood up and bowed slightly. "Thank you. I will definitely give you a reply as soon as possible." After saying that, she turned and left the secretary's office, feeling a heavy pressure in her heart. After leaving Yeshuan Shares, Tang Yuyu looked hurried and was rushing back to Tang Group without stopping. Today she came to Yeshuan Shares just to test the other party's bottom line. Now she must come back as soon as possible to report the situation to her father Tang Hu and the shareholders. In the meeting room of Tang Group, the atmosphere seemed harmonious, and the shareholders were chatting happily with Tang Hu. However, this is just an appearance of disunity. "Chairman Tang, you are amazing. You have already secured several major clients in just a few days since you came back. Your methods and courage really make us admire you." The major shareholder Zhang Yang had a big smile on his face, but there was a barely perceptible cunningness in his eyes. Then a small shareholder quickly echoed, "Yes, Chairman Tang, with you here, our Tang Group has a backbone, and this company will definitely prosper." In a corner of the conference table, two small shareholders were discussing quietly in private. "Humph, Tang Hu left the company to his daughter Tang Yuyu and almost ruined the company. Is such a person qualified to be the chairman?" "That's right. If we weren't here to support it, the company would have collapsed long ago." Just then, Tang Yuyu pushed open the door and walked in. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly changed, everyone became serious, and it was obvious that they all had opinions about Tang Yuyu. Seeing this, Tang Hu quickly said, "Yuyu is back, everyone should stop being so serious. Come on, Yuyu, find a seat and sit down. Let's officially start the meeting." Tang Yuyu quietly found a seat and sat down. These shareholders were not satisfied with her, but she had no choice. After a period of silence, major shareholder Zhang Yang took the lead in launching the attack. "Boss Tang, how is the matter with Yeshuan Shares going?" Tang Yuyu took a deep breath. "I just came back from Yeshuan Shares. Yeshuan Shares proposed that Tang Group use mortgaged assets in exchange for cooperation and inject 200 million yuan in funds at the same time." As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room immediately became lively. A middle-aged shareholder slammed the table and shouted, "How can this be possible? Isn't this selling the company? Mr. Tang, how did you negotiate this?" Another shareholder also frowned. "Mortgaging assets, this risk is too great. Mr. Tang, you are pushing the company into the fire pit." Tang Yuyu looked at the excited shareholders, feeling bitter in her heart. "Dear shareholders, I also know that this plan has risks, but the company is in a very difficult situation at the moment. If we don't do this, we may even have trouble surviving." Who caused the problem of survival? Shareholders weren't buying it. The entire conference room was filled with voices of doubt and dissatisfaction. "Ahem." Tang Hu coughed loudly, and the conference room immediately returned to silence. "Let's not investigate who is responsible for this yet, let's just solve the current survival problem first." Tang Hu is equivalent to defining his personality. This meeting is not to discuss whose fault it is, but to discuss how to get out of the difficulties. "Chairman, we need to consider survival, but we can't sell ourselves to others, right?" Zhang Yang, who was praising Tang Hu just now, is the representative of all shareholders. Once upon a time, he thought he should be the vice president of the group. In terms of qualifications, experience and ability, he is the best in the group. But what he didn't expect was that Tang Yuyu, who had airborne, rode on his head. "Mr. Zhang's proposal is worth considering, but we might as well listen to what Mr. Tang has to say." Tang Hu tried his best to suppress his anger. If this meeting was not handled properly, it would very likely turn into a palace coup by the shareholders. "We only need to take out 2 steel mills and 2 textile mills." Tang Yuyu looked at the shareholders. "The assets I picked out are all the group's lagging assets. Every year the group spends a lot of money to support them, but the situation is still not ideal. It's better to cut off the limbs and survive." What a great way to survive with a broken arm. As a staunch supporter of Zhang Yang, Wang Qiang suddenly mocked him. Today we sell 2 factories, tomorrow we sell 2 plots of land. Why don't we sell the group and share some of the money to go home and retire? Chapter 22. Look at what you have done. That's right, it's better to cash out early so that everyone can enjoy their old age. Instead of waiting for the company to depreciate, why not make some money while it's still valuable? The shareholders spoke one after another, and although their voices were noisy, they clearly revealed everyone's thoughts. Wang Qiang's proposal was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. Most shareholders expressed their support, knowing that if Tang Group lost its cooperation with Yishuan shares, it would be like losing its backbone and its business would go down the drain. The small shareholders all have their own thoughts. Seeing that the future of Tang Group is uncertain, they just want to cash out while there is still some value. Zhang Yang sat at one end of the conference table, his eyes sharp as an eagle, looking at everyone, and slowly said, "Since public opinion is like this, the path of using assets as collateral will not be passed." As he spoke, his eyes turned towards Tang Hu intentionally or unintentionally, and his eyes were full of pressure. Tang Hu felt this powerful pressure and his heart tightened. Zhang Yang is forcing him to submit. Tang Hu forced a smile, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. He cleared his throat and said, "President Tang's method is open to discussion, but there is really no better way at the moment, so let's discuss it. If you have any good ideas, you can also bring them up." After saying this, Tang Hu still knew that he had to make concessions at this shareholders' meeting to see what conditions the shareholders headed by Zhang Yang would put forward. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes and suppressed the joy in his heart. He picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip of tea, and winked at Wang Qiang. Wang Qiang immediately understood and nodded. Only the two of them knew about the subtle movement. Wang Qiang stood up, straightened his suit, and glanced at everyone. The Tang Group is currently facing such a crisis, mainly because the current vice president, Mr. Tang, is too young and inexperienced. I propose to appoint another vice president, so that when problems arise, Mr. Tang will have someone to consult. After saying this, Wang Qiang waited for everyone's reaction. Everyone nodded in agreement, thinking that Wang Qiang's proposal was reasonable. After all, at this critical moment, Tang Group needs more experienced people to offer advice. On the other side, Tang Yuyu and Tang Hu's faces were already filled with displeasure. Wang Qiang wants to share power. But at this critical juncture, I have to agree. Tang Hu clenched his fists, trying to control his emotions, secretly thinking about how to deal with the situation. Silence returned to the conference room, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Everyone was waiting for Tang Hu's response. Tang Hu took a deep breath. Wang Qiang's proposal does make sense. Tang Yuyu is young and inexperienced, so it's a good thing to have one more person to discuss with. However, the new vice president candidate must be carefully considered. Although Tang Hu made concessions, he could not let Wang Qiang and others succeed easily. Zhang Yang's mouth corners raised, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Tang Hu had already begun to compromise. He put down the teacup in his hand and said softly, "We can listen to everyone's opinions on the issue of selection. The new vice president must be loyal to Tang Group, responsible, and most importantly, have outstanding abilities." Just as Zhang Yang finished speaking, a small shareholder put forward his own point of view. Even if Tang Hu was just copying, he knew the implication was to show off. Wang Qiang had a flattering smile on his face. He couldn't wait to follow suit and recommend Zhang Yang. He said in an excited tone, "According to this requirement, only Mr. Zhang Yang meets the requirements at the shareholders' meeting. Mr. Zhang has excellent ability and rich experience. He will definitely lead the Tang Group out of its predicament." As he spoke, his eyes kept signaling to other shareholders. Some shareholders nodded slightly, some whispered to each other, and some were observing the situation on the field. Zhang Yang sat there, seemingly calm and composed, but in fact he was secretly happy. His eyes were fixed on Tang Hu, observing Tang Hu's reaction to everyone's statements. This power game has entered a critical stage. Although Tang Hu knew that all this was arranged by Zhang Yang, he had no other choice at this moment. He had to suppress his anger and force a smile on his face. Since everyone recommends Zhang Yang, let's set up another vice president position and let Mr. Zhang take the position. Tang Yuyu on the side looked embarrassed. She had been sidelined by the shareholders' meeting, and now most of the group's decisions were made by her father Tang Hu. And now that the newly appointed vice president Zhang Yang is in direct competition with his father, isn't he? Tang Yuyu stood up, and everyone looked at her with confusion. Tang Yuyu still had a smile on her face. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang, for becoming the group's vice president. Zhang Yong quickly said modestly, it is thanks to everyone's kindness. I will do my best to contribute to the development of the group. He moved so quickly that he was afraid that Tang Hu would take back his decision if he was a step slower. Tang Yu continued, since Mr. Zhang has become the vice president, he should have corresponding responsibilities. I have reached an agreement with Yishuan shares, and the management of the remaining four factories will be handed over to Mr. Zhang. Those four factories? Everyone knows it's a hot potato. Zhang Yan's heart tightened and he was about to refuse. At this moment, Tang Hu nodded first. Tang Hu showed an admiring look on his face and flattered, everyone can see Mr. Zhang's ability. He will definitely be able to handle the relationship with Yishuan shares better in this position. At the same time, we will also set an example for the current vice president Tang Yu to learn from. There was a hint of toughness in Tang Hu's words, which left no room for doubt. Zhang Yang secretly groaned in his heart, knowing that he could no longer refuse. Since the chairman and Mr. Tang trust me so much, I will definitely live up to their expectations. Although his words were full of confidence, his heart was full of worries. The management of these four factories is a big pit. If you are not careful, you may end up in an irretrievable situation. After the meeting, Tang Yu followed Tang Hu to the chairman's office. Bang! As soon as the door closed, Tang Hu slapped Tang Yu in the face. This was the second time in Tang Yu's life that she was slapped. The first time was Yi Mingxian. Look at what you've done. Tang Hu fell on the sofa angrily, his eyes slightly closed and his brows furrowed. If today's meeting was not handled properly, he couldn't imagine what the outcome would be for the Tang Group. On the one hand, some small shareholders are thinking about cashing out and leaving. On the one hand, the shareholder group headed by Zhang Yong tried their best to fight for power. Dad, I'm sorry. What's the use of saying sorry? I asked you to come up with a solution, and you can only come up with a way to mortgage assets. Tang Hu patted the coffee table. Now the group has a new vice president, and there are so many shareholders willing to follow us. Maybe the efforts of my father and I will be in vain. Father, if this doesn't work, why don't we try the stock market? Chapter 23 Unhappy. Tang Yu frowned slightly. Now the company is also facing the risk of a broken capital chain. Tang Hu's heart sank, as he knew that many suppliers had already approached the materials department and asked to settle their accounts. This question was like a heavy mountain, weighing on his heart. Tang Hu took a deep breath, and his anger towards Tang Yu slowly disappeared. After thinking for a moment, he asked, which stocks are they? Who introduced the relevant person? Tang Hu has been in the stock market for more than 20 years and knows very well that stock market trading requires the guidance of insiders. The implication is that he wants to keep an eye on Tang Yu. After all, at this critical moment, any decision may determine the life and death of the Tang Group. Tang Yu didn't dare to say that this person was introduced by Yuan Dao. Because his father Tang Hu did not approve of Yuan Dao, he was afraid of arousing his father's disgust. She bit her lip, her eyes flickered, and then she lied to Tang Hu and said that she was introduced by a friend. Tang Hu frowned, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. After a moment's silence, he said, you can ask that person to come over to communicate. I'll find out the truth first. Tang Yu felt relieved. I'll arrange it as soon as possible. Then he turned and left the office. On the other side, Yi Mingxian, who had been busy all day, had just breathed a sigh of relief when he received an invitation from Pang Qianliang to go fishing. A helpless smile appeared on his face, and when he was about to respond, Huang Kai next to him came over. Huang Kai's face was full of excitement, and he said with great joy, Hey, brother Yi, I've been having a hot relationship with a beautiful client these past 2 days. That beautiful customer was so pretty and had a great figure. I took her to see our company's products and it felt like I was walking in a fashion show. She was full of praise for our products. I was so proud of her. Huang Kai described it with his hands and feet gesticulating, as if he was immersed in beautiful memories. Then, while his colleagues were not around, Huang Kai quietly leaned close to Yi Mingxuan's ear. Brother Yi, you don't know that rumors are spreading about the affair between you and Liu Siki in the company. Yi Mingxian was stunned, frowned and asked, What's the matter? Huang Kai said with a wicked smile, They say you are a gigolo. Yi Mingxian shook his head helplessly. Liu Siki is my friend, everyone is overthinking it. Huang Kai widened his eyes, looking very disappointed in his friend. Brother Yi, you are stupid. Liu Siki is a single noble, beautiful and a leader. How can a friend not become a running partner? Yi Mingxian rolled his eyes at Huang Kai. Don't talk nonsense, you can't spread such words casually. Huang Kai shrugged. What are you afraid of? We were just joking. But seriously, brother Yi, if you can take down Liu Siki, that would be amazing. Yi Mingxian smiled and ignored Huang Kai's nonsense. But there was a ripple in his heart. He did have a special feeling for Liu Siki. After finishing his work, Yi Mingxian hurried to their mall. Pang Tianliang is an old angler and has a complete range of fishing equipment that is astonishing. I have just started fishing, and although my skin is not fair, if I continue to be exposed to the sun without any protection, I will definitely get sunburned in no time. In the mall, Yi Mingxian was carefully selecting sun protective clothing in a luxury brand store. His eyes wandered over those sun protective clothes with novel styles and high quality materials, wondering which one would be more suitable for fishing. Just then, Wu Waiye walked into the store. She was wearing a slim-fitting dress, and her figure was graceful, like a beautiful blooming flower. The faint scent of perfume arouses men's hormones all the time. Wu Waiye saw Yi Mingxian at a glance and couldn't help feeling happy. She took light steps and slowly walked towards Yi Mingxian. It looked like a beautiful butterfly dancing. The twisting big buttocks gave other men in the store an inexplicable impulse. Yi Mingxian did not notice Wu Waiye's arrival until Wu Waiye walked up to him and greeted him in a seductive voice, then he looked up. When he recognized that it was Wu Waiye whom he met that night, he subconsciously felt disgusted. After all, Wu Waiye is Tang Yuyu's friend, and his relationship with Tang Yuyu is complicated, so naturally he doesn't have a good impression of the people around Tang Yuyu. Yi Mingxian just nodded slightly as a cold greeting, and prepared to turn around and leave. Wu Waiye insisted, smiling and saying, there are some particularities in choosing sun protection clothing. If you are going to use it for fishing, you must choose something that is thin and waterproof. Her voice was clear and melodious, like the sound of a yellow oriole singing in a valley. After hearing this, Yi Mingxian stopped and asked her out of politeness how she knew he came to buy sun protection clothing for fishing. Wu Waiye covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Her movements were extremely charming. There seemed to be a gleam in her eyes. She looked at Yi Mingxian affectionately and said, you are carrying a lot of fishing equipment. Do I need to guess? Yi Mingxian looked at Wu Waiye's appearance and muttered to himself that this woman was so coquettish, but he didn't want to get too entangled with her, for fear that he would get stuck to her and wouldn't be able to get rid of her. So he forced a smile, nodded, said, thank you, and prepared to leave again. Wu Waiye quickly stopped him. We are old acquaintances, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yi Mingxian frowned and asked. This is the second time we've met, how come we seem like old acquaintances? Wu Waiye gave a mysterious smile. She stroked her hair gently and said slowly, Master Yi, you are so forgetful. 5 years ago, I was attending a business event in Shanghai, and I saw you at that time. I know you are the only son of the Yi family, a wealthy family in Shanghai. You have a noble status and extraordinary temperament. There was a hint of flattery and fawning in her words. 5 years ago, Wu Waiye was still a wild model. When the Yi family held a business dinner, Wu Waiye was dragged over to join in the fun. Among the crowd, Wu Waiye noticed the handsome Yi Mingxian at a glance. But at that time, Yi Mingxian was only thinking about Tang Yuyu, and ignored the fragrance of the wild flowers around him. Then, Wu Waiye said sarcastically, that Tang Yuyu is really ignorant. Why did she divorce such an excellent man like you? Yi Mingxian felt unhappy after hearing this. He didn't want to listen to Wu Waiye anymore and gave her a cold look. My affairs have nothing to do with you, please don't make any comments. Of course I know. As Wu Waiye spoke, her laughter was as sweet as a silver bell. Master Yi has not only drawn a clear line between himself and Tang Yuyu, but he also plans to start from a young age. I guess. Wu Waiye walked around Yi Mingxian in a coquettish manner, pretending to be showing off her proud figure to Yi Mingxian. Is Master Yi planning to take action against the Tang group? Chapter 24. You have to make it up to me tonight. Wu Waiye deliberately lowered her voice, like a gentle breeze. Along with the fragrance emanating from her body, it quietly penetrated into Yi Mingxian's ears. This trick works fine against others, but it's too vulgar to use against Yi Mingxian. Yi Mingxian frowned and spoke in a cold voice. It's my own arrangement. There's no need to tell you. Wu Waiye was not angry and showed a charming smile. Her charming eyes stared at Yi Mingxian, as if trying to hook away his soul. Master Yi, if you want to bring Tang Yuyu down, I can lend you a helping hand. Yi Mingxian did not respond, and it is still unclear what role Wu Ye plays. What's more, I don't even know what her purpose is. Wu Ye chuckled, her laughter was as clear as a silver bell, but with an indescribable coquettishness. Her movements and dress were extremely seductive, attracting many men to stop and watch, their eyes full of amazement and greed. Wu Ye said in a tender voice, "If Master Yi is interested, you can call me." As she spoke, she took out her cell phone, her eyes full of anticipation. Yi Mingxian hesitated, his eyes lingering on Wu Ye's face for a moment. Finally, he slowly stretched out his hand and exchanged phone numbers with Wu Ye. A prostitute like Wu Ye might not be a very good partner, but she can be asked to do some of the dirty and tiring work. Afterwards, Yi Mingxian bought the sun protective clothing according to Wu Ye's suggestion. Yi Mingxian drove to Ponzi Energy, and his luxurious sports car shone brightly in the sun. As soon as he walked into the lobby, the girl at the front desk was attracted by his handsomeness. The girl's eyes lit up instantly and an obsessed expression appeared on her face. Ever since Yi Mingxian came last time, she has been thinking about him day and night. "Sir, what can I do for you?" There was no expression on Yi Mingxian's cold face. It was strange that the two security guards who had stopped me before were nowhere to be found. "I'm here to see Mr. Pang." The girl nodded quickly and said, "Okay, sir, please do a simple registration here." Yi Mingxian picked up the pen and quickly wrote down his name. The girl looked at his handsome profile and her heart was filled with joy. After registering, Yi Mingxian did not notice the admiration beside him. He just put down the pen and turned to walk towards the public area. Not long after, Pang Tianliang came up. "Mingxian, have you been waiting for a long time?" "No, I just arrived too." "You are really good at attracting women. Look how much you have charmed our receptionist." Pang Tianliang turned his head to look at the company's front desk and couldn't help shaking his head. "No way. Brother Pang, you are joking again." Yi Mingxian smiled innocently. How come he didn't realize that the receptionist was interested in him? "Brother Pang, I'm driving today, and I feel embarrassed to keep rubbing your car." Pang Tianliang laughed. "You're quite polite, kid. Since you're driving, you can be the driver today and we can go fishing together." The afternoon passed quickly. After Yi Mingxian sent Pang Tianliang back to Ponzi Energy, he also gave his afternoon harvest to the security guard at the door. It was already evening when Yi Mingxian returned to the company. As soon as he sat down at his workstation, he received a text message from Liu Siki. "Master Yi, please go to the president's office." Yi Mingxian smiled. "This little girl calls me master and tells me to do things. Who is the boss between us?" Helpless, Yi Mingxian obediently knocked on the door of the president's office. "Come in." Yi Mingxian walked into the office, and instantly his eyes were attracted by a beautiful scenery. Liu Siki was seen wearing a pink cartoon yoga suit. The tight material perfectly brought out her charming figure. The pink yoga suit seemed to be tailor-made for her, making her skin look whiter and more delicate, and exuding a charming luster. Especially the tight buttocks, which seemed to be full of collagen. Even Yi Mingxian, who had seen a lot of storms, couldn't help but want to go up and take a few shots. At this moment, Liu Siki did not notice Yi Mingxian's embarrassment. She is performing yoga movements with great concentration, sometimes stretching her arms as gracefully as a swan, and sometimes bending her body as flexible as a willow branch. Her hips were slightly raised, facing Yi Mingxian, and the perfect curve made people's heart beat faster. Yi Mingxian's gaze was unconsciously attracted, and his cheeks instantly flushed. "Ahem." Yi Mingxian coughed twice quickly, trying to cover up his gaffe. "I'll wait outside the door." Yi Mingxian's voice was a little hoarse, and he turned around hurriedly, trying to escape from this scene that made his heart beat disorderly. However, Liu Siki stopped him. "Don't go, I'm almost done." Yi Mingxian stopped helplessly, walked slowly to the sofa and sat down. Yi Mingxian picked up the business newspaper on the table and tried to distract himself by reading. However, Liu Siki's figure kept appearing in front of him. Especially when Liu Siki bent down to stretch, her breasts were faintly visible, which made Yi Mingxian's heart skip a beat. He stared at the newspaper closely, forcing himself to concentrate, but the words seemed to jump before his eyes and could not enter his mind. Finally, Liu Siki finished yoga. She was sweating profusely, and the sweat was as crystal clear as pearls, slowly flowing down her cheeks. However, there was no strange smell on her body. Instead, she exuded a faint fragrance that made people feel relaxed and happy. Liu Siki smiled and rushed directly to Yi Mingxian. Master, what are you looking at? There was a hint of ridicule in Liu Siki's voice. Yi Mingxian raised his head and looked at Liu Siki in front of him. Her rosy face was like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. Liu Siki noticed Yi Mingxuan's lustful eyes and smiled confidently. What's the matter, young master? Have you never seen such a beautiful woman? Yi Mingxian shook his head and said softly, yes. Liu Siki frowned in confusion, pressed tightly against Yi Mingxuan's arm, and asked again, is it true or not? The two were so close that they could even smell each other's breath. Yes. Definitely. Then why are you shaking your head? Just now I was thinking about something else. Yi Mingxuan's voice trembled a little. Liu Siki disagreed. She held Yi Mingxuan's arm tightly. Master, I haven't eaten your cooking for a long time. You have to make it up to me tonight. Well, I caught some fish this afternoon. We'll have fish soup tonight. Yi Mingxian pulled his arm away and prepared to leave. It just so happens that I will tell you about Wu Waiye tonight. Liu Siki put on her coat. Wu Waiye. Yi Mingxian was puzzled. Chapter 25 bar. Oh, let's go back and talk about it. In front of Yi Mingxian, Liu Siki was like a free little girl. She took Yi Mingxuan's hand and ran straight to the parking lot. In the bright kitchen, Yi Mingxian stood in front of the stove with an upright posture, like a master conducting a symphony of gourmet food. He skillfully operates various kitchen utensils, frying, deep frying, cooking and stir frying, and the series of movements are as natural as flowing water. The flames licked the bottom of the pot, making a slight, sizzling sound, as if cheering for Yi Mingxuan's cooking skills. Liu Siki, who was standing by, was amazed at Yi Mingxuan's cooking skills and clapped her hands in approval. There was a ripple in Yi Mingxuan's heart. He hasn't cooked for a woman seriously for a long time. He wondered what kind of charm Liu Siki in front of him had. It made him willingly walk into the kitchen and cook delicious food for her. After a while, one dish after another with delicious taste and aroma was served on the table. Liu Siki looked at the table full of delicious food and her eyes lit up instantly. She couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and started to gobble up the food. Her cheeks were stuffed with food, like a cute little squirrel. As she ate, she vaguely praised Yi Mingxuan's cooking skills. Master Yi, the food you cook is so delicious. It's simply the most delicious food in the world. Liu Siki looked so adorable while eating. Her eyes were narrowed into slits and she would stick out her tongue and lick her lips from time to time. I really don't know what it feels like to roll up this fragrant tongue. Yi Mingxian looked at her lovely appearance and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Don't be in a hurry, eat slowly, it's all yours. Liu Siki raised her head and looked at Yi Mingxian with sparkling eyes, with food still in her mouth, and said vaguely, it would be great if Master Yi was also mine. Yi Mingxian was almost shocked by her words and spit out his food. He was stunned for a moment, then took 2 deep breaths and tried to calm himself down. Don't tease me. The voice was a little hoarse, with a hint of subtle tenderness. Then he added, there are some rumors about our relationship in the company now. Liu Siki said nonchalantly, it would be better if everyone knew about it, so that I can monopolize you openly. Yi Mingxian did not understand the hidden meaning in Liu Siki's words, he just shook his head helplessly. After a while, he remembered something. Siki, what's going on with Wu Waiye? Liu Siki then remembered the important matter. She slapped her head and showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Oops, I almost forgot. Wu Waiye may be a charlatan who has shorted 2 companies through the stock market. Yi Mingxian looked at Liu Siki curiously and asked, why did you investigate Wu Waiye? Liu Siki wrinkled her nose and said, it's not that I want to investigate Wu Waiye, but Wu Waiye is investigating you instead. The news reached my ears, so I investigated Wu Waiye by the way. Yi Mingxian fell into deep thought. What is Wu Waiye's purpose? Liu Siki looked at Yi Mingxuan's worried expression and felt a desire to protect him. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll protect you. Liu Siki's serious look made Yi Mingxian laugh subconsciously. Okay, my lady, I will be your cook peacefully. Hiccup tilde. Liu Siki burped and pushed her unfinished meal in front of Yi Mingxian. I'm full, you can eat the rest. Just as Yi Mingxian was about to refuse, Liu Siki picked up the food with her chopsticks and handed it to Yi Mingxuan's mouth. Come on tilde, be good and listen tilde. It's such a strange thing. It must be controlled by someone. With Liu Siki's feeding, Yi Mingxian actually finished all of her leftovers. After dinner, Liu Siki returned to her bedroom and watched Korean dramas. Yi Mingxian was sitting in the living room with Wu Ye's phone number displayed on his phone. Should I give Wu Ye a call? Although Wu Ye investigated herself, she felt very uncomfortable. But she clearly knew her identity, but she didn't tell anyone. What exactly is the intention? Just then, Yi Mingxian's cell phone vibrated. Unexpectedly, Wu Ye actually called me. Hello? Master Yi. Wu Ye's voice was so soft that one could tell how delicate she was just from the sound of her voice. Wu Ye, what do you want? I'm wondering what Master Yi is thinking. But now I want to hear what you think. First of all, I have to figure out Wu Ye's purpose before I can decide whether I want to cooperate with such a person. After all, the Tang Group is huge and powerful, and it is obviously impossible for him to take over all the industries openly. But if Wu Ye joins in, someone will do some shady things. If you want to know what I think, you can come to the Hongyin bar first. I'll be waiting for you here. Before Yi Mingxian could reply, Wu Ye hung up the phone in a hurry. Yi Mingxian thought for a while, picked up the car keys and left. As night falls, the hustle and bustle of the city is vividly displayed at the entrance of Hongyin bar. Yi Mingxian arrived at the door of the bar, and saw two receptionists standing there in cool clothes. They were wearing short skirts as thin as cicada wings, and their skin, which was barely visible, exuded an alluring luster under the light. They twisted their slender waists, looked at Yi Mingxian seductively, and said in a tender voice, "Handsome boy, come in and play." Yi Mingxian frowned slightly, ignored them, and walked straight into the Hongyin bar. As soon as you step into the bar, the scene of bright lights and wine hits you instantly. The gorgeous lights are like a dreamy rainbow, interweaving blurred colors in the darkness. The noisy music was deafening, as if it could shake people's souls. On the stage, two young ladies in bikinis were dancing passionately, and their hot bodies were even more eye-catching under the lights. Every movement was full of temptation, sometimes twisting their waist, sometimes swinging their hips. Every movement made the men in the audience crazy. The men's eyes were full of desire and excitement. They shouted loudly, releasing their inner desires to their heart's content. Yi Mingxian looked around the bar but didn't find Wu Ye. He was about to make a phone call when Wu Ye suddenly appeared, grabbed his hand, and pulled Yi Mingxian to a more secluded bar. After Yi Mingxian let go of her hand, he took a closer look and found that Wu Ye's outfit was not much different from the bikini on the stage. Some parts are even more exposed than on stage. Although she is old, her face and figure are well maintained. However, Yi Mingxian was not interested in her. Yi Mingxian's eyes were still cold, and he asked calmly, "What do you want to talk to me about so late?" Wu Ye raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a seductive smile, and said in a soft voice, "Shouldn't we make love at night?" Chapter 26 Gift. Wu Ye deliberately gave up her posture. The one looking up is Yi Mingxian. The shining eyes, like a beast conquered by him, longed for Yi Mingxian's wanton trampling. If you have something to say, just say it. Yi Mingxian is like an iceberg. He. Wu Ye knew that she was boring, so she stopped acting rashly. Looking at her actions just now, no man in the bar could resist. But the Yi Mingxian in front of him not only resisted, but also showed disgust. But the more he behaved like this, the more Wu Ye longed for Yi Mingxian. "Master, let's celebrate the successful cooperation first." Wu Ye picked up two wine glasses and gestured to Yi Mingxian to clink glasses. "I haven't promised anything yet, how can I talk about success?" Har tilde because I know Master Yi will definitely be interested when he hears my plan. Wu Ye's eyes flashed and she raised her wine glass. Yi Mingxian took the wine glass, clinked glasses with Wu Ye, and drank it all in one gulp. Yi Mingxian put down the wine glass in his hand and urged, "Now we can get down to business." Wu Ye gently shook the wine glass in her hand, and the wine sparkled with an alluring color under the light. "I have investigated. Not only has the Tang family been disbanded by the Yeshuan group, but it has also affected their supply chain and capital chain. Therefore, the Tang group is very short of money." Wu Ye's voice was particularly clear in the noisy environment. "So what?" There was a glimmer of cunning in Wu Ye's eyes. "So I plan to reap the Tang group through the stock market." Yi Mingxian showed a questioning look. "How to harvest?" "Use 5 stocks to drive up the stock price, and then buy and sell them to reap the profits." Yi Mingxian sneered. There's no way the Tang group would be fooled so easily. Wu Waiye disagreed and took a sip of wine. Of course, so I have prepared 50 million yuan to invest. As long as the Tang group is jealous, I can let them get involved. Yi Mingxian continued to ask, what if they don't want to join? Wu Waiye said confidently, they will definitely join the game. Yi Mingxian was silent for a moment. No matter what means you have, their whole plan seems to be flawless. Why do you want to cooperate with me? Wu Waiye put down her wine glass, leaned forward slightly, and stared at Yi Mingxian closely. My 50 million can at most leverage 200 million of Tang's funds, but if young Master Yi joins the game, Tang's investment can at least double the amount. Yi Mingxian fell into deep thought, tapping his fingers lightly on the bar. Although what Wu Waiye did was a bit immoral, this kind of dirty and tiring work does require people like Wu Waiye. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Wu Waiye. Is there any way to get Tang's group to join the game 100%? Yi Mingxuan's question showed that he was interested. Wu Waiye smiled, with a sinister glint in her eyes. Because Tang Yuyu is a love-brained person, some of the dirty work is left to Yuan Dao to do. Yi Mingxian frowned again. Yuan Dao. What can he do? Wu Waiye lowered her voice and said, Yuan Dao can use Tang Yuyu's feelings for him to lure her into making the wrong decision. As long as Tang Yuyu joins the game, the Tang group will not be able to escape. Finally, Yi Mingxian raised his head. Okay, I can cooperate with you, but I have one condition. No one can know about my involvement in this matter. Wu Waiye nodded. Don't worry, Master Yi. Only the two of us know about this. The next morning, Tang Yuyu was processing documents in the office. Today is the third day of my meeting with the secretary. We must give a reply tonight, otherwise there will be no way to communicate with Yeshuan Group anymore. At this time, Yuan Dao called. Yuyu, Mingsen Coffee, I'm waiting for you here. After a brief conversation, Yuan Dao hung up the phone. Tang Yuyu frowned, with a fire burning in her heart. That night, the strange sounds made by Yuan Dao kept echoing in her mind, making her feel that Yuan Dao must be hiding something from her. At this time, the time agreed with the secretary of Yeshuan Group was approaching, and she had to make a decision. Tang Yuyu took a deep breath, straightened her clothes, and then walked out of Tang Group. She was so anxious that she wanted to fly to Mingsen Coffee immediately. As soon as she entered the coffee shop, Tang Yuyu's eyes were attracted by a familiar figure. Yuan Dao was sitting on the sofa in the corner, and he looked very bad. His eyes were bloodshot, his face was pale, and his hair was messy. The body was slightly curled up, as if it had been hollowed out. Seeing Yuan Dao like this, Tang Yuyu felt distressed. She walked over, sat opposite Yuan Dao, and asked with concern. Yuan Dao, what's wrong with you? You look unwell. When Yuan Dao heard Tang Yuyu's voice, he raised his head and forced a smile. It's okay, Yuyu. I just ran around all night for the Tang Group's business, so I look very tired. The voice had a hint of fatigue. In fact, it was because Wu Waiye had drained me dry in bed these days. But as luck would have it, I haven't been in good shape recently. So every time I finished my work, I was forced to rest on the sofa. Now he looked tired. Tang Yuyu looked at Yuan Dao with a distressed look on her face. Yuan Dao, our situation is very difficult right now, don't try too hard. If you have any problems, be sure to tell me and we can work together to find a solution. Yuan Dao lowered his head and pretended to be under a lot of pressure. Yuyu, I'm really fine. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard for Tang Group. Yuan Dao, when will the cooperation with Wu Waiye begin? When Yuan Dao heard Wu Waiye's name, his heart tightened. We must promote cooperation with Wu Waiye as soon as possible. I'm here to discuss this matter this time. Yuan Dao knew that Tang Hu had returned to China, so he didn't dare to go to Tang Group. Tang Hu didn't like Yuan Dao, so he asked him to go to a coffee shop to discuss things. Tang Yuyu was very anxious. I'm going to invite Wu Waiye to the Tang Group this afternoon to discuss with my father Tang Hu. Time is tight, and we must prepare as soon as possible. Yuan Dao nodded. No problem, but before we talk about things, we'd better give Wu Waiye some gifts, so that things can be done more easily. Tang Yuyu recalled the time when she and Yuan Dao went to buy a gift for Liu Siki, and she felt unhappy. I spent a lot of money that time, but didn't get anything done. Yuan Dao, we can't spend money recklessly anymore. I'm already very disappointed with what happened last time. Yuyu, this time is different. Wu Ye is our important partner, and we must let her feel our sincerity. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Tang Yu said tiredly, I don't have time to go to the mall, I transferred 50,000 yuan to you, go buy it yourself. Yuan Dao was even happier when he heard this, because the 50,000 yuan was all his. Okay, Yu, don't worry, I will definitely buy a suitable gift. Chapter 27, Guaranteed Profit. The sun is high in the sky. The afternoon sun penetrates the clouds like a golden arrow, shining on the bustling city. Tang Yu, wearing an elegant white dress, led Wu Ye into the towering building of Tang Corporation. The high heels of the two people tapped out a crisp and powerful rhythm on the smooth marble floor. The door of the president's office slowly opened, and Tang Hu was already waiting there. His eyes stayed on Wu Ye for a moment, and he couldn't help but admire her in his heart. Wu Ye was wearing an exquisite black professional suit today, with her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her eyes revealed confidence. Ms. Wu, I've heard of your name for a long time. Now that I see you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Wu Ye nodded slightly, with the corners of her mouth rising. Mr. Tang, you are too kind. Mr. Tang is also very heroic and dignified. He is indeed a legend in the business world. After exchanging pleasantries, the two sat down. Mr. Tang, I came here today to discuss a business deal with you. Wu Ye went straight to the point. Tang Hu smiled and nodded, motioning Wu Ye to continue. I have studied for a long time and found that there is a great opportunity in the current stock market. We can invest money, manipulate stocks, and reap the benefits. There was no trace of emotion on Tang Hu's face. He leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms over his chest. Ms. Wu, tell me your plan in detail. I am prepared to invest 50 million, and Tang Group will also invest 50 million. Together we will raise the share prices of several stocks to attract investors to join us. Then, at the right time, we can sell the goods. One in and one out, and we can make a guaranteed profit of 200 million yuan. If we do this a few more times, we can easily make 20 to 30 billion. Tang Hu frowned. He had been in the business world for many years and naturally knew that this kind of operation was not uncommon in the stock market. But the key lies in whether investors can be fooled. If investors don't fall for it, their plans will fail and they may even lose all their money. Wu Ye saw Tang Hu's doubts. Mr. Tang, don't worry. I have studied for a long time, and these stocks are carefully selected. 3 are medical beauty stocks, and 2 are new energy electric vehicle stocks. These 2 fields are the outlets of the recent market, and the market prospects are broad. Besides, I will invest 50 million myself first. If Tang's Group feels that the returns are good, I will invest again. In this way, Tang's Group will not have any risks. When Tang Hu heard this, he secretly made some calculations in his mind. This is indeed a business that is sure to make money. If the 50 million yuan invested by Wu Ye does not cause any response, I will not invest. Anyway, you are playing with other people's money, so why not? Ms. Wu, your plan sounds great, but the stock market is unpredictable, so we still have to act with caution. Wu Ye nodded. Mr. Tang, I understand, but opportunities always come to those who are prepared. We can't miss this great opportunity just because we are afraid of risks. Tang Hu fell into deep thought again. His eyes darted back and forth over Wu Ye, trying to find a hint of flaw in her expression. Okay, Miss Wu. I promise you, but we need to sign a detailed contract to clarify the rights and obligations of both parties. As a veteran who has been in the stock market for 20 years. With your own management, you can basically make money. Wu Ye was delighted, thinking that her plan was already half successful. Boss Tang, don't worry, I've asked a lawyer to draft the agreement. Wu Ye took out an agreement from her bag and placed it in front of Tang Hu. After reading the agreement carefully, Tang Hu signed it readily. Then Tang Hu stood up, stretched out his hand and said, Ms. Wu, it's a pleasure to work with you. Wu Ye also stood up and held Tang Hu's hand. It's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Tang. After finishing the discussion, Wu Ye left first. Tang Hu showed a smug smile on his face. He turned to look at Tang Yu beside him and praised softly, Yu, this Wu Ye you found is simply a sucker. She is actually willing to give money to others to play stocks. There was a hint of doubt in Tang Yu's eyes. Father, doesn't the Tang Group plan to join in? Tang Hu narrowed his eyes, leaned back in the comfortable leather seat, and crossed his hands over his chest. Of course we can see hope if we join the game, but if the 50 million invested by Wu Ye cannot boost the stock price, and investors don't join the game, our Tang Group will definitely not invest. Anyway, we can just test the waters with her money first, and we won't feel bad about it. When Tang Yuyu heard this, she was delighted and her eyes showed excitement. Such operations can indeed minimize the risks. And all this was thanks to finding Wu Ye, their sucker. Thinking of this, she felt even more grateful to Yuan Dao. If it weren't for Yuan Dao's matchmaking, she would never have met Wu Ye. At this moment, Tang Hu's face suddenly turned serious and he changed the subject. Yuyu, continue to prepare for the negotiation with Yeshuan shares. Although we have already made an agreement with Wu Ye, we still need to make more preparations for ourselves. Tang Yuyu straightened up immediately. Okay, father, I will go to Yeshuan shares this afternoon to sign the agreement. Tang Hu sighed, his eyes revealing a look of heartache. He slowly stood up, walked to the window, looked at the bustling city scenery outside the window, and said with emotion, once the agreement is signed, the four factories of our Tang Group will be mortgaged to Yeshuan shares. This is our years of hard work, it really makes people feel distressed. Tang Yuyu walked to Tang Hu and comforted him softly. Father, don't worry too much. As long as we survive this difficult time and become bigger and stronger, we will definitely be able to swallow up Yeshuan shares and take our Tang Group to a higher level. Tang Hu nodded, and fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes. Yuyu, you are right. Dad, I have a question. If we see that Wu Ye has indeed made a profit tonight, how should we pay for it? Tang Yuyu is very clear about her company's accounts. There is only over 1 million left in the company's account. I still have 100 million in my personal account. Tang Yuyu frowned. Father, this money is for your retirement. Tang Hu smiled and patted Tang Yuyu's shoulder. Yuyu, don't worry. Your father has done a thorough study of the stock market, and it's basically a sure win. Over the years, I have been working in the stock market and have accumulated rich experience. As long as we seize the opportunity, we will definitely be able to get rich returns. The worry in Tang Yuyu's heart gradually dissipated. Looking at Tang Hu's confident face, Tang Yuyu clenched his fists. In order to restore the cooperation with Yeshuan shares in the past 2 days, Tang Yuyu has been humble and even begged Yi Mingxian many times. Even so, Yi Mingxian still wanted to mortgage his assets. Since you are so ruthless now, don't blame me for being cruel when I become successful. Chapter 28 Go to Hell. Mr. Liu, how do you feel? Yeshuan Company, Limited Building. President's Office. Liu Siki looked at the materials submitted by Yi Mingxian and frowned. Within the company, Yi Mingxian was still respectful to Liu Siki, after all, they were superiors and subordinates. You mean we should follow Wu Ye into the game? Yes. At present, the capital chain of Tang's Group is worrying. They are in urgent need of a large amount of cash, and the stock market is undoubtedly the place with the most cash. If we seize this opportunity, we will definitely make the Tang Group suffer heavy losses. Yi Mingxian gave a cold smile. Liu Siki on the side twisted her body in a coquettish manner and said in a sweet voice, Master, this is your company. I am just pretending. The final decision is still made by you. Like a cunning little fox. Yi Mingxian smiled and nodded. Siki, prepare 50 million for me. Liu Siki took out her cell phone and tapped a few times, and 50 million was quickly cleared out for Yi Mingxian in the finance account. Master, when will Wu Ye make her move? Tonight. Liu Siki frowned. Could it be that Tang Yuyu gave up the cooperation with Yeshuan Group for this? Yi Mingxian sneered. No matter what path she takes, Tang Yuyu will definitely die. Liu Siki looked at Yi Mingxian, her voice soft and gentle. Master, you have liked Tang Yuyu for so many years. Now you are going to kill her with your own hands. Don't you feel bad? There was no trace of emotion on Yi Mingxian's face. Before, Tang Yuyu slapped himself in the face and gave him a sweet date as a reward. This was clearly PUA. I had no experience in relationships before, so I was deceived by her. I only hate Tang Yuyu now. She pursued me back then, and if I hadn't thought about our feelings, I would have punished her long ago. Liu Siki chuckled, with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Master, I know everything about you. Ahem. After spending the past few days with Liu Siki, Yi Mingxian had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. He unconsciously wanted to maintain his image in Liu Siki's heart. But he forgot that the entire Yeshuan shares were established for himself. Of course, Liu Siki knew her own affairs by heart. I'll go take care of other things. After saying that, Yi Mingxian hurriedly left the office. Yi Mingxuan's figure disappeared at the door. Liu Siki looked at the direction he left and revealed a smug smile. She didn't care whether Yi Mingxian still had Tang Yuyu in his heart. She believed that as long as she stayed with Yi Mingxian, one day he would forget Tang Yuyu and fall in love with her. At this moment, there was a crisp knock on the door. "Come in." The secretary gently pushed open the door and said respectfully, "Boss Liu, Tang Yuyu has arrived at the company." Liu Siki thought to herself, Tang Yuyu still wants to cooperate with Yishuan shares after all. So he ordered, negotiate with her and exchange the assets of Tang Group at the lowest cost. The secretary nodded and said, "Understood, Mr. Liu." Then the secretary turned and left the office. In the secretary's office, Tang Yuyu was wearing a simple yet elegant professional suit, holding the carefully prepared materials in her hands. There was a humble smile on her face, and her eyes revealed a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Tang Yuyu handed over the materials and said softly, "I've been busy preparing these materials these past 2 days, so I came here to discuss this at such a late hour. I'm really sorry." The secretary took the materials politely. "It's okay, Mr. Tang, we understand that you are busy." The secretary looked over the materials carefully. Tang Yuyu was a little nervous, afraid that the secretary would go back on his word. "Everything is the same as discussed last time." Tang Yuyu couldn't help but say. The secretary raised his head and glanced at Tang Yuyu. "Mr. Tang, don't worry. I will carefully review these materials. If there are no problems, I will report to Mr. Liu about our cooperation with Tang Group." Tang Yuyu had no choice but to wait patiently. As long as the cooperation is agreed upon, the shareholders' meeting will not put too much pressure on themselves. "Then I'll trouble you." While reviewing the materials, Tang Yuyu gradually relaxed and began to think about her next plan. Suddenly, she thought of Yi Mingxian. "Excuse me, do you know what Yi Mingxian from your company is busy with recently?" The secretary's expression changed and he became cautious. "Ms. Tang, why are you asking about Yi Mingxian?" Tang Yuyu smiled awkwardly. "Yi Mingxian is my ex-husband. I just want to know how he is doing recently." The secretary frowned and retorted, "Since he is my ex-husband, it doesn't matter anymore. Mr. Tang, you should focus on the cooperation." Tang Yuyu nodded. "There is no problem with the materials at the moment. They are the same as what we discussed last time." The secretary closed the materials. "We still have to wait for our CEO Liu to make the final decision on the specific matters. I will let you know when there is any news later." The secretary stood up and prepared to see the guest off. Hearing the secretary's words, Tang Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, excuse me." After leaving the secretary's office, Tang Yuyu felt much better. Just as she walked to the elevator, she met Huang Kai. Huang Kai is a notorious pervert. He looked at Tang Yuyu beside him, and his heart couldn't help but move. "Who are you looking for, beautiful lady?" Tang Yuyu glanced at Huang Kai and said, "I'm looking for Yi Mingxian. Brother Yi is so awesome. Not only can he deal with Mr. Liu of the company, even other beauties came to the company." Huang Kai's eyes lit up. "Brother Yi, he is in the marketing department, I can take you there." "Real? Holy crap. Is this true?" Although he envied Yi Mingxuan's luck in love, Huang Kai was still willing to help others. After saying that, Huang Kai attentively led Tang Yuyu to the marketing department. Yi Mingxian was sitting at his workstation and making a phone call. He just received a call from someone claiming to be a buyer from Ponzi Energy. The purchasing agent specifically asked to communicate with Yi Mingxian. It is said that Ponzi Energy will purchase a batch of 30 million goods next month. Yi Mingxian thought that Pang Qianliang must be unable to wait and was looking for something for him to do. But when he looked up and saw Huang Kai leading Tang Yuyu into the marketing office with a smile on his face, I really wanted to tear Huang Kai into pieces. After hanging up the phone, Huang Kai came over with a sly look on his face. "Brother Yi, you can't see it normally. Do you have any unique skills that we can't see?" Huang Kai said this and looked at Yi Mingxian. "Or do you have any special skills?" "Go to hell." Yi Mingxian just felt a headache. Huang Kai had unexpectedly brought him into trouble. "Don't hide it from me. I'm telling you, I really need this thing these days." Huang Kai was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. "I've always boasted about how brave I am, but the night before last my beautiful client made fun of me. Chapter 29. Sure enough, he has two tricks. Several black lines suddenly appeared on Yi Mingxuan's forehead. I told you to watch less Japanese action movies and exercise more, but you refused. Who can you blame for failing at the crucial moment? Wang Kai looked miserable. I'm not as handsome as you. Can't I just solve it myself when I'm in a hurry? Yi Mingxian, didn't you notice that I was waiting for you? Tang Yuyu was originally standing at the door. But when she saw Yi Mingxian chatting with Wang Kai, she walked over to Yi Mingxuan's workstation. Brother Yi, you go ahead and do your work. We can discuss some technical matters later. Wang Kai patted Yi Mingxian on the shoulder, as if to cheer him up. Yi Mingxian sighed slightly and glanced at Tang Yuyu. Then he stood up and walked out the door. Although he didn't see a good look on his face, Tang Yuyu still followed behind. Outside the Yeshuan Company, Limited building. Yi Mingxuan's tall figure standing there attracted the sidelong glances of many ladies passing by. What do you want from me? Tang Yuyu's eyes flashed with a complicated emotion, and she said softly, Mingxian, I'm here to thank you. Thank you for matchmaking for me and allowing me to negotiate the cooperation with Yeshuan shares. Yi Mingxian sneered. You're welcome. It's just business. If there's nothing else, I'm going to get back to work. As he said this, he pretended to leave. Tang Yuyu hurried forward to stop him. Mingxian, wait a minute. I want to invite you to dinner, so we can have a good talk. Yi Mingxian refused without hesitation. No need. I don't have the time, and I'm not interested. The words were brief and decisive, and at the same time, he slightly turned sideways, trying to avoid Tang Yuyu. Tang Yuyu bit her lip and said unwillingly, Mingxian, I will soon solve the Tang Group's predicament. If you change your mind, you can still come back to me. There was a hint of sarcasm in Yi Mingxuan's eyes, and he sneered, Tang Yuyu, we are divorced. Whether you live a good life or not has nothing to do with me. Tang Yuyu's face turned pale, and there was a hint of despair in his eyes. This is your last chance. The voice trembled slightly, as if making a final struggle. Yi Mingxian had a blank expression on his face. Then take your chance and leave. Looking at Yi Mingxuan's cold face, Tang Yuyu felt a pang of pain in her heart, as if she still loved Yi Mingxian in her heart. Tang Yuyu shook her head vigorously, trying to get rid of all the thoughts in her mind. Memories come flooding back like a tide. Thinking of the unforgettable little things Yi Mingxian had done for me. They watched the sunrise together at the beach. The warm sunshine shone on them, as if there were only the two of them in the whole world. When she was sick, Yi Mingxian stayed by her side day and night, taking good care of her. Those beautiful memories now pierced her heart like a sharp blade. Seeing that Tang Yuyu didn't say anything, Yi Mingxian turned and left. Looking at his back, Tang Yuyu felt full of loss. In order to find a sense of balance, she took out her cell phone and called Yuan Dao. There was a voice on the other end of the phone. Tang Yuyu frowned slightly and asked, Yuan Dao, what are you doing? Yuan Dao panted and said, I'm exercising. You're exercising again in the middle of the day. Tang Yuyu had a strange feeling in her heart. There's no time limit for exercise. Yuan Dao seemed to be trying very hard. Yuyu, why are you calling? The words were full of urgency. I just wanted to ask where you are. I want you to stay with me. Tang Yuyu is like a beggar for emotions. Okay, I'll come see you in 2 hours, Yuyu, let me tell you this first. Another old lady fell down on the road. I have to go help her up. As soon as Yuan Dao finished speaking, a busy tone came from the phone. That's weird. Does an old lady fall down every time he runs? Tang Yuyu was curious, but didn't think much about it. Put away the phone and prepare to return to Tang Group. The other side. It might be Tang Yuyu's interruption that affected Yuan Dao's attempt to regain his face. Get lost. Wu Waiye kicked Yuan Dao to the ground again. What a loser. It was only 8 minutes this time. Excluding the time you took to take off your pants, it wasn't even 5 minutes. Faced with Wu Waiye's accusations, Yuan Dao felt embarrassed. You obviously took the medicine. This third brother's magic oil doesn't work either. Sister Waiye, I haven't been feeling well these past 2 days. How can I be in good shape? Ever since Wu Waiye and Yi Mingxian separated, the valve of desire seemed to be completely opened. As a result, Yuan Dao had to eat wolfberries as meals every day. But my own foundation is too weak. No matter how much I added, I couldn't satisfy Wu Ye's unreasonable demands. Serve me. Wu Ye posed and Yuan Dao acted like a pug. However, thinking back to Tang Yoyo's humble tone just now, Wu Ye felt an inexplicable sense of vanity in her heart. The person Tang Yoyo couldn't get no matter how hard she tried, was treated like a dog by her. Sister Ye, is it okay? Wu Ye nodded slightly. I'm going to call it a day tonight. Go find Tang Yoyo later and give her a strong dose of medicine. How do I get in? Yuan Dao thought about it and fiddled with his tools. Could it be that Wu Ye wanted me to sell my body? I wanted to ride Tang Yoyo on me, but I really had no power to do so in the past 2 days. What are you thinking about? Seeing Yuan Dao's dazed eyes, Wu Ye was furious. If he can't even do it himself, how can Yuan Dao have the ability to find someone else? Tell her that I have prepared 100 million yuan and will wait and see whether Tang's group will make a move. If Tang's group hesitates, I will not make any additional investments. The other 50 million belonged to Yi Mingxian, but since Yi Mingxian didn't want others to know, he also joined in and simply put the money on his own head. Wu Ye is also an old fox. If the return on the 50 million he invested is too small, he knows that Tang Hu will not spend the money in his hands. She has secretly contacted a lot of retail investors and released a lot of information. She believes that as long as she continues to add 50 million in investment, even if Tang Hu is a veteran in the stock market, he will not be able to resist her offensive. Sister Ye, you actually paid out 100 million. Yuan Dao looked surprised. How much money is 100 million? Yuan Dao dared not even think about it. If you want to catch big fish, you have to be willing to spend money. Sister Ye is really amazing. Then, he worked harder. Well, I have some tricks. Wu Ye was immersed in it. Chapter 30. I'm leaving now. The night is as dark as ink. Quietly enveloped the bustling city. Tang Yoyo led Wu Ye into the president's office of Tang Corporation. The president's office, which used to be as quiet as a valley, now has several more computers. Several employees were busy working, and the sound of keyboard tapping was like rapid drum beats, breaking the tranquility of the night. Tang Hu was wearing a neat suit. When he saw Wu Ye, he smiled faintly. Boss Wu, we meet again. Wu Ye smiled back politely. Yes, Mr. Tang, we will definitely succeed tonight. Tang Hu put his hands behind his back and paced slowly, glancing at the employees, feeling secretly proud in his heart. He looked at Wu Ye, with a hint of tentativeness in his tone. The workload tonight is heavy, so I called a few confidants. They are all stock trading masters in the company. It would be much safer if there were more people checking. After all, the stock market is like a battlefield. If you are not careful, you will lose everything. Tang Hu secretly mocked in his heart. Humph, a woman who doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is, dares to show off her skills in front of me. I want to see how capable you are. Wu Ye's eyes were as calm as water, as if she had already guessed Tang Hu's intention. Tang Hu, I have seen through your plan. Do you think you can break my plan with just these few people? It's just a pipe dream. Wu Ye walked calmly to the desk, turned on the computer, and operated it skillfully. She turned to look at Tang Hu and said calmly, Boss Tang, every group has many accounts, and some private accounts are used specifically for the group to do some secret things. I just transferred 50 million to a private account of the Tang group. Tang Hu was stunned and secretly surprised. How did this woman know the company's private accounts? But his face remained expressionless. There was no time to think about it. Wu Ye had already started to move. Use all this money to buy 2 medical stocks, Demay and Mayer. Several employees immediately became busy, their fingers flying on the keyboard, their eyes focused and nervous. Tang Hu stood aside, his arms folded across his chest, thinking to himself, what confidence does this woman have? He looked at the employees, his heart full of anticipation. These are all stock trading experts he carefully selected, and their experience and abilities are obvious to all in the company. But this Wu Ye was a little hard for him to figure out. After a while, an employee excitedly reported to Tang Hu, Boss Tang, the 2 medical stocks have risen to 30 million. Another employee followed up by saying, based on this increase, this stock should be worth over 80 million tonight. Tang Hu was delighted that these 2 stocks rose so fast. According to past experience, it is only a matter of time before it exceeds 80 million. He deliberately glanced at Wu Ye, only to see that Wu Ye looked calm and composed, as if she had everything planned out for herself. Tang Hu couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. What on earth was this woman thinking? Did she have another trick up her sleeve? Wu Yue sat there quietly, watching the numbers jumping on the computer screen, her heart calm. She knew that the battle had just begun. Suddenly, those employees stared at the computer screens, beads of sweat oozing from their foreheads. An employee anxiously reported, "Boss Tang, the stock price has stopped rising after reaching 75 million, and there is a downward trend." Tang Hu looked at Wu Yue again, tapping his fingers on the table, his eyes full of distrust, thinking to himself, "I have to force this woman to see if she is up to something. Doesn't she know that the current situation is very dangerous?" Wu Yue remained calm and composed, everything was under her control. Tang Yu looked at her father's reaction and felt a little anxious. She stepped forward and whispered, "Father, we are already profitable, but if there is no follow-up funding for these two stocks, they will most likely be drained out." Her eyes were full of worry, and she was also hinting to her father Tang Hu to invest the money in the stock market. Tang Hu was silent for a moment. "Don't be in a hurry, take a look at the situation. The stock market is treacherous and ever-changing. For some stocks, large investors are pulling up the price of retail investors, so you must be more cautious." He always felt resentful towards Wu Yue, who appeared out of nowhere and was willing to help him. At this moment, Wu Yue smiled slightly and slowly stood up. Her movements were elegant and calm, without showing any panic at all. "Since Mr. Tang has concerns, I will invest another 50 million myself." The surrounding employees were stunned. Several employees whispered, "This Wu Yue is really amazing, so decisive, worthy of being a master. Yes, if only I had her courage and determination." In fact, Wu Yue had been panicking for a long time. Not to mention that the 50 million he invested was all obtained by mortgage loans. "Just for the 50 million given by Yi Mingxian, if I don't get a good explanation, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive in China." But the atmosphere had become extremely tense and he could not reveal any clues. "Boss Tang, I will only invest 100 million. Currently, I'm only releasing 2 stocks. As long as I can make 50 million by the close of today, that's fine." Wu Yue looked at Tang Hu with a kind face. "Since Mr. Tang is not interested, I will play by myself." But her words were full of provocation, and at the same time they were stimulating Tang Hu to take out his money and invest in the stock market with her. "I also want to thank Tang Hu for sending his employees to help me make money in the stock market." After saying that, Wu Yue sat down again and operated the keyboard with her hands skillfully. Tang Hu's assistant suddenly ran over and reported to Tang Hu nervously, "Boss Tang, another 50 million has been deposited into the Tang Group's private account." Looking at the confident Wu Yue, Tang Hu felt conflicted. "Shouldn't your own employees be working for others tonight? Dad, don't hesitate. If he had this amount of money, Zhongyan's shareholders would not put too much pressure on himself." Tang Yu grabbed Tang Hu's arm. "It's okay even if we earn a little less. Wu Yue is so confident, she must be sure of it. If it was a deliberate setup, there would be no need to use 100 million yuan. What's more, Wu Yue transferred the money without any hesitation, which shows that she was not afraid that the Tang Group would embezzle the money. It means she has strong connections. But if you don't invest with her, you might miss this opportunity and suffer a huge loss." Tang Hu fell into deep thought. The office was silent except for the sound of keyboard typing and people's breathing. "Boss Tang, I come here with sincerity." Seeing that Tang Hu was about to give in, Wu Yue planned to give him another strong dose of medicine. "If Mr. Tang wasn't very interested at the beginning, there would be no need for me to drag him to play. It's a pity." Har har har. Tang Hu stood up and looked at Wu Yue with a smile on his face. "Mr. Wu, you are worrying too much. I was just waiting for the bank's notification, and now I will leave." Chapter 31. Where does the 100 million come from? Are you using this to deceive the Japanese? Wait for the bank's notification. How does the bank notify you? More than a dozen people stood there staring blankly. Tang Hu received neither text message nor phone call. Received a bank notification out of nowhere? However, Tang Hu's words made Wu Yue relax a little. Tang Hu's eyes flashed, and he decisively transferred 50 million from his personal account, and told his employees, "Transfer this money to the stock market to push up the stock price." Tang Hu was secretly calculating in his mind that since these 3 transfers were all worth 50 million and they were under his control, there would be no problems. The employees immediately took action, their fingers dancing on the keyboard like shuttles, performing the operations in a tense and orderly manner. Soon, the employees brought good news. Boss Tang, the stock market prices continue to rise, and two medical stocks have exceeded 80 million. Tang Hu frowned, a trace of worry rising in his heart. Including my own investment, the total investment was 150 million yuan. But now the two stocks are only worth 80 million, and the capital cannot be recovered. What should I do? Just when Tang Hu was about to ask Wu Ye took the lead and told the employees, buy shares of Lord Battery and Oasis electric vehicles immediately. Tang Hu nodded immediately and thought to himself, Wu Ye really has other stocks behind her. If I don't step in, these cards may not be revealed. It seems that this woman is not simple. Tang Hu appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was surging like a raging wave. He was speculating on Wu Ye's every move, while Wu Ye seemed calm and unhurried. Soon, an employee said excitedly, Boss Tang, the stocks of Nord Battery and Oasis electric vehicles have successively climbed to 50 million. A look of joy appeared on Tang Yu's face, with a gleam in her eyes. It seemed as if starting from tomorrow, he would be able to slap these ostentatious shareholders' meetings in the face. The four stocks have exceeded 250 million yuan, and after deducting the costs, it is a guaranteed profit of 100 million yuan. Wu Ye looked at Tang Hu and Tang Yu out of the corner of her eye. Tang Yu was extremely happy and excited, and her excitement was hard to conceal. Although Tang Hu tried his best to restrain himself, his micro-expressions betrayed him, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Wu Ye smiled secretly in her heart, she knew that the time was ripe. I've almost used up all the money I brought with me, and I'd invest more if I could. She paused for a moment, then continued, the 100 million we earned will be divided proportionally, and I'm going to take 70 million. When Tang Hu heard this, he immediately rejected it. According to this method, I can only earn 30 million after working hard for a long time. How is this possible? Tang Hu smiled and said, Boss Wu, splitting it equally is not a good idea, right? This place and the people are all mine. Without the conditions I provided, you would not be able to operate so smoothly, right? Wu Ye smiled indifferently and responded, Boss Tang, I have invested 100 million after all. If you insist on making a fuss about the venue and personnel, I can give you 500,000 as hard work fee. Tang Hu laughed and waved his hands, saying, I, Tang Hu, don't need the 500,000 yuan. What I need is the opportunity to cooperate with Mr. Wu. But since it's a cooperation, we have to make a good start the first time. Tang Yu hurried forward at this time. Father, it's not worth taking such a big risk to earn only 30 million. There was a flash of displeasure in Tang Hu's eyes. You don't understand, don't interrupt. Tang Hu's gaze fell on Wu Ye again. When I was communicating with Mr. Wu before, I heard that he had 5 stocks, but now he has only invested in 4. What is the other stock? Tang Hu's heart was full of curiosity and desire. He had already tasted the sweetness through these 4 stocks. He was eager to uncover all of Wu Ye's secrets, and wondered to himself, how many secrets is this woman hiding? What kind of surprise will the last stock in her hand bring? Tang Hu is a very delicate person and he keeps analyzing various possibilities. He thought that since Wu Ye was so generous, the stock she held must be extraordinary. If we can participate in it, it will definitely bring huge benefits to the Tang Group. Then, his eyes were like a hungry cheetah spying on its prey. Wu Ye looked at Tang Hu's anxious look and felt secretly proud. As expected, nothing can be hidden from Mr. Tang. There is indeed another stock, but I no longer have the funds to invest. Tang Hu's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly responded. I have money, but I have one request. I want 80% of the profits from this stock. Wu Ye pretended to be embarrassed, frowned and shook her head gently, saying, No, I can only give you 60% at most. Mr. Tang, I have already made a lot of concessions. Moreover, I can also reveal one thing, this stock is a technology stock, and it has great potential. Wu Ye's words were full of temptation, and she knew that Tang Hu would be moved. Tang Hu gritted his teeth. Since Mr. Wu has no money at the moment, I am willing to pay. Moreover, I only need 70% of the profit. Yi Mingxian sat in front of the computer, staring at the screen with sharp eyes. On the computer screen, the trend curves of several stocks are like jumping notes. Yi Mingxian thought to himself, Wu Ye's plan is dirty but very useful. She accurately grasped the Tang Group's lack of money. The reason why these stocks were able to rise so rapidly just now was all due to the fact that I released a large amount of information, which attracted countless retail investors to jump in like moths to a flame. Yi Mingxian narrowed his eyes slightly. Unfortunately, Tang Group did not invest much this time, and it is not yet time to close the net. His hands danced quickly on the keyboard, and as he operated, a large amount of funds once again flowed into those stocks. Soon, the stock price seemed to be injected with powerful momentum and began to rise again. At the same time, in the office of the president of Tang Group, the tug of war between Wu Weiye and Tang Hu continues. An employee suddenly reported excitedly, "Boss Tang, the stock price has started to rise again." Wu Weiye frowned, her mind full of questions. Who joins the game at this time? At this moment, the cell phone vibrated slightly. Wu Weiye looked down and saw that it was a message from Yi Mingxian. It said simply, "Hurry up and get Tang Hu to invest more money." Wu Weiye's mouth corners curled up, and she already had a plan in mind. When Tang Hu heard the employee's reports, his eyes sparkled with excitement. In this game of cutting leaks, in order to gain more profits, you must act decisively. He looked at Wu Weiye and said firmly, "Boss Wu, I plan to invest another 100 million. Wu Weiye was secretly delighted, but pretended to be hesitant on the surface. After a moment, she slowly nodded and said, "Boss Tang is really courageous. In this case, let's give it a try together. Father, there is only 50 million in your account. Where did you get 100 million? Tang Yuyu was worried that her father was investing too much, so she came out to dissuade him. Chapter 32. Where is Wu Weiye? Tang Hu's eyes were firm, and he said slowly, "Yuyu, I want to take out 50 million from the Tang Group's guaranteed account." When Tang Yuyu heard this, she was immediately horrified. "Dad, the guaranteed account is the last barrier to prevent the company from bankruptcy. It is prepared to deal with lawsuits and emergencies. We can't do this, it's too risky." Tang Yuyu tried to persuade her father to return to his rationality. Tang Hu frowned, his eyes revealing a hint of majesty, and said sternly, "The Tang Group doesn't need you to make a decision now." Tang Yuyu's heart tightened when he heard this. She looked helplessly at Wu Weiye, who was smiling, and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. "I always feel that Wu Weiye is like a mysterious hunter, and the Tang Group is stepping into the trap she has carefully laid step by step." Tang Hu took a deep breath and continued, "If survival is a problem, don't even think about barriers." After saying this, he immediately arranged for his assistant to withdraw the money from the account. Seeing Tang Hu's decisiveness, Wu Weiye couldn't help but applaud and praised, "Mr. Tang is indeed a man who can do great things. He is courageous and decisive." Tang Hu was very pleased to hear Wu Weiye's praise, and a hint of pride appeared in his eyes. Soon, the assistant came running to report, "Boss Tang, we have collected 100 million. Wu Weiye quickly stepped forward to persuade him, "Invest in high-tech stocks now, you are guaranteed to make money." Tang Hu nodded in agreement without hesitation. Afterwards, Wu Weiye instructed her employees to start operating. The employees immediately got busy. Soon, these stocks seemed to have. At this time, an employee frowned. "It has entered a flat trend." Tang Hu waved his hand nonchalantly, his eyes revealing a domineering and confident look. "These are all smoke screens. We are going to eat up these stocks and wait for them to appreciate in value." Tang Hu's voice was firm and powerful, as if everything was under his control. Tang Yuyu was extremely anxious. She stepped forward again, her eyes full of anxiety and worry. "Father, hurry up and ship the goods. Don't let us lose all our money in the end." His voice trembled slightly, trying to awaken his father's reason. However, Tang Hu was blinded by the interests at this time, and he slapped Tang Yuyu in the face angrily. A crisp, click sound made the entire office quiet in an instant. Tang Hu angrily shouted, "You can't manage the company well, and now you dare to interfere with my decision-making." Tang Yuyu covered her cheeks, tears welling up in her eyes, her heart filled with grievance and helplessness. At this moment, two employees began to whisper. Although their voices were small, they pierced into Tang Yuyu's heart like sharp thorns. "Tang Yuyu is incompetent and almost bankrupted the company. She is still flirting with that wild man Yuan Dao, and is not a faithful wife." Their words were full of malice and sarcasm. When Tang Yuyu heard these words, the anger in her heart was instantly ignited. She turned around angrily, her eyes burning with anger, and questioned the two employees, "How dare you? How dare you talk about me behind my back? I will fire you." As Tang Yuyu got angry, the whole office fell into chaos. And in the midst of this chaos, Wu Weiye quietly slipped away. She walked out of the Tang Group building lightly, looked back at the towering building, and a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. In his heart, he secretly mocked the Tang father and daughter for being idiots, being played around by him without realizing it. Wu Waiye took out her cell phone and dialed Yi Mingxuan's number, her tone full of pride. "Master, it's time to close the net." On the other side, Yi Mingxian sat in front of the computer, watching the continuously rising stocks, secretly guessing in his heart that Tang Hu had been trapped. At this time, he received Wu Waiye's text message and a victorious smile appeared on his face. Yi Mingxian immediately made a phone call. At this time, in the office building of Yeshuan Company, Limited, more than a dozen employees were operating computers under the leadership of Liu Siki. Liu Siki smiled after receiving Yi Mingxuan's text message. "Everyone, ship out the goods immediately. It must be completed within 5 minutes." As everyone's operations were completed and shipments were completed, the 5 stocks plummeted in an instant. In the Tang Corporation's president's office, everyone was still pointing fingers at Tang Yuyu, immersed in chaos. At this moment, an employee suddenly shouted in horror, "The stock price has begun to plummet." Another employee also hurriedly reported, "It has fallen below the reserve price." When Tang Hu heard these words, his face turned pale and he asked hurriedly, "What happened?" "Boss Tang, it seems someone is shipping goods on a large scale, and we don't have time to react." When Tang Hu heard this, he immediately pushed an employee away and sat in front of the computer to look at the sharply declining stock market chart. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans flowed down Tang Hu's forehead. "Hurry up and ship it." There was a rare tremor in Tang Hu's voice. After receiving the order, the employees immediately started to take action, but shipping the goods at this time would undoubtedly result in a huge loss. But after experiencing the incident just now, Tang Hu slowly regained his rationality. How is it possible for a few stocks to rise or fall dramatically overnight? If there is only one possibility, that is, someone is deliberately raising these stocks and then using the stocks to defraud other people's money. It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that it's a scam. It's undoubtedly just another way of cutting leaks. "Boss Tang, we have already lost 130 million yuan in this round trip." After hearing the employees' reports, Tang Huji felt his eyes go dark and collapsed in his chair. "Father!" Tang Yuyu ran over worriedly and helped Tang Hu straighten his back. Tang Hu opened his eyes and looked at Tang Yuyu, then as if he suddenly remembered something, he immediately sat up straight and began to look for Wu Waiye. But no matter how hard he looked, Wu Waiye was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Wu Waiye? Where did Wu Waiye go?" Tang Hu roared vigorously. Chapter 33 You'd better stay away from me. Tang Yuyu then remembered that someone was missing, so she went back and forth between the offices, but couldn't find Wu Waiye. She anxiously asked the employees, "Where is Wu Waiye? Has anyone seen her?" The employees looked at each other and shook their heads. They all said they were busy with their work. In addition, the office was in chaos just now and no one noticed where Wu Waiye went. At this time, an employee hurriedly reported to Tang Hu, "Boss Tang, the calculation is over. The situation is very bad, the total loss is 130 million. If it's any later, we might lose all our funds, and by then, the company will face a catastrophe." After hearing this, Tang Hu felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes became empty and his soul was lost. He could not accept such an outcome and his heart was filled with despair and regret. After a moment, Tang Hu slowly stood up, his body trembling slightly, as if he would fall down at any time. After taking only 2 steps, Tang Hu suddenly vomited blood, his body shook a few times, and then he fainted heavily on the ground. Tang Yuyu was shocked when she saw this. She rushed forward and supported Tang Hu. Tears instantly burst out of her eyes. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" "Don't worry, I will find Wu Waiye." Tang Hu's face was pale and his breath was weak. He squinted his eyes and said to Tang Yuyu with all his strength, "Yuyu, you must cooperate well with Yeshuan shares and find Wu Waiye. Promise me." Tang Yuyu burst into tears, tightly held Tang Hu's hand, and said firmly, "Dad, don't worry, I will never let anything happen to the company." As for the instigator, Wu Waiye, Tang Yuyu was determined to make her pay the price. Tang Yuyu quickly called an ambulance and sent her father Tang Hu to the hospital. After learning the news, shareholders such as Zhang Yang and Wang Qiang also rushed to the hospital. Zhang Yang looked at Tang Yuyu and asked, "Yuyu, what happened to the chairman?" "What happened? Now he is also the vice president of Tang Group, so the title is much simpler." Tang Yuyu's heart tightened, knowing that the losses from stock speculation must not be known to the shareholders. Mr. Zhang, my dad's old illness has relapsed. It's nothing serious. Don't worry. Zhang Yang and Wang Qiang looked at each other, both filled with confusion. Obviously they didn't believe what Tang Yuyu said, because there were several employees present tonight, and employees generally wouldn't get involved when the chairman was sick. Zhang Yang frowned. Yuyu, don't hide it from us, we are all shareholders of the company and have the right to know what happened in the company. If the chairman really had a relapse, why did it happen so suddenly? And why is it so serious? Wang Qiang also echoed, yes, President Tang, we are all for the good of the company. If you have any difficulties, just tell us and we will work together to find a solution. The two men's tone did not suggest that they were here to check on Tang Hu's condition, but rather to find out the truth. If Tang Hu suddenly dies, the Tang group will have to be redistributed. Zhang Yang was still sighing that it was fortunate that he became the vice president before Tang Hu got into trouble, otherwise he might not have been able to gain the upper hand. Tang Yuyu pretended to be calm. Mr. Zhang, my dad's old illness has indeed relapsed. The doctor said he needs to rest well and cannot be stimulated. So, let's let my dad rest and recover first. I will take care of the company's affairs. Tang Hu is not feeling well right now, the control of this company cannot fall into the hands of others. Although Zhang Yang and Wang Qiang still had doubts in their hearts, they did not dare to continue asking. Okay, Yuyu, since you said so, we will believe you first. However, if the company really has any problems, you must tell us in time and we will work together to find a solution. That's right. Mr. Zhang is also the vice president now, so if you encounter any problems, Mr. Zhang can help you share the burden. Wang Qiang pushed Zhang Yang upwards with all his strength. The two went to the ward to visit Tang Hu and left with doubts. In the corridor of the hospital, Tang Yuyu stood alone, his heart filled with pain and helplessness. The most urgent task is to find Wu Ye. Yuan Dao. Tang Yuyu's eyes lit up. Yip Xian Building. Yi Mingxian and Liu Siki had just made a huge success in the stock market, earning 100 million in 2 hours. At this moment, the employees in the office could not contain their excitement. One employee's eyes widened, his face full of admiration. Mr. Liu is amazing. He made 100 million in 2 hours. This is simply a business legend. Another employee was so excited that he danced with joy and echoed loudly, Boss Yi is also very good. He actually knows the inside story of the stock market. Such wisdom and strategy are really admirable. A smug smile appeared on Liu Siki's lips. In fact, she was just following Yi Mingxuan's instructions. But in the company, Liu Siki is still the leader. Liu Siki turned to look at Yi Mingxian and asked softly, Mingxian, what should we do next? Yi Mingxuan's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, and his deep voice sounded like thunder. Next, we are going to take over the factories of the Tang family. I know that Zhang Yang of the Tang group is not on good terms with the Tang family, so we will use this as a breakthrough point. A hint of surprise flashed in Liu Siki's eyes. If you plan like this, you will definitely succeed. Just then, Yi Mingxuan's cell phone rang. It was a message from Wu Ye, asking him to go to Genting restaurant. Yi Mingxian thought for a moment, tidied his clothes, and then walked towards the Genting restaurant alone. Genting restaurant. Outside dining area. Wu Ye and Yuan Dao are already waiting here. Wu Ye was in a good mood and her clothes were beautiful. Yuan Dao was wearing a neat suit and had a flattering smile on his face. They ordered a table of delicious food worth more than 200,000 yuan, which was extremely luxurious. Yi Mingxian walked over, and after seeing Yuan Dao, there was no smile on his face, and his eyes were full of disgust. When Yuan Dao saw Yi Mingxian, he immediately went up to him and said with a big smile on his face, Boss Yi, long time no see. Yi Mingxian frowned slightly and ignored him. Yuan Dao continued shamelessly, now I only serve Wu Ye, Mr. Yi, don't worry. There was a hint of flattery in the words, but Yi Mingxian remained unmoved. Yi Mingxian walked over to Wu Ye and sat down. Yuan Dao also sat down and said with a joking face, Boss Yi, I know you have something against me, but I have found my own direction. Besides, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't be able to recognize Tang Yuyu's face. Yi Mingxian snorted coldly. You'd better stay away from me. Wu Ye looked at the two of them, wanting to be a peacemaker. Mingxian, don't be angry, Yuan Dao is doing this for our own good. This time when she acquired Tang's shares, Wu Ye subconsciously thought that she and Yi Mingxian had a very good relationship. Yi Mingxian glanced at Wu Huaiye and did not appreciate her tenderness. Wu Huaiye could only smile softly. Okay, let's eat. Chapter 34. I'll be there now. Yi Mingxian had no appetite. He ate 2 bites and then stopped. Wu Huaiye turned her head to look at Yi Mingxian and got to the point. Mingxian, how do you plan to divide the money you earned from the Tang family this time? Yi Mingxian said without hesitation, all belong to me. Wu Huaiye smiled gently and shook her head slightly. There seemed to be a deep meaning hidden in that smile. I earn very little. The tone was gentle, but with a hint of suggestion. Yi Mingxian immediately understood what she meant. This time, Mingxian took away the bulk of the profits through the participation of other retail investors. As a result, the profits that originally belonged to me were taken away. Yuan Dao on the side quickly interrupted and said, Boss Yi, there are 2 of us here, you shouldn't get so much by yourself. His face was full of anxiety and his eyes revealed his desire for money. Wu Huaiye also continued, Mingxian, we have also put in a lot of effort, and we deserve a share. Yi Mingxian was silent for a moment, but he also knew that he couldn't be too tough at this time. He had no choice but to look at Wu Huaiye and Yuan Dao and said slowly, how much do you want? When Yuan Dao heard this, he immediately became excited. He was about to speak when he was stopped by Wu Huaiye. Wu Huaiye smiled and said, we just need to take the portion that we deserve. There will be more opportunities later. Yi Mingxian raised his eyebrows and asked, oh? Why are you so sure? Wu Huaiye is very confident. As long as Yuan Dao is here, Tang Yuyu will keep paying. Although Yi Mingxian disliked Yuan Dao in his heart, he had to admit the importance of Yuan Dao in Tang Yuyu's heart. Finally he nodded, agreeing to take them to share the money. In fact, when Yi Mingxian came to the restaurant, he already knew the reason why Wu Huaiye asked him to come for dinner. At this time, Yuan Dao suddenly broke the news. Tang Hu was hospitalized because of anger. Wu Huaiye had a blank expression on her face. Although she had her own reasons, she didn't care. Yi Mingxian frowned, with a complicated emotion in his heart. Although he had little contact with Tang Hu was nice to him. How is it going? I was so angry that I vomited blood. Yi Mingxian frowned even more tightly, feeling a little worried, but it was just worry, and he did not take any other action. Wu Huaiye looked at Yi Mingxian and said with a smile, Liu Siki is sticking to you now, Tang Yuyu is like garbage, you can throw it away. Yi Mingxian did not respond. Yuan Dao showed a mocking smile on his face, and his words were full of teasing, har har, Tang Yuyu is now looking for me and Wu Huaiye all over the world. She is so naive that she thinks she can find us easily. It's just wishful thinking. His tone was full of disdain and complacency. Wu Huaiye also sneered. Humph, Tang Yuyu has no brains, and doesn't even realize that we are playing tricks on her. Yi Mingxian frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, you shouldn't say that to others. When Wu Huaiye heard this, her eyebrows immediately raised. What? You shouldn't still have Tang Yuyu in your heart, right? Yi Mingxian's eyes turned cold in an instant. I just want to knock her down quickly. At this moment, Tang Yuyu called Yuan Dao again. Yuan Dao showed a sly smile on his face and deliberately shook the phone in front of Yi Mingxian. Yi Mingxian didn't even look at his phone, just sat there expressionlessly. Seeing this, Yuan Dao proudly picked up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Tang Yuyu's tone was extremely anxious. Yuan Dao, where are you? Wu Huaiye is a liar. Yuan Dao pretended to be surprised and spoke in an exaggerated tone. What? I don't know. Then do you know where Wu Huaiye is? Have no idea. Then, Yuan Dao pretended to be concerned and asked, what happened? Tang Yuyu said in a tearful voice, Wu Huaiye has swindled the Tang family out of 150 million yuan. You must be careful and don't be cheated by her. Yuan Dao looked at Wu Huaiye who was sitting next to him, with a smile on his face. Okay, I'll tell you if I find Wu Huaiye. Thank you, Yuan Dao, I'm glad to have you by my side. After Yuan Dao hung up the phone, a smug smile appeared on his face. Tang Yuyu is very helpless now and wants me to accompany her. He looked at Yi Mingxian, as if waiting for Yi Mingxian's instructions. Yi Mingxian said coldly, it has nothing to do with me, go if you want. Yuan Dao hesitated for a moment, then got up and left. Looking at Yuan Dao's leaving back, Yi Mingxian's heart moved slightly, and a trace of pity surged in his heart. I couldn't help but recall an event from the past. At that time, he worked for Tang Yuyu and tried his best to get things done. Although things were finally done, they did not achieve Tang Yuyu's expected goals. Tang Yuyu was furious at the time and blamed him harshly. Those sharp words seemed to still echo in his ears. Yi Mingxian sighed inwardly. Tang Yuyu was indeed stupid, still thinking about Yuan Dao at this time. As soon as Yuan Dao left, Wu Waiye immediately took off her disguise and turned from being superior to being fawning. Master, we have been very successful this time. Shall we go out and have some fun tonight? Wu Waiye hunched over, and the straps on her shoulders slid down her shoulders. Ever since she met Yi Mingxian a few years ago, Wu Waiye set a small goal for herself, which was to eat Yi Mingxian. Before, Yi Mingxuan's mind had always been on Tang Yuyu, and he was also disgusted with himself. I have helped Yi Mingxian so much, so I guess it can be considered a reward to myself. Wu Waiye, I advise you to take back your thoughts. Yi Mingxian remained calm. If there was a need, he would have many options. We just have a very ordinary cooperative relationship. If you need anything, I can introduce someone to you. Somehow, Huang Kai's figure appeared in Yi Mingxuan's mind at this moment. Thinking of Huang Kai's ferocious expression, Yi Mingxian nodded secretly, believing that he would definitely be able to satisfy Wu Waiye. Master, don't you know? I'm only interested in you. Wu Waiye's index finger gently stroked the wine glass. I just want to get close to her and know what it's like to be a member of the wealthy Yi family. Yi Mingxian sighed and called Huang Kai in front of Wu Waiye. Huang Kai just fell asleep. Brother Xian, what are you doing? Can't you let me rest at this late hour? The tone was full of complaints. I have a good thing here, do you want to come? What good news is this? Could it be that a beautiful woman has come to your door? Yi Mingxian sneered. I want to introduce you to a beautiful sister who will just suit your taste. Don't say anything, I'll be there now. After Yi Mingxian hung up the phone, he looked at Wu Waiye. I have other things to do tonight, so I'll arrange for my brother to accompany you. Although I'm old, I've taken good care of myself. Wu Waiye racked her brains but couldn't figure out why Yi Mingxian looked down on her. However, the most urgent task is to take advantage of Yi Mingxuan's hatred towards Tang Yuyu and make more money. Chapter 35 I will never let him go. As the lights come on, Genting restaurant looks like a shining pearl, inlaid in the sky above the city. Huang Kai, wearing a neat suit, walked into the restaurant with confident steps. He spotted Yi Mingxian sitting by the window. He walked over with a smile and said loudly, Mingxian, you called me here so late at night. If I don't see a beautiful woman, I won't forgive you. Yi Mingxian smiled slightly and stood up to greet Huang Kai. Huang Kai was about to continue teasing when his eyes were suddenly attracted by Wu Waiye, who was sitting opposite Yi Mingxian. Wu Waiye was wearing an elegant black dress, with a noble temperament, like a goddess. Huang Kai's eyes lit up instantly, his mouth opened wide, and after a moment of silence, he stammered. Who is this beautiful lady? Yi Mingxian looked at Huang Kai's embarrassment, secretly laughed in his heart, deliberately kept him in suspense, and said slowly, this person is very important. Huang Kai lowered his head and asked. Tell me quickly, who is it? Yi Mingxian cleared his throat and deliberately raised Wu Waiye's posture. This is Ms. Wu Waiye, a stock investor with a unique vision. She is well known in the financial world. When saying this, Yi Mingxian and Wu Waiye made eye contact and nodded slightly, and Wu Waiye smiled back gracefully. Huang Kai quickly extended his hand and said with a big smile on his face, Ms. Wu, nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. Wu Waiye gently held Huang Kai's hand and said with a smile, hello, nice to meet you. Yi Mingxian then introduced Huang Kai, Ms. Wu Waiye, this is Huang Kai, a capable man of Yeshuan Group, young and promising, with extraordinary abilities. Huang Kai scratched his head a little embarrassedly after being praised by Yi Mingxian, but his eyes were full of pride. After the introduction, Huang Kai sat down next to Yi Mingxian, but his eyes glanced at Wu Waiye from time to time. While Yi Mingxian was not paying attention, he quietly leaned close to Yi Mingxuan's ear and whispered, this woman is good, she is middle-aged, full of charm and energy. After saying that, he secretly glanced at Wu Waiye. Yi Mingxian glared at Huang Kai, signaling him to be careful with his words. To thank Yi Mingxian for the introduction, Huang Kai said generously, Mingxian, I'll treat you to dinner today. Thank you for letting me meet such a beautiful Ms. Wu. At this moment, Huang Kai thought secretly in his heart, Mingxian is a very nice guy, I must repay him well in the future. This meal costs over 200,000 yuan, are you sure? Yi Mingxian didn't lie, but Huang Kai was stunned by what he said. Then forget it. Huang Kai quickly started chatting with Wu Yue, and the atmosphere was very lively. Ms. Wu, you must be working very hard, right? But someone with your temperament can still look radiant even if you are working very hard. Huang Kai said flatteringly. Wu Yue smiled and said, No, Mr. Huang, you are too kind. You must feel very fulfilled working at Yeshuan Group, right? When Huang Kai heard this, he immediately became excited and began to talk incessantly about his achievements in the company. I have worked hard at Yeshuan Group and made many contributions to the company. Our company has recently won several major projects, and the future is bright. Huang Kai said proudly. Wu Yue listened with great interest and nodded from time to time to express her appreciation. They started chatting about interesting things in life again, and Huang Kai's humorous words made Wu Yue laugh. At this time, Yi Mingxian was secretly observing Wu Yue. He saw that Wu Yue's eyes were full of affection and she seemed very satisfied with Huang Kai. Yi Mingxian thought to himself, Yuan Dao is not here tonight, Wu Yue is in heat, it's just right for Huang Kai to serve her. Thinking of this, Yi Mingxian showed a barely perceptible smile. After a while, Yi Mingxian felt that the situation was almost done, so he stood up and said, You guys chat, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Huang Kai and Wu Yue quickly stood up to see them off. Yi Mingxian waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to see him off, then turned and left Genting Hotel. Huang Kai looked at Yi Mingxian's back, his heart full of gratitude. Wu Yue looked at Huang Kai, and there seemed to be more expectation in her eyes. This night is destined to become an unforgettable memory for Wu Yue and Huang Kai. Shan'an People's Hospital. Yuan Dao hurried to the hospital with a hint of anxiety and concern. Tang Yuyu was hiding outside the accompanying ward. Her face was pale and her eyes were full of helplessness and panic. The moment she saw Yuan Dao, she felt like she had found a life-saving straw and hurried to meet him. Yuan Dao, you are finally here. Tang Yuyu's voice was filled with tears. The Tang family was defrauded of 130 million yuan by Wu Yue. Now the company is in financial difficulty. I really don't know what to do. Yuan Dao quickly reached out his hand, gently patted Tang Yuyu's shoulder, and comforted her, Yuyu, don't worry. Even if there is no money, the Tang family still has a lot of assets, and I will not sit idly by. I will definitely help the Tang family through their difficulties. After Tang Yuyu heard Yuan Dao's words, a warm feeling surged in her heart. She thought to herself, fortunately there was Yuan Dao, otherwise she really wouldn't know what to do. She held Yuan Dao's arm tightly, as if she had grabbed the last straw. However, Yuan Dao's expression suddenly became serious, and he changed the subject. Yuyu, in fact, Wu Yue is not the initiator. I heard that Wu Yue also lost a lot of money. When Tang Yuyu heard this, he immediately became furious. After all, it was Wu Yue's idea to invest in the stock market, so she must be responsible. Her eyes burned with anger and her voice rose several decibels. Yuan Dao looked at Tang Yuyu's angry expression and felt a little sorry for her. He patiently explained, Yuyu, maybe Wu Yue is also a victim. We can't just put all the blame on her so rashly. Tang Yuyu asked angrily. Then why did you plead for Wu Yue? Do you have any relationship with her? Yuan Dao waved his hands quickly and explained, Yuyu, don't misunderstand me. I just think we should find out the truth of the matter before making a decision. Moreover, I found that all the money was earned by Yeshuan shares, and Yi Mingxian is the ultimate beneficiary. After Tang Yuyu heard Yuan Dao's words, the anger in his eyes instantly shifted to Yi Mingxian. She bit her lips, clenched her fists, and her heart was filled with hatred. Yi Mingxian, I will never let him go. Yuan Dao looked at Tang Yuyu's angry expression and felt secretly proud. He knew that his plan was half successful. He gently held Tang Yuyu's hand and said, Yuyu, don't worry. I will help you deal with this matter. But you have to cooperate with me. Tang Yuyu agreed without hesitation, okay, I will tell you about all the decisions I make in Tang's group in the future. Yuan Dao smiled with satisfaction, with a cunning gleam in his eyes. Chapter 36 You Think Too Much. The next morning. In the office of the vice president of Tang Group. Vice President Zhang Yang sat in a large black leather office chair, frowning with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Opposite him, Wang Qiang also had a solemn expression on his face, with his hands crossed in front of him. Wang Qiang was the first to break the silence. Mr. Zhang, I always feel something is wrong with Chairman Tang being in the hospital this time. Zhang Yang nodded, the wrinkles between his brows deepened. I feel the same way. There must be something fishy about this matter. Wang Qiang leaned forward, his tone full of doubt. I wonder what is hidden behind this? Mr. Zhang, do you think we should investigate it? Zhang Yang thought for a moment and said, go find the employees present tonight and ask them about the situation. Make sure you find out why the chairman is in the hospital. Wang Qiang immediately straightened up and replied respectfully, yes, Mr. Zhang. I'll do it right away. Then, Wang Qiang seemed to remember something important and hurriedly reported on the cooperation with Yeshuan Shares. Mr. Zhang, the cooperation project with Yeshuan Shares is progressing smoothly. You are currently in charge of the connection. Zhang Yang leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the armrests. Well, keep following up. Make sure the cooperation is foolproof. Wang Qiang suddenly lowered his voice, with a mysterious expression on his face, as if he was whispering, Mr. Zhang, I want to tell you something. I have a relative in Yeshuan, and he told me that there is a man named Yi Mingxian in Yeshuan Shares, who is really a big shot. I heard that he is very capable at work and is the backbone of the company. Even Liu Siki listens to him and is very obedient. A hint of curiosity flashed in Zhang Yarn's eyes, and he raised his chin and asked, oh? Is it really that amazing? Wang Qiang nodded vigorously, his eyes full of doubt. It's absolutely true. My relative said that Yi Mingxian is vigorous and resolute in handling business, and makes decisions decisively. Many difficult problems can be easily solved in his hands. Zhang Yang sat up straight, his eyes showing deep interest. I was secretly wondering who this Yi Mingxian was. But I seem to have heard the name somewhere before, but I can't remember it for a while. After a moment, Zhang Yang said, Wang Qiang, go and investigate this Yi Mingxian. I want to know his detailed situation. Also, arrange a meeting between me and Liu Siki as soon as possible. Wang Qiang quickly responded, okay, Mr. Zhang. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the office door. Zhang Yang raised his eyes and said, come in. A small shareholder walked into the office in a panic, with beads of sweat on his forehead. He said nervously, Boss Zhang, there was something wrong with the company's guaranteed account last night. When Zhang Yang heard this, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He stood up suddenly and supported himself on the desk with his hands. Impossible. How could I, as their vice president, not know about such a big thing? The small shareholder hurried to explain. Mr. Zhang, I just discovered this as well. The details are still under further investigation. Zhang Yang frowned, his eyes revealing anger and confusion. Seeing this, Wang Qiang quickly stepped forward. Mr. Zhang, please don't be angry. Maybe there is some misunderstanding. With your ability and prestige, how could the company's affairs escape your eyes? It must be that the people below are not doing their job well. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He sat back in his chair and said after thinking for a moment, Wang Qiang, immediately find out the reason for the abnormality in the guaranteed account. I want a detailed report. Wang Qiang responded respectfully, yes, Mr. Zhang. I'll do it right away. After saying that, Wang Qiang hurriedly left the office with the small shareholder. Zhang Yang folded his hands under his chin, his expression becoming more solemn. His brows were furrowed as if they were twisted into an unsolvable knot. The sunlight shone on him through the window, but it could not dispel the haze in his heart. A feeling of uneasiness welled up in his heart, and he felt that things were definitely not simple. Tang Hu's hospitalization, the abnormality in the company's guaranteed account, there must be a connection between the two. Zhang Yang pondered secretly, with a sharp look in his eyes, and began to sort out various clues in his mind, trying to find the connection between them. The corners of Zhang Yang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. He thought to himself, this may be a good opportunity to weaken Tang Yu's influence. Tang Yu, your good days are over. There was a gleam of ambition in Zhang Yang's eyes, as if he saw a future in which he would hold greater power in the company. At the same time, in Yeshuan Company, Limited, Yi Mingxian had just finished processing Ponzi Energy's 30 million contract. He stretched and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. However, when his eyes fell on Huang Kai next to him, the smile gradually disappeared. Huang Kai had empty eyes and sat listlessly at his workstation, as if his soul had been sucked out. Yi Mingxian frowned and asked with concern, Huang Kai, what's wrong with you? Huang Kai raised his head weakly and said with a bitter face, alas, Brother Xian, you don't know, Wu Ye has too much desire. I feel like I have been drained by her. As he spoke, he exaggeratedly made a gesture of collapse. Yi Mingxian couldn't help laughing after hearing this, and said sarcastically, Huang Kai, you are too bad. Just this little thing made you like this. Huang Kai immediately refuted when he heard it. What do you know? You haven't experienced it. That Wu Ye is simply a bottomless pit. The two of them started arguing with each other, and the office was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Just then, Yi Mingxuan's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from Pang Qianliang. Yi Mingxian quickly answered the phone and said respectfully, Brother Pang, what's the matter? Pang Qianliang's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone. Mingxian, there will be a banquet later, please come with me. Yi Mingxian hesitated. Brother Pang, I'm afraid I'll embarrass you if I go. Pang Qianliang smiled and said, You think too much. Don't worry, I'm here, no one dares to say anything to you. After hearing this, Yi Mingxian quickly said, Okay, Brother Pang. Thank you for your trust. You're welcome. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. The agreed time soon arrived. Yi Mingxian arrived downstairs at the company and saw a red Ferrari waiting there at a glance. The car has smooth lines and a body that radiates a dazzling light, as if it were a work of art. Yi Mingxian secretly admired in his heart, this car is so cool. Then he couldn't help but think, my CEO is no worse than this car. After all, it was given to me by Siki. Thinking of this, a proud look appeared on his face. Just then, the car door slowly opened, and an extremely beautiful woman in a red dress walked out of the car. Chapter 37 The Throne Belongs to You. If the red Ferrari is like a burning flame, then the woman in front of him is the highest temperature point in the flame. She is tall, with curvaceous figure, and her long, shiny black hair flutters in the wind. Although he was wearing sunglasses and his face couldn't be seen clearly, his mysterious temperament made people want to find out more. A breeze blew by, and the woman's skirt lifted slightly, revealing her snow-white thighs, as delicate and smooth as mutton-fat jade. Her figure is perfect, and every line is just right, as if it is a masterpiece carefully carved by nature. From time to time, the woman noticed Yi Mingxian, who was eating melon on the side, and walked towards him with light steps. Yi Mingxian stared at the woman closely, and couldn't help but sigh at her beauty. He thought to himself, this woman's appearance is comparable to Liu Siki's, except that one is cute and the other is mature and intellectual. Both are breathtakingly beautiful. Looking at the cool sports car, Yi Mingxian couldn't help but think that a woman like this should have a very contrasting personality. The woman walked up to Yi Mingxian, took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of bright and deep eyes. There was a hint of coldness in her eyes, but there was also an indescribable charm. She smiled and stretched out her hand, saying, Hello, I'm Pang Qianliang, Mr. Pang, who arranged to pick you up. Yi Mingxian came back to his senses, and quickly held the woman's hand and said, Hello, thank you for your help. His eyes fell on the woman's face again, and he was still shocked by her beauty. The woman seemed accustomed to Yi Mingxuan's reaction. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly and revealed a faint smile. However, seeing Yi Mingxian staring at her, she coughed twice and said, Have you seen enough? Yi Mingxian was immediately embarrassed, and quickly retracted his gaze, scratched his head, and said, Sorry, I was wondering, how did you recognize me? Boss Pang said that if he saw a simple, handsome guy with bronze skin, that's the person I want to pick up. The woman smiled and thought that what Mr. Pang described was indeed correct. The woman looked at Yi Mingxuan's embarrassed look and found it a little funny. Her first impression of this man was pretty good. At least he wasn't as annoying as other men. Yi Mingxian held the woman's hand politely, like a gentleman. His movements were gentle and polite, making people feel his respect. The woman was somewhat surprised by Yi Mingxuan's behavior, and a sense of goodwill towards him arose in her heart. Let's go. Yi Mingxian nodded and followed the woman into the car. The woman sat in the driver's seat and started the sports car skillfully. Her movements were clean and neat, and full of confidence. The sports car rushed out in an instant like a cheater. The woman's driving skills are very good. She can move freely in the city, speeding up and slowing down, flexibly avoiding one vehicle after another. Yi Mingxian sat in the passenger seat, feeling the speed and passion of the sports car. Looking at the woman's focused expression, he secretly admired her in his heart. Sometimes, the sports car seemed to be about to hit other vehicles, but the woman always managed to easily resolve the crisis at the critical moment. Her quick reaction and accurate judgment are amazing. Yi Mingxian held onto his seat belt tightly, feeling both nervous and excited. He felt as if he was riding a roller coaster. It was extremely thrilling. Soon, the woman drove the car to an antique building halfway up the mountain and stopped. Yi Mingxian got off the car and was shocked by the scenery before him. He stood halfway up the mountain, overlooking the entire Shan'an city. The clouds and mist linger in the mountains, like a fairyland. The city in the distance is looming, like a beautiful painting. The breeze brings bursts of fresh air, making people feel relaxed. Yi Mingxian turned around and saw the building called Tingyu Pavilion. The building is made entirely of wood, using mortise and tenon structure, and is full of ancient architectural style. It looks a bit old, but is still very well preserved. The buildings blend into the mountain scenery, giving people a sense of tranquility and harmony. Yi Mingxian couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Pang Qianliang really knew how to enjoy life. This place is completely different from the Genting restaurant I visited before. One is quiet and elegant, the other is full of business atmosphere. He seemed to be in another world, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Yi Mingxian was immersed in his own thoughts when suddenly, a woman came towards him with a graceful figure, like a dancing butterfly. The woman said softly, "Mr. Yi, let's go into the house together." The sound was like heavenly music, instantly interrupting Yi Mingxian's thoughts. Yi Mingxian nodded and followed the woman into Tingyu Pavilion. As soon as you step into Tingyu Pavilion, the elegant sound of the guqin will flow into your ears like the gurgling of flowing water. On the second floor of the attic, a woman dressed in gorgeous hanfu was playing the piano attentively. Her fingers danced lightly on the strings, as if telling an ancient story. The interior of Tingyu Pavilion is extremely elegantly decorated, and the antique decorations make people feel as if they have traveled back to ancient times. The exquisite carved screens and the sandalwood tables and chairs that exude a faint fragrance all demonstrate the elegance and noble atmosphere here. The two walked through the elegant corridor and came to the innermost sun room. Inside the house, Pang Qianliang was having a lively discussion with 4 or 5 middle-aged men. The atmosphere was harmonious and warm. Everyone was well dressed and looked successful. He has elegant manners and excellent conversation, and every movement and every word reveals confidence and composure. The two entered the room. Pang Qianliang stood up upon hearing the sound, with a warm smile on his face, and began to introduce everyone. This is Mr. Li, who works in the photovoltaic industry. Mr. Li is well known in the industry. His company has been committed to promoting the development of the photovoltaic industry and has made great contributions to environmental protection. Mr. Li nodded slightly and gestured to everyone with a smile. Pang Qianliang then introduced, "This is Mr. Hu who works in the supply chain." Mr. Hu's supply chain system is efficient and stable, and provides high-quality services to many companies. Mr. Hu waved his hand modestly and said, "Mr. Pang, thank you for the compliment." Then there is Mr. Liu, who is in the catering business. The catering company run by Mr. Liu is second to none in the city, and the reputation of its food is highly praised. Mr. Liu laughed heartily and said, "Har har, Mr. Pang is so kind." Finally, Pang Qianliang looked at Yi Mingxian and introduced him solemnly, "This is my younger brother, Yi Mingxian." Yi Mingxian was surprised. He didn't expect Pang Qianliang to think so highly of him. He quickly smiled and greeted everyone, "Hello, seniors. Nice to meet you all." Then the manager of Tingyu Pavilion came over and said that the meal had been arranged. Everyone started walking towards the dining table, and began to show courtesy to each other in front of the host's seat. Mr. Li said, "Mr. Pang, you are the leader of this project, and this seat belongs to you." Chapter 38 Explosion. Mr. Hu also echoed, "Yes, Mr. Pang, you are the one who should take the lead." Mr. Liu continued, "Mr. Pang, we all admire your leadership skills. You should be the one to take the main seat." Pang Qianliang smiled and waved his hand. "You are too polite. We are all partners, and there is no hierarchy." But everyone insisted on unanimously electing Pang Qianliang to sit in the main seat. Seeing that he could not refuse, Pang Qianliang sat down with a smile. After a while, one exquisite dish after another was served on the table, which was delicious and mouth-watering. Everyone was enjoying the food and chatting animatedly. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Yi Mingxian learned from everyone's conversation that Pang Qianliang had actually won the entire Shan'an city's photovoltaic project. "Tonight, we will have a dinner with our internal partners. Several partners have expressed their attitudes." Mr. Li took the lead and said, Mr. Pang, don't worry, we will go all out in the photovoltaic field and contribute our strength to this project. Mr. Hu also said, Mr. Pang, our supply chain will ensure the smooth progress of the project and will never fail. Mr. Liu said, Mr. Pang, if you need support in the catering industry in the future, just let us know. Everyone expressed their support for Mr. Pang one by one. After everyone finished speaking, Pang Qianliang turned his head and looked at Yi Mingxian. Mingxian, what about you? When Yi Mingxian heard this, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Could it be that Pang Qianliang wants to cooperate with me? Yi Mingxian looked at Pang Qianliang, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Pang Qianliang looked at Yi Mingxian with a smile, his eyes full of sincerity. Mingxian, I want to cooperate with Yeshuan Shares on this project. I believe our cooperation will be very successful. Yi Mingxian came back to his senses, a determined look on his face. Don't worry, Mr. Pang. I, Yi Mingxian, will fully support this project. Your support is not enough, we need the support of Yeshuan Shares. Afterwards, Pang Qianliang called the woman in red over and introduced her proudly. This is my younger sister, Pang Qianwei. Everyone started to praise. Ms. Pang is so beautiful. This figure and temperament are simply unmatched. I heard that Miss Pang is a highly educated and talented woman. I really admire her. However, Yi Mingxian just said lightly, Miss Pang is very beautiful. After hearing everyone's praise, Pang Qianwei's originally smiling face became even brighter, but after hearing Yi Mingxuan's words, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Why is this person different from others? I thought he would lavish me with praise like everyone else. After all, when I went to pick him up, he was staring at me in a trance. She looked at Yi Mingxian secretly, her heart full of curiosity. Pang Qianliang looked at Yi Mingxuan's reaction, thoughtfully. He was optimistic about Yi Mingxian. This Yi Mingxian looks very steady. It would be nice if he could be my brother-in-law. So Pang Qianliang said to Pang Qianwei, Qianwei, after dinner, you can take Mingxian back. Pang Qianwei was unhappy when she heard this. Brother, why should I send him off? Can't he go back by himself? She glanced at Yi Mingxian, and her dissatisfaction with his lack of praise for her became more obvious. Yi Mingxian also hurriedly said, Boss Pang, don't bother, I can go back by myself. Pang Qianliang insisted, Mingxian, let Qianwei take you there. This is what she should do. The two of them stopped refusing. After the dinner, Yi Mingxian and Pang Qianwei saw everyone off and finally left in Yu Pavilion. Pang Qianwei looked at Yi Mingxian and said unhappily, You drive, I'll take a break. Yi Mingxian hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. The two got in the car and drove towards the city along the mountain road. Pang Qianwei complained about Yi Mingxuan's slow driving while looking out the window with boredom. Yi Mingxian said slowly, Miss Pang, you can look at the scenery outside the window, it's beautiful. Pang Qianwei wanted to refute, but when she turned to look out the window, she was attracted by the scenery in front of her. Outside the car window, the mountains are rolling and under the moonlight, they seem to be shrouded in a mysterious veil. Looking down at the city from the mountain road, the lights of thousands of houses twinkle like stars, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding tranquility. Pang Qianwei couldn't help but sigh, it's really beautiful. I haven't seen such a beautiful scenery in a long time. Yi Mingxian smiled and said, That's because you are too busy and ignore the scenery along the road. In fact, there are many beautiful things in life, as long as we discover them with our heart. Pang Qianwei was silent for a while. You're right. Although I don't know why my brother thinks so highly of you, some of your words do make sense. The two continued to move forward, and the atmosphere in the car became relaxed. Pang Qianwei began to take the initiative to chat with Yi Mingxian, talking about life, work, and dreams. Yi Mingxian discovered that although Pang Qianwei looked arrogant, she was actually kind and sincere in her heart. As the car arrived at the downstairs of Yeshuan Company Limited and Yi Mingxian got out and left, Pang Qianwei had a vague feeling that something would happen between them in the future. She even looked forward to their next meeting. Yi Mingxian had been busy with Pang Qianliang for the whole day. He had already said hello to Liu Siki and asked her to go home first. When he dragged his tired body back to the company, the entire office was empty and so quiet that the only sound he could hear was his own footsteps. Yi Mingxian sat at his desk, turned on his computer and began to look up information, trying to understand Pang Qianliang's project information more deeply. As more information was presented, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, Pang Qianliang's vision is really unique. This photovoltaic project is definitely the future outlet. Once successful, it will definitely make a fortune. And with this 300 million project, we will definitely be able to easily meet the department's targets. Thinking of this, a confident smile appeared on Yi Mingxuan's face. The next morning, the atmosphere in the meeting room of the marketing department of Yeshuan Company Limited was tense and heated. Everyone is reporting on the results of recent client public relations. Everyone looks focused and hopes that their efforts will be recognized. Yi Mingxian sat quietly aside, and when the report was nearing the end, he calmly took out the contract of Ponzi Energy and placed it on the conference table. Instantly, there was silence in the conference room, and everyone's eyes widened in shock. Then, doubts began to arise one after another. He's a new guy, how come he got a single so quickly? Ponzi Energy is notoriously difficult to deal with. How can he possibly handle it? Everyone was whispering to each other, their eyes filled with suspicion and jealousy. The doubts soon reached Wang Kai's ears. Wang Kai slammed the table. Be quiet. Don't be jealous of other people's achievements. I believe Yi Mingxian has the ability to do it. If Yi Mingxian could take over Ponzi Energy in such a short time, it would be really explosive.